Tony streaked through the sky at breakneck speed, a squad of Chitauri hot on his trail. Inside the Quinjet, Clint Barton manned the Gatling gun, while Natasha Romanoff monitored their rear. Diving down Park Avenue, Tony cut across the boulevard just as Barton opened up with a deafening clatter. Tracer rounds ripped through the air, scattering Chitauri warriors and buying the team a few precious moments to catch their breath. Yet Tony's expression remained grim. No sooner had they shaken off their immediate pursuers than the Quinjet's sensors locked onto a violent struggle atop Stark Tower. "Natasha," Tony said, voice tense. "There he is." Natasha piloted the jet into a tight turn, brought its weapons to bear, and unleashed a pair of guided rockets at Loki. The missiles arced toward the trickster god, only to be intercepted mid-flight by a crackling energy bomb lobbed from Loki's mind scepter. The blast ripped through the Quinjet's starboard wing, sending warning lights blazing through the cockpit. Barton and Natasha fought to steady the plummeting jet. Steve Rogers braced himself against the control console, muscles taut as G-forces threatened to throw him across the cabin. Alarms shrieked, systems failed, but Natasha coaxed the wounded craft into an emergency descent. Above them, Thor's eyes blazed with righteous fury. With a roar that set every nearby window trembling, the god of thunder seized Loki in a bone-jarring grip and unleashed a merciless onslaught of hammer blows. The trickster god staggered beneath the assault, but Thor would not relent, until something, somewhere, made him hesitate. The three Steves climbed down from the jet and stared in horror at the ruin below. Streets lay in rubble, storefronts were collapsed shells, and terrified civilians flooded the avenues in a panicked exodus. Above them, Chitauri airships prowled the sky, unleashing brutal bombardments on anyone who moved. "We have to hit them from above," Steve Rogers muttered, but none of them could fly, and trying to take on those air forces from the ground felt like a suicide mission. Before they could even form a plan, the sky tore open with a low, guttural roar. A massive leviathan emerged from the swirling wormhole overhead, a creature easily 300 meters long, its body forged from silver-black machinery. It was a living war engine, sleek and merciless, gliding on wings of plated steel. The beast's approach warped the air, creating a pressure wave that pressed against the Steves' chests like an invisible weight. Then, with a sickening crack, a vent opened in the creature's underbelly, and hundreds of Chitauri warriors spilled out in an emerald cascade. These alien soldiers were far more horrifying than any orc, lithe, sinewy, and snarling with jagged mandibles. They struck the surrounding buildings like a plague. Some dug their hooked claws into brick and mortar to steady themselves, sending sparks flying as they scaled walls with terrifying agility. Others shattered windows in a single savage strike, raining down inside to slaughter anyone who'd taken refuge. The city descended into chaos in an instant, and the three Steves knew the real fight was only just beginning. "Stark, are you seeing this?" Steve's voice cut through the hum of the control room. Tony didn't look away from the hollow projection hovering above the console. The Leviathan beast was tearing down the city's main avenue, diving into the river and springing back into the air like some living being, jet-powered carrier. "Yeah, I'm seeing it," he said, every syllable heavy with disbelief. "But I still don't believe it." Steve leaned in. "It's way more agile than any S-Shield fly-by-wire, no engines required. It's like a walking or swimming helicarrier. Our missiles barely leave a scratch." Tony tapped the compad. "Where's Banner? He's supposed to be here." "Banner?" Steve looked surprised. "Yeah, if Bruce is stuck somewhere, I need to know now. Jarvis, run a full thermal and structural scan. Let's find its weak point before it levels half the city." Jarvis's smoot, response crackled through the speakers. "Scanning for vulnerabilities, sir. I'll have results momentarily." Before Tony could reply, another voice joined the comm channel, calm, measured. "If standard tactics fail," it said, "consider deploying the equipment I sent you. It should buy you time." "Gaius," Tony exhaled, a humorless laugh in his tone. "Last I checked, you said you'd stay out of this fight." "I don't claim to know how to take down a 900-foot monster," came the reply, "so I provided what I could." On the bridge of S-Shield's helicarrier, Aaron, known to most as Gaius, stood shoulder to shoulder with Nick Fury in front of the main tactical display. The screens around them flickered with live feeds of broken streets, upended cars, and panicked civilians. Aaron studied the schematics. Your defensive arrays are solid, great even, but they're built to hold the line, not to fell a rampaging behemoth. And there's one more problem. 2 of the stabilization beads you sent have already cracked under stress. Fury glanced at the readouts. Then we find a new approach. Banner, get here, now. Stark, Rogers, gear up. We're going to need every trick in the book. Tony met Steve's eyes. Ready when you are. Above them, the Leviathan plunged toward the river again, its roar echoing like thunder. The real fight was only just beginning. Aaron's eyes went wide. What? It was that bad? Tony shrugged. We're on a battlefield, Aaron. I took at least 20 laser cannon hits, and yet my armor came out unscathed. All thanks to that defensive unit you lent me. Aaron threw up his hands. You do realize I don't own the recipe for that thing? It's made with unicorn horn serum. I haven't got the ingredients to build another. So please, save some for me. Good luck with that, Tony said with a half grin. Then he tapped his comlink. By the way, who's Arthur's gear going to? Natalia Romanova, Aaron answered. I've already sent her a rifle and 16 rounds. Natasha's voice crackled over the line. Can that rifle even scratch the giant monster? I can do some damage, Aaron admitted, but kill it, I'm not sure. As long as you haven't ruled it out, there's hope, Natasha replied. A moment of static, then, it's flown off again. Want me to draw it back? No need, Tony said, cutting in. Our problem right now isn't aerial. Steve Rogers, who'd been scanning the street, tightened the straps on his shield. Through the haze, Chitauri soldiers were materializing on the asphalt. Actually, he said, this is the best news we've had all day. At least we don't have to fight up there. On the street below Stark Tower, the 3 Avengers exchanged a determined glance, hefted their weapons, and charged into the horde of Chitauri soldiers. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Thor had Loki pinned against the stone balustrade. He swept his arm toward the smoldering cityscape. Look at this devastation. You crowned yourself king, and for what? Madness? Loki's storm-gray eyes flicked over the ruined streets, the panicked crowds, the fires burning out of control. Fear and something like regret gleamed in his gaze. It's too late, he whispered. You can't stop this now. It's never too late if we stand together, Thor said, voice thick with hope. I still believe you can make this right. Loki pretended to soften, a slow smile curling his lips. Then, in one swift motion while Thor's back was turned, he plunged a dagger deep into his brother's side. Thor cried out, stumbling backward as pain exploded through him. Loki's laughter rang cold in the wind. How naive, he scoffed, springing free just as Thor let Mjolnir slip from his fingers. Enraged and wounded, Thor lashed out with his bare fists, pummeling Loki until the trickster lost his footing and tumbled to the rooftop's edge. Realizing he'd underestimated his brother, Loki twisted in midair and leapt, only to be caught by a swooping Chitauri airship. The craft's monstrous talons closed around him, lifting him into the sky. In the scramble, the Mind Stone, Ipt scepter, clattered to the rooftop. Thor dropped to his knees, chest heaving. He ripped the bloody dagger from his side and stared at the artifact lying at his feet. His shoulders slumped and disappointment shadowed his stormy eyes. Above him, lightning crackled, but the storm in his heart was far fiercer. No blow from any foe could truly harm an Asgardian, but it was Loki's repeated betrayals that broke his brother's heart time and again. Meanwhile, the 3 of them worked in concert to rescue stranded civilians and keep the enemy at bay. Natasha spun in place, dual pistols barking in rapid succession, while Barton's arrows flew unerringly from his quiver, each shot finding its mark without so much as a pause. Over the roar of battle, Natasha caught Barton's eye and quipped, "You know, this reminds me of Budapest." He smirked, knocked another arrow, and replied, "Funny, I'd say our impressions of Budapest are nothing alike." Across the street, Steve Rogers sprinted under a hail of gunfire until he found a gathering of police officers. Leaping onto the hood of a cruiser, he shouted to the stunned captain in command, "I need teams in those buildings now. Evacuate everyone to the basement or funnel them down into the subway. Don't let anyone reach the street above. Then lock down this block all the way to 39th Street and hold your positions. Understood?" The police chief blinked, momentarily disoriented. The man issuing orders wore the Stars and Stripes shield of Captain America, yet as far as he knew, Captain America had been dead for years. Could he really trust these instructions? "Why should I follow your orders?" the sergeant barked, arms folded as he glared at Steve. Before Steve could answer, a cobalt beam lanced from above and struck a parked car just yards away. The explosion lit the street in fiery orange, and Chitauri warriors swarmed out, their alien blades glinting. The sergeant stumbled back, panic on his face, but Steve moved before any alarm bells could ring. In under 10 seconds, he dispatched the attackers with practiced precision. Not a word escaped him as he wiped his shield clean, but the sheriff, breathing heavily, knew he'd just witnessed something extraordinary. "Listen up," Steve's voice cut through the smoke. "Evacuate everyone into the station. Basement level. Seal the doors. Then post defenses from here all the way to 39th Street. Move." The sheriff snapped to it, barking orders at his deputies as Steve allowed himself a moment's relief. He turned to find Clint Barton and Natasha Romanoff at his side, their faces set with determination. Together, they strode back into the fray. Above them, thunder rumbled. Blue arcs of lightning crackled down and struck the remaining Chitauri, reducing them to smoldering carcasses in an instant. A roar split the air as Thor descended, eyes blazing with anger. "What's happening up there?" Thor demanded, hammer crackling with electricity. Natasha shook her head. "There's an energy field around the Rubik's Cube. I can't penetrate it. The portal won't close." From above, Tony Stark's armored voice crackled in reply. "She's right. It's a pure energy barrier. We're not cutting it with brute force." Steve sheathed his shield and met each Avenger's gaze. "Then we handle what we can. Clint, cover our six. Nat, keep those shields off us. Thor, rain lightning down on the flanks. Tony, give us air support. We hit them together." A simple plan. Avengers back in formation. Their combined might would have to be enough. With a unified nod, they surged forward, ready to turn the tide. The barrier might hold the portal open, but they would not yield. Together, they would protect New York, whatever it took. Thor's hammer slammed against the flight deck, rattling the surrounding consoles. "Loki and I still have a score to settle," he growled. Steve Rogers stepped forward, arms folded. "If that's your plan, you'll have to wait your turn. Loki's going to throw everything he's got at us once he realizes we're moving on him. But if we take him out first, his forts will fall into disarray. Meanwhile, Stark's up there on the carrier. He needs our support." Before Steve could say more, a distant roar split the air. Moments later, Bruce Banner roared onto the deck on an ancient, sputtering motorcycle. He skidded to a stop and threw down his helmet. "Well, it doesn't look good." Natasha Romanoff gave him a quick once-over, a trace of excitement in her eyes. "I've survived worse," she said, recalling the chase with the Hulk through the helicarrier. "Don't apologize." Banner shrugged. "We need a real challenge, not a walk in the park." Tony Stark's voice crackled over the comlink. "Banner, we've located him." "Banner here," Bruce replied. "We're ready." "Good," Stark said. "The show's about to start." A few seconds later, the whir of repulsors filled the air as Iron Man descended, flanked by a hulking Leviathan beast. The creature's massive tail smashed through nearby apartment towers, sending concrete and rebar raining down. Natasha winced. "I wouldn't call this worth celebrating." Bruce hopped off the bike, brushing dust from his jeans. "Stand back," he said casually. "Hulk'll love this." Steve stepped in front of him. "Bruce, now's exactly the time you need to be mad." Bruce shook his head. "No, Captain. I don't need to be angry." He straightened his shoulders, calm and resolute, as the Leviathan roared once more, ready for the fight ahead. "Plunging from 10,000 meters? No problem. I've got the know-how." Banner grinned as he tuned into the Hulk's consciousness. "This next move is yours, big guy. One condition, though. Keep the underwear intact. That's my final line." "Hulk, attack!" With a thunderous roar, the Hulk thrust his massive green fists skyward. At Banner's word, the familiar emerald mist billowed out, suffusing the entire frozen expanse. In an instant, Banner's frame swelled, muscles bulging and veins throbbing until, there he was, the Hulk in all his savage glory. Ahead of him, the Leviathan beast surged like a living warship through the snow and ice. Hulk charged, swinging a colossal fist. Clang! Crack! Crack! Metal plating shattered under the blow, shards of machinery scattering in every direction. The shockwave coursed through the creature's massive frame, forcing it to rear back. Its bulk eclipsed the sun, casting a vast, moving shadow across the battlefield. "Hold on," Tony Stark barked. He leveled his launcher at the Leviathan's exposed joints and squeezed the trigger. A fiery missile streaked forward and detonated against the beast's hinge points. The explosion heaved the creature skyward and sent it crashing down in a steaming heap. As the firelight flickered over torn metal and shattered ice, Hulk loomed over the fallen giant, ready for whatever came next. The Chitauri soldiers, enraged by the death of the Leviathan, unleashed a bestial roar that was instantly matched by the Hulk's thunderous bellow. Below them, Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Thor Odinson, Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, and the Hulk formed a perfect back-to-back defensive circle, the very magnificent Avengers lineup, as Tony had quipped over the comms. "Nice work," came the dry compliment. Aboard the S-Shield helicarrier, Aaron Gaius leaned back in his seat, watching the live battle feed like a movie. Nick Fury loomed behind him, arms crossed. "Can't you see who really turned the tide?" Fury snapped, though a glint of relief flickered in his eye. At last, the team he'd long envisioned was standing together on the battlefield. If only Aaron, the elusive alchemist, weren't so uncooperative. Pull him into logistics, Fury mused, and they'd have an Avengers force no one could touch. Aaron turned slightly, arching an eyebrow. "Actually, Director, I think you misheard me. When I said nice work, I meant him, not all of them." He pointed at the screen, where the Hulk's colossal fist crashed into a Chitauri warrior's shield with earth-shaking force. That punch was spectacular. I must admit, I'm very impressed with Dr. Bruce Banner. Fury stiffened. "Just Bannon. What about the rest of them?" Aaron shrugged casually. "The others, they're not my concern." Because Bruce Banner was no ordinary Avenger, he was Aaron Gaius' newest and most prized protege. The rest of the team, for now, existed only on the sidelines of his designs. Aaron's shoulders sagged as he surveyed the battlefield. "As long as they don't die, it's fine," he muttered. "Even if they do, I wouldn't be the sad type. At worst, I'd deliver a few flowery words at the funeral." He shook his head. "But the gap in numbers is still enormous. A handful of us simply can't go toe-to-toe with an entire army." He let out a low sigh. "They'll wear out soon. My defensive enchantments will blunt most of the Chitauri's blows, but physical fatigue won't be so easily warded off. Human wave tactics may seem crude, but they're no joke. How long do you think our people can keep charging? I give them 12 hours at best before they're forced to fall back. Yes, a few might choose to fight to the bitter end, but fighting to the death usually just means, well, death." Nick Fury glanced at Aaron with grim resolve. "Then our top priority has to be sealing that portal. They know it, and we know it." Outside, the air vibrated with pounding feet. Through the swirling green energy of the rift, several gigantic leviathans lumbered forward, heralding the next wave of Chitauri soldiers swarming out like locusts. Flaming arrows hissed through the air, and the ground trembled beneath booted feet. Natasha Romanoff stepped closer to Aaron, eyes alight with determination. With practiced ease, she drew the sleek black pistol he'd nicknamed Shuguang. A small, eager smile curved her lips. "Maybe it's time I gave this gun a real workout." She clicked off the safety, and the charged hum of the weapon filled the tense air. Across the field, shields snapped into place, and spells flared to life. The final showdown for humanity's survival was about to begin, and every second counted. The distant portal crackled high above the city, its jagged energy splintering the sky as hordes of alien creatures teetered on its edge. Tony Stark hovered a few feet off the ground, repulsors ready, but he shook his head with a dry laugh. "They're too high up to hit," he called out. "We'll wait for them to come down." He glanced over at Steve Rogers. "Captain, your call." Captain America tightened his grip on his shield and addressed the assembled team. "All right, listen up. We need to contain this outbreak until I can close the portal. Barton, you're on rooftop duty. Keep an eye on their movements and report any changes immediately. Stark, hold the perimeter. Don't let a single monster slip past a 3-block radius. Anything that breaks through, turn into slag. Thor, your job is to slow that portal, summon lightning, hurl energy blasts, whatever it takes to stall them. Natasha and I will manage the ground, evacuate civilians, secure the streets. And Bruce," he paused, meeting the Hulk's gaze, "smash everything in sight. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk charged into battle. In that moment, the Avengers sprang into action, determined to protect the city at all costs. Chapter 771. Stop the Chitauri invasion. This time, we have to do something big. Hulk had thrown all caution to the wind, trampling through the smoke-choked ruins of the city like a force of nature. He stalked across crumbling rooftops, plucking Chitauri warriors from their perches and hurling them into shattered facades. No flying enemy was safe from his colossal green fists. Each ironclad punch reduced alien soldiers to lifeless scrap. Yet in his unrestrained fury, his blows were sweeping but imprecise. Every strike left the surrounding walls pocked and cracked. Above the chaos, Thor soared toward a battered skyscraper's lightning rod, Mjolnir held aloft. Blue-white arcs of electricity danced across the hammer's head as dark storm clouds roiled overhead. At his summons, a thick bolt of silver lightning cleaved the sky, striking Mjolnir and turning the rod into a conduit of raw power. With a triumphant roar, Thor unleashed the storm, directing a relentless barrage of thunderbolts toward the vast Chitauri wormhole hovering above the city. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderclaps shattered the night as wave after wave of lightning struck their mark. Winged Chitauri soldiers disintegrated in midair, reduced to ashes by the god-forged onslaught. Even the massive Leviathan beast, just emerging from the portal, was caught in the storm's full fury. Its colossal form was torn apart by cascading lightning and erupted in a blinding explosion high above the skyline. In that charged silence that followed, the city seemed to hold its breath, aware for a moment that the real battle was only just beginning. Even with Iron Man unleashing every weapon in his arsenal and tapping into the full extent of his divine power, he could only hold the Chitauri at bay. Squadrons of them poured through the jagged electricity of the torn sky, hurtling toward the city below. From his perch on a skyscraper, Hawkeye loosed arrow after arrow, scanning the battlefield for threats and doing everything he could to draw fire away from Tony. But of all the Avengers, Natasha Romanoff was in the direst straits. Her physical abilities were formidable, but she carried only 2 pistols, and the prototype gear Stark had given her was too unstable to rely on. Once her ammo ran out, she'd be forced into close combat. A thunderous roar split the night as a half-mechanical Leviathan swooped down, its great metallic jaws bristling with razor teeth. Natasha's eyes gleamed. She slipped a compact sidearm, codenamed Shu Guang, from the small of her back. Finally, a chance to try this out, she murmured. Captain America intercepted a charging Chitauri warrior with a powerful shield blow, then called over hesitantly, "Nat, are you sure you want to take it head-on? I don't doubt the weapon's power, but it might be safer to strike from the side or rear." "There's no time, Captain," she replied with a confident laugh. As the Leviathan dove low, Natasha raised Shu Guang, took aim at its armored flank, and squeezed the trigger. A thunderous boom echoed through the storm-shattered skyline. Boom, boom, boom. Natasha pulled the trigger and unleashed all 16 silver rounds at once. The bullets transformed into blazing streams of light, streaking toward the Leviathan. Some skidded across its scaly hide, carving deep gouges meters wide and hundreds of meters long. Others punched clean through. Inside the creature's cavernous form, consecutive explosions rocked its organs. In under 3 seconds, the Leviathan was torn limb from limb. There wasn't even time for a pained cry. "Waltfa." Natasha's voice caught, eyes wide with astonishment. "This is what Aaron meant when he said he wasn't sure he could kill it? Are you kidding me?" Steve frowned, still reeling at the display. "No wonder Aaron told you to save up your money," he muttered, eyebrows knitting together. "That was probably the last of your ammo, right?" Natasha paused, stowing the Sugwang pistol with a fluid motion. She shifted gears. "Even if we wipe out every monster, it won't stop the portal from tearing this place apart." Steve's jaw tightened. "The toughest weapons we have couldn't even scratch it before." "Perhaps weapons aren't the answer," Natasha said, a new thought sparking in her eyes. She tapped her comm earpiece. "Stark, do you have Dr. Selvig on the line? Where is he right now?" There was a crackle of static before Tony Stark's voice came through, laced with worry. "He's upstairs, but he looks like he's passed out. Why?" Natasha exchanged a tense glance with Steve. "Because that portal device, it was designed by Selvig. He may know how to close the portal, Natasha said, scanning the crumbling skyline around Stark Tower. I asked him, Clint replied through gritted teeth, but Loki's magic has Selvig in a trance. He won't say a word. Then we break that trance, Natasha insisted. Magic, Nat. Tony glanced at her skeptically. Not me. Gaius gave me a one-shot device that severs Loki's mind control. I tested it. Works perfectly. Clint's eyes brightened. That's right. I forgot how well it worked. Tony slapped his helmet. Why didn't you tell me this an hour ago? Enough talk, Natasha said. Get me up there. Tony looked over his shoulder at a fresh wave of Chitauri soldiers heading their way. I'm kind of busy. Steve lowered his shield. Nat needs a ride. She pointed to a Chitauri aircar hovering above the street. I know how to get on. I just need a push. Tony frowned. You're serious? Natasha cracked a grin. Absolutely. Steve braced his feet, tucked the shield under his arm, and with a powerful heave, sent Natasha rocketing skyward. She caught herself on the aircar's roof, slid forward in a single fluid motion, and slit the pilot's throat with her dagger. He gurgled and slumped over, just as she dove onto his shoulders, plunged 2 more blades into his back, and yanked the controls toward Stark Tower. The craft shuddered, then tilted sharply. Natasha righted it and shot forward, straight into an ambush. Loki stood on the rooftop, flanked by armored Chitauri troopers, their weapons trained on her. Going somewhere? Loki sneered. Natasha's eyes narrowed. She stroked the release on her jacket, and the one-shot device slid into her palm. Just dropping by. Below, Tony, Steve, and Clint readied themselves. Natasha pulled the aircar into a tight spiral, cut the engines, and leapt off. As she fell, she activated the device, sending a pulse of blue energy ripping through the sky. It struck Selvig first, freeing his mind, then scattered through the gathered Chitauri, disrupting their coordination. The portal overhead flickered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Natasha landed in a crouch beside Selvig. Quick, use this, she urged, pressing the device into his hand. He held it aloft, and with a thunderous crack, the portal snapped shut. The sky went silent. Loki screamed in fury as his army collapsed. Natasha, Tony, Steve, and Clint regrouped, panting but triumphant. Tony clapped his hands. Okay, I'll admit it. That was pretty exciting. Natasha sheathed her dagger with a smirk. You should see my highlight reel. Clint grinned. Next time, though, let's hope Gaius has 2 of those devices. They turned to Selvig, who was blinking back to reality. The battle was over, and the world was safe, at least for now. The battle's offensive and defensive phases were proceeding in a steady rhythm when Aaron, aboard the helicarrier, froze in front of the mission panel. 3 new assignments blinked at him. 1. Capture Loki. Reward 1,000 magic points. Penalty for failure, none. Status, completed. 2. Retrieve the cosmic cube. Reward 1,200 magic points. Penalty for failure, none. Status, accepted. 3. Stop the Chitauri invasion. Earn 1 magic point per Chitauri soldier eliminated. Earn 100 magic points per Leviathan slain. Penalty for failure, none. Do you accept? Of course I accept, Aaron muttered under his breath, a sour laugh escaping him. Why wasn't I told about this sooner, he wondered, glancing at the readout with mounting irritation. The Chitauri were repulsive invaders, but to Aaron, they might as well be prey in a hunting ground. Stripped of his magic, he still had the combat prowess to fell 800 or even 1,000 of them in a single engagement. He straightened, steeling himself for the next wave. With stakes like these, at least his efforts wouldn't go unnoticed. All around him, the residual magic he'd summoned on the helicarrier was collapsing, that ebbing away like water through his fingers. Fury clenched his jaw. He'd just lost millions of arcane points in an instant. Sir, Maria Hill said, stepping up behind him. The council is online. They want you now. Nick Fury took a steadying breath and tapped his console. The tactical display snapped off, replaced by a grainy video feed of 5 stern-faced council members seated around a conference table. At its head sat a middle-aged man flanked by a woman. 3 others formed an expectant half-circle around them. Director Fury, the chairman began, voice clipped, the council has made its decision. I'm not surprised, Fury said coolly, and I can already guess the nature of their solution. Authorize a nuclear strike, the chairman pressed. Deploy the warheads immediately on the identified coordinates. Fury's eyes narrowed. That target is in Manhattan, he replied, voice low but unwavering. I will not obliterate civilians unless there is literally no other choice. Behind him, Aaron jerked upright as if roused from a nightmare. He stared at the 5 grim faces on the screen, then turned his attention back to Fury, heart-pounding. What would the director do next? If we don't stop them here, it's irreversible. If a nuclear bomb goes off, there's absolutely no turning back, Nick Fury replied curtly. He ended the secure line and switched the main display to the live feed from the battlefield. Tsk, a voice clicked in appreciation. Aaron leaned forward, admiring the grim determination in Fury's eyes. I never expected you to have such, audacity, director. Believe me, there are a lot of things you don't expect, Fury shot back, glancing at a series of red markers creeping across the tactical map. And if you lose this battle, you'll be the one blamed for everything. Well then, Aaron shrugged, find a way to win. High above the city, streaks of cobalt energy ripped through the air. Natasha Romanoff lay over the cockpit of an alien fighter, vaulting around to track her pursuer. Barton, she called over the comm. On the ground, Clint Barton Hawkeye watched in bewilderment as the sleek extraterrestrial craft did loop after loop above him. Romanoff, he muttered into his mic, what the hell are you doing up there? Cover me, Natasha barked. She dove the ship into a tight barrel roll, dodging a burst of crackling blue light from Loki's staff. Clint exhaled and drew one of his modified trick arrows from his quiver. He thumbed the release, sighting on the god of mischief as he pursued Natasha's alien vessel. Revenge had never looked so close at hand. The arrow flew like lightning. Time slowed. Loki, eyes wide, extended a gauntleted hand and snatched the shaft out of midair. With the projectile caught between his fingers, the trickster god simply smirked. The battle in the sky raged on. But for a heartbeat, Hawkeye had his shot, and Loki had just grabbed it. He gave Barton a mocking grin, but it lasted barely 3 seconds before the arrow detonated. The fiery blast sent Loki hurtling up the side of Stark Tower. Before he could steady himself, a massive green figure leapt out and smashed him through the rooftop entrance. Loki staggered to his feet, eyes narrowing at the hulking, gorilla-like Hulk barreling toward him. Fury broke through his facade. That's enough, he roared. He paused to draw himself up with divine arrogance. Who do you think you are, you wretched mortal? I am a god. You cannot. He never finished. With a single brutal motion, the Hulk seized Loki by the ankles and drove him bone first into the concrete. The impact cracked the rooftop into a cluster of human-sized craters, flinging gravel in every direction. Loki lay sprawled at the bottom of one pit, dazed and silent, staring up at the sky as if unable to comprehend what had just happened. Pathetic, the Hulk rumbled, disdain in every syllable. With that, he turned and stomped away. At the far edge of the roof, Natasha moved in. She knelt beside a trembling Dr. Selvig, helping him to his feet. From her pocket, she retrieved the fractured sheep-shaped talisman, its surface spider-webbed with cracks, and held it out to him. Together, they hurried toward the portal device, the fate of the world balanced on that fragile charm. Doctor, you're going to be fine. Natasha pressed a clean handkerchief to Dr. Selvig's temple, where blood was trickling down his face. Selvig winced but managed a weak smile. The scepter, its energy, the tesseract is supposed to be invincible, but it can't endure its own power unchecked. Natasha's eyes flicked to the jade sheep charm in her hand, a one-time seal against mystical threats. She slipped it back into her pocket. None of this is your fault, Doctor. Loki had you under his control. Selvig's lips curved in a grim nod. I foresaw this possibility. I installed a failsafe, a cutoff that severs the tesseract's energy source. That's the blue box inside your lab? Natasha asked, glancing toward the shattered roof hatch above. Selvig stared at the plaza below. Amid the smoking debris lay Loki's scepter, its cobalt gems still glowing. No, he murmured. It's the scepter itself. If we can get hold of it, we can collapse the portal. Natasha felt hope surge through her. Across the battlefield, their allies were stretched to the breaking point. Thor fought furiously against a relentless wave of Chitauri soldiers. So Captain America had become a one-man rescue crew, directing civilians to safety while keeping enemy forces at bay. Iron Man's Mark VII armor was dangerously low on power, his repulsors sputtering each time he fired. Hawkeye discharged his final arrow and had already fallen from a rooftop. A squadron of Chitauri flyers was being driven back into an Imperial stronghold after Widow's precise shots brought them down one by one. And on the streets below, the Hulk was pinned under a barrage of gunfire from S-Shield aircraft, every tracer round rattling him like raindrops. Natasha met Selvig's gaze. "Then let's get that scepter." Selvig nodded, gathering what strength he had. "This is our only chance to close the portal and stop Loki for good." Director Fury has been relieved of command. Order 7A11 is now in effect, the intercom crackled. Order 7A11 confirmed. Takeoff authorized, came the measured reply. The massive hangar bay doors groaned open, and a fighter jet rolled onto the runway. Its engines thundered, and with a smooth, controlled ascent, it lifted into the overcast sky. "Sir, an unauthorized launch." Agent Hill's voice cut through the control room's chatter. She slammed her hand on the intercom button. "All units, that jet has no clearance. Engage and neutralize immediately." Nick Fury's face went ashen. Without a word, he bolted for the flight deck. In a dimly lit corridor, Aaron allowed himself a thin, satisfied smile as he caught up with Abe. He tapped his tablet. "System, mission accepted," he whispered. "Let's give them a surprise." Moments later, Fury burst onto the deck, a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher at the ready. The first fighter was already climbing. Fury took aim and fired. The rocket streaked forward and struck the jet's belly. A massive explosion rocked the deck as the aircraft disintegrated in midair, debris raining down. Before Fury could shoulder another round, a second fighter thundered down the runway, engines screaming. Fury swung his launcher, but the weapon jammed. A crack rang out from a nearby guard post. The bullet shattered the cockpit canopy, and the pilot's body slumped over the controls as the jet ground to a shuddering halt at the runway's edge. Fury lowered his launcher, surveying the smoking wreckage. Both unauthorized jets had been stopped, one by his rocket, the other by a single deadly shot. Far off in the shadows, Aaron and Abe exchanged triumphant grins. They had just set the stage for something much bigger. Nick Fury was halfway through drawing his pistol when he spotted Aaron sauntering up the deck, a sniper rifle slung casually over his shoulder. "Director Fury," Aaron called out, "you actually planning to stop that plane with a handgun?" Fury paused, letting out a low sigh. "Laugh all you want, but thanks. For Manhattan's residents." "No thanks needed," Aaron replied, sliding the rifle into his spatial ring. "Just make sure you raise my fee. I'm not going to sit safe in the office while this place goes to hell." He turned and strode toward the fighter jet, waiting at the edge of the deck. "Risking my life? Sure, but I'm not doing it for civilians or for S-Shield. I'm doing it for me and my magical weapons." His voice turned steely. "And S-Shield? Have my reward ready, down to the last cent." Fury studied him, eyes narrowing. "What's your move, then?" Aaron grinned, though it didn't reach his eyes. "I'll give those congressmen credit. They came up with a solid plan. They just dropped the nuke in the wrong spot." Aaron hauled the pilot's limp body out of the cockpit and slid into the seat himself. Nick Fury's eyes narrowed as he approached. "Can you fly this plane?" he asked. Aaron swallowed. "Well, a little bit." Fury ran a hand through his hair. "Listen carefully. You have to deliver that nuclear bomb all the way into the wormhole. Absolutely no detonation outside of it. If the blast reaches Manhattan, millions will die. You fly in, arm the bomb, and launch it from within." "I understand," Aaron said, steadying his voice. Fury shook his head. "You also need to know there's a good chance you'll be shot down long before you get close. And if you do manage to reach the wormhole, you may never make it back. Ever." Aaron squared his shoulders and met Fury's gaze. Some missions fall to only one person. Flying a bomber into an alien invasion zone and dropping a nuke, that's a job nobody else should attempt. Whatever happens, my name will be remembered. "But I have one favor to ask." Fury raised an eyebrow. "Name it." "If I don't make it," Aaron said, "tell everyone who I was. But if I survive, I don't want anyone to know I rescued Agent Coulson or that I carried out the nuclear strike." Fury studied him for a long moment, then gave a curt nod. "You'll get your request. Now let's get you airborne." Chapter 772. If a nuclear bomb's launched, it's not yours to worry about. Part 1. Aaron Gaius taxied his fighter jet away from the deck of the S-Shield helicarrier and locked in a course for Manhattan. From the flight deck, Nick Fury watched him go, shoulders slumped. "He's taking off?" Agent Maria Hill's voice cracked as she rushed over. "Didn't we stop him?" Fury shook his head. No, he got clearance from above. Aaron, callsign Gaius, is up there, and he's planning to send the warhead straight into the portal. Hill's eyes widened. He's gone mad. Doesn't he hate risking his life? Why volunteer for a one-way trip? Who knows, Fury muttered. Maybe he doesn't mean it, or maybe he trusts his own luck too much. But whichever it is, one thing's clear. He isn't afraid to die. Maria stared at him, stunned. You want to recruit him after this? Fury let out a hollow laugh. I'd love to, if he comes back in one piece. High above the skyscrapers, Aaron's heartbeat thumped in his ears louder than his fighter's engines. The sky was a roiling mixture of storm clouds and eerie green energy, the portal hovering over Central Park, just outside the city's worst trouble zone. He checked his instruments again. Altitude, 20,000 feet. Speed, Mach 1.2. Warhead lock, arm. There was no turning back. A calm washed over him. Fear had no place up here, only focus. He reminded himself why he'd signed on for this mission. Innocents were dying on both sides of that unstable gateway. If even a single small device could seal it, then a nuclear warhead was the only guarantee. Aaron felt the trembling of the city far below, heard the distant wail of sirens. He adjusted the HUD to the designated drop point. The portal's swirling aperture filled half his screen, an impossible vision of light and shadow. He keyed his mic. Central Command, this is Gaius. Bomb is armed and ready. I'm approaching the drop zone. Copy that, Gaius, crackled the response. All units, stand by. Clearance overrides are in place. You're green across the board. The seconds stretched. Aaron recalled the countless times he'd refused frontline missions, always sitting out when the stakes climbed too high. But this was different. People on both sides of the dimensional tier were dying by the hour. Gaius couldn't sit it out again. Dropping warhead in T-10 seconds, he announced. He felt the jet lurch as he engaged the payload release. The bay doors opened, the bomb slid free, dropping toward the glowing maw of the portal. In those heartbeats before it reached the other side, the portal pulsed, as though sensing its final challenge. Then it was gone, swallowed by the green void. Instantly, the portal flickered and collapsed in on itself, like a dying star imploding. The sky quaked, sending ripples through the atmosphere. Aaron steadied his jet against the shockwave and banked hard northward, hoping the blast set off no secondary reactions. He couldn't risk the bomb reversing course. If the portal fragmented, the warhead might detonate in midair, raining destruction on the city. Below him, the Lord's Resistance Army militants skulking around Central Park fled in terror as the ground shuddered and the air rippled with displaced energy. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then the aftershock settled. The ominous green glow was gone. In its place hung an eerie calm over Manhattan, no twitching rifts, no cross-dimensional fire. Aaron exhaled, even though his mouth was sealed by the helmet. He tapped the mic. Central, this is Gaius. Portal collapse confirmed. I'm pulling out now. Roger that, came the terse reply. Get back to the carrier ASAP. He flipped the throttle and rocketed toward open sky. For the first time in his career, Aaron felt exhilaration, a rush of purpose he'd never known. He'd risked everything, and it had paid off. But as the city receded below him, he couldn't shake a question echoing in his mind. If he'd returned, surviving the blast and the blackout zone, what would Nick Fury's reaction be? Would he really offer Aaron a place on the team, or brush him off as another lunatic willing to die for headline glory? Up here, hurtling back to the helicarrier, Aaron didn't care. He'd made the choice to see this through. Whatever came next, he knew one thing with absolute clarity. When the call for heroes rang out, he would answer it, even if it meant risking his life one more time. Aaron slammed into the driver's seat and cranked the power to maximum. With a flick, he cut off all communications and burst into uninhibited laughter. He'd planned to abandon the third system objective altogether, but fate had just dropped an unexpected opportunity in his lap. A nuclear bomb, the single most devastating instrument ever fashioned by humankind. Public magic was out of the question, and he'd sworn Loki to a pact forbidding him from using sorcery on the battlefield. But a warhead of this scale? It could level an entire city, rivaling the forbidden spell he'd once unleashed at half strength. Exactly the kind of destructive force he needed. Through the windshield, Aaron could see Chitauri soldiers pouring from the swirling portal. Their numbers couldn't be more than 5 digits, No invading army would wager its entire fortune just for Loki's cause. But one well-placed nuclear strike was like casting a massive net over a school of fish, and a guaranteed 4-digit payout in magic points. He felt a thrill run through him. Call! He drew a steadying breath, squared his shoulders, and tapped the earpiece clipped to his collar, ready to set his plan in motion. The comm link crackled to life. Everyone, can you hear me? Tony's voice was sharp, strained over the din of distant explosions. I hear you, Rhodey replied, his tone cool. A volley of Chitauri plasma scorched the ground at his feet. We're a little tied up here. Let's make this quick. Give me 1 minute, Tony said. Just hold tight. By yourself? Steve's voice cut in. Would you prefer a parade? Rhodey shrugged over the comm. I'm coming solo. Tony's sigh was almost audible. Fine, it would have been better if you'd shown up sooner, but it is what it is. Another man won't turn the tide now. You'd be better off staying out of this. I'm on my way anyway, Rhodey said. Air support? Clint's voice came from an elevated sniper's nest. We'll need Fury to reroute the helicarrier if we want to catch a break. Rhodey hesitated, then spoke carefully. Heads up, there's a nuclear bomb on that plane. Tony froze. A nuke? Seriously? Did Fury? It wasn't just Fury's call, Rhodey cut in. The council ordered it, and if I hadn't taken down the pilot in time, we'd already be looking at ground zero. Politicians, Tony muttered. They'd break a Titan's wrist just to show they can. Steve's voice was quiet but firm. Are you absolutely sure you got the right guy, and that device is secure? Silence fell for a moment before Rhodey responded. I'm sure. This is dangerous, Aaron warned, eyes narrowed. Natasha Romanoff didn't flinch. I don't take risks lightly, she replied, already gripping the Mind Scepter. Then you'd better hurry. She glanced at her earpiece. Dr. Selvig's almost finished calibrating the portal device. We've got, at most, 3 minutes to shut it down. Aaron's brow lifted. Relief and gratitude washed over him. If they delayed even a minute longer, everything could collapse. Luck, he thought, smacking his lips, was on their side, at least for now. He slipped a tiny vial from his ring and downed its contents in one gulp. This time, he muttered, it's foolproof. Moments later, their fighter jet roared over the city. Through the cockpit's reinforced glass, Aaron spotted the shimmering blue rift tearing at the sky. Beneath it, Steve Rogers and Thor battled in perfect sync, Captain America's shield deflecting energy blasts, while Mjolnir summoned lightning. Nearby, the Hulk barreled through an assault of tracer fire, roaring defiantly. High above a crumbling skyscraper, Hawkeye picked off enemy drones with pinpoint arrow shots. From the cavernous maw, a slithering Leviathan, Iron Man erupted in a blaze of flame and sparks. And on the rooftop of Stark Tower, Natasha stood tall, the Mind Scepter pulsing with raw power. Aaron exhaled slowly. He tightened his grip on the controls. All right, he said. Here we go. This won't be easy. But this is the price we pay for choosing to be heroes, Aaron murmured, tightening his grip on the joystick. Under the watchful eyes of his squadron, he rolled his fighter and surged into the glowing blue column of energy that shot skyward from the cosmic Rubik's Cube, straight toward the portal. Ahead, in the inky expanse of space, a gargantuan battleship loomed, its bulk blotting out the nebula behind it. By comparison, the helicarrier beside it seemed no larger than a Quinjet. More than a dozen Leviathan beasts circled the warship, their colossal forms drifting through the void. Aaron swallowed hard, stifling the thrill racing through his veins, and thumbed the red launch button. The nuclear warhead ejected from his bay and sped across the blackness toward the enemy vessel. In an instant, a deafening roar tore through the void. An immense fireball engulfed the battleship as the bomb detonated, its blinding light illuminating the surrounding darkness. A shockwave of pure destruction rippled outward, incinerating everything in its path. The Leviathans, once fearsome guardians of the ship, disintegrated into motes of cosmic dust. Wow! Crackled his wingman's voice over the comm. Aaron allowed himself a triumphant grin. He lifted his phone, snapped a quick photo of the smoldering wreck, then straightened his fighter's nose and set a course back to the portal. Mission accomplished. He stood a dozen kilometers from the massive Chitauri mothership, far enough that Tony's fission bomb hadn't touched it. But he didn't linger on the spectacle of destruction. He only wanted a trophy. Below, the alien soldiers collapsed in waves, as if someone had yanked the power cord on a great machine. Even the Leviathan beast shuddered, stumbled, and fell. "He did it," Steve Rogers breathed, sliding down onto the twisted hood of an abandoned car. Relief washed over him. Tony Stark peered at the HUD in his helmet and cracked a grin. "Our plane's through the portal. It's ours." "Miss Romanoff," came the calm voice of Lieutenant Aaron over the comm. "You may close the portal now." Natasha Romanoff shut her eyes for a moment, then answered, "On it, Doctor." She leapt onto the adjacent rooftop, clutching Dr. Eric Selvig's modified scepter. Selvig gave a firm nod. "Aim for the nexus point at the top of the energy field. Insert slowly." Natasha raised the crystalline-tipped rod toward the shimmering tear in the sky. With a precise thrust, the scepter's tip breached the barrier of pure blue energy and plunged into the machinery beneath the Tesseract's housing. The power conduit sparked and died. In an instant, the brilliant azure beam winked out. The swirling gateway trembled, roared once, then snapped shut like a closing door. Above them, the sky cleared. Aaron guided his fighter jet down to Stark Tower's rooftop and set it down with practiced ease. On the street below, the last of the Chitauri lay motionless in the dust. Steve pushed himself up. Tony clambered out of the jet, visibly exhilarated. Natasha slid the scepter back into her belt, and Dr. Selvig simply stared at the now quiet sky, as if he could hardly believe the war was over. They'd barely stepped off the plane when Aaron strode straight up to Natasha and Dr. Selvig. Without preamble, he asked, "It's done, right?" "Yeah," Natasha replied, her voice tired but steady. "It's over." Aaron held out his hand. "Then give me my things back." Natasha's eyes widened in alarm. For a moment, she looked as if she might confess to hiding something. "You mean my gun and the defensive charm?" He nodded. "Yes, I nearly forgot about them." With a heavy sigh, Natasha unclasped the gleaming silver pistol from her belt and slipped the white moonstone bead off her wrist. She handed them over reluctantly. "Here's only one bead left out of 8, Aaron observed, an amused twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Not exactly fair, since they weren't yours to begin with." Natasha looked away, shame coloring her cheeks. "I'm sorry," she murmured. "They were consumed so quickly in the fight. Without those beads, I don't even want to think how many times I would have died." Aaron's expression softened, just slightly. "I figured as much. But you didn't try to keep them all for yourself, did you?" She shook her head earnestly. "I swear the other 7 were destroyed in battle." He gave her a skeptical glance, but said nothing more. Instead, he turned to Dr. Selvig and greeted him with a nod. "Long time no see, Doctor." "Dr. Selvig." The voice hit him like a shockwave. He forced a stiff smile and swept his gaze over the ruined skyline. "Can I have a moment alone?" Aaron shook his head, his expression gentle. "Doc, none of this is your fault. If you need to point the finger, blame Nick Fury." He paused, then leaned in, voice low and earnest. "Now that the device is stabilized, can we take the Tesseract out? I can't shake the feeling it shouldn't be sitting in there." Selvig checked the containment unit's readouts one last time. "It's safe. It won't activate on its own." "That's a relief." Aaron's shoulders relaxed as he opened the panel and lifted the glowing cube into his hands. He studied its pulsing light as though it were an errant child. "Mission accomplished. This needs to go back to Asgard, not stay here on Earth." Natasha stepped forward. "I'm pretty sure Fury agrees with you. No human agency has the power or the responsibility to guard something like that." Aaron nodded, setting the Tesseract carefully on the floor. Its blue glow cast long, eerie shadows across the rubble. "I'm heading inside to rest. Keep an eye on it for me, will you?" He scooped up Abe in one arm, a small, trembling form, and strode into the wrecked building. Inside, Loki lay crumpled on the floor, faint moans escaping his lips. The air around him shimmered with residual magic, and Selvig's heart tightened as he watched the fallen god. He took a steadying breath and stepped forward, ready for whatever came next. Aaron stared at the panel in disbelief, then dragged a chair over and sat down. He could barely contain his excitement. He had to see exactly how many magic points he'd earned in the last few minutes. System, open the mission panel. On the glowing display, the completed tasks and their rewards appeared. Capture Loki. Reward, 1,000 magic points. Status, completed. Retrieve the cosmic cube. Reward, 1,200 magic points. Status, completed. Stop the Chitauri invasion. Reward, 1 point per Chitauri soldier, 100 points per Leviathan. Kills, 2,760 soldiers and 17 Leviathans. Total reward, 4,460 magic points. Status completed. Claim rewards now. A confirmation message blinked across the screen. Success! You have received 6,660 magic points. Aaron couldn't help grinning. I love that number, he said, running a hand through his hair. With this haul, he'd saved himself at least 2 or 3 years of hard work. System notification. Host, if you spend another 2,620 magic points, pushing your total past 50,000, you'll unlock a system upgrade and receive a mysterious gift package. Aaron's eyes lit up. He'd nearly forgotten about this milestone, and he had a strong feeling that the upcoming reward would prove invaluable. 2,620 points? No problem, he said, grinning. But it's not exactly the best time to go shopping. Let me just pull up my personal panel first. Certainly, honored host. Aaron rolled his eyes at the system's overly formal tone. Yet when it came to upgrades, he was all business. Chapter 7, The Aftermath. Aaron Gaius studied the floating interface with a satisfied grin. His magic reserves now stood at 16,361 points in body and 16,361 in spirit, for a grand total of 32,722, an impressive leap courtesy of his once-in-a-lifetime talent. Every day it awarded him +4 magic points, +2 to his physical core, and +2 to his mental essence. Below his stats, the list of belongings, a magic carpet, Captain Jack's compass, the prophecy book, the pensieve, the icebox, gleamed reassuringly, and at the bottom the tally read, magic points, 8,722. With his goals already forming in his mind, Aaron tapped the screen closed. 10 minutes later, the group regrouped in the manor's main chamber. Loki, disheveled and bruised, hauled himself from the battered pit at the center of the floor. He paused to take in their faces, Saul's measured calm, Tony's cool patience, the steely determination in Aaron's eyes, and let out a crooked, rueful smile. I could really use a drink right now, Loki drawled, pushing himself to his feet. Be my guest, Tony replied nonchalantly. Don't worry, we'll have plenty more opportunities to show off. Aaron frowned, stepping forward. Everyone, could I have my things back? Tony rolled his eyes and reached up to unbuckle 2 glowing moonstone bracelets from his wrists. He held them out to Aaron with a smirk. Here, these aren't for sale, are they? Aaron slipped the cool stones back onto his own wrists and nodded gratefully. Thanks. Saul cleared his throat, folding his arms. All right, Loki. Now that you're upright, how about some explanations? Loki chuckled low and shook his head. Plenty of time for that. But first, he glanced at a dark corner of the room. I need that drink. With a casual flick, he vanished into the shadows. As the echo of Loki's departure died away, the crackle of lingering magic hung in the air. Aaron exchanged glances with Saul and Tony. This skirmish was over, but the real war was only just beginning. I'll pay 100 million per stone, Tony said, sliding a data slate across the conference table. Rhodey raised an eyebrow. You've already got a suit of stealth armor, Tony. Why do you need these moonstones? Armor's great, Tony replied, but it's not infallible. Besides, I want one for Pepper too. You get the idea? Sure, Rhodey said, nodding. Just wire the funds to my account afterward. Consider it done. Clint Barton leaned forward, placing 3 shimmering moonstones on the table. That's all I could find. I'd have grabbed more, but I'm not exactly swimming in 100 million apiece. Rhodey waved a hand dismissively. Doesn't matter. You've earned far more credit than Natasha ever did. He glanced at Steve Rogers, who shifted uncomfortably, the bruises on his forearms standing out against his pale skin. Cap, you said you returned all 6 defensive beads I lent you. What happened? Steve cleared his throat. Well, only one of them actually broke. And the other 5, Rhodey pressed. Steve straightened, pride and awkwardness mingling on his face. I used them to save people. Did you see the footage of you battling the destroyer? In the final seconds, you threw those beads to shield civilians from the Chitauri bombardment. Rhodey let out a low whistle. So you're telling me you handed out 5 shields and only 1 got lost in the blast? Steve managed a small smile. Exactly. Steve leaned against the marble pillar in the bank's lobby, trying to steady his breathing. He glanced at Aaron, who was tapping his foot impatiently. We've rescued 2 hostages here and freed 3 more in the office tower. So... Aaron cut him off with a sharp look. So you lent out those weapons I gave you? His voice was tight with disbelief. I'll get them back, Steve said, meeting Aaron's gaze. I promise. Aaron ran a hand through his hair and let out a frustrated sigh. A promise? What guarantee do you have? I loaned you 28 defensive magic weapons. 4 of them came home. Let's not even mention the 3 that never showed up at all. And now you've gone and passed 5 more on to strangers? Bold move. Steve's shoulders slumped. They were used to save lives. Aaron sneered. I know you think you were doing the right thing, but these weapons are the fruit of my hard work, and I didn't give them to you for charity. Must feel pretty good to play benefactor, huh? Steve opened his mouth to argue, then fell silent. Deep down, he'd do it again in a heartbeat if it meant saving people. But he couldn't deny Aaron had a point. Chapter 773, The Gift of Fate Lost, Avenger from Another Time and Space, Part 1. Aaron narrowed his eyes at Steve, who stood there looking abashed and unable to speak. He was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses when a calm, computerized chime sounded in his mind. Mission update. Recover the 5 moonstones left outside. Each reclaimed moonstone grants plus 100 magic points. No penalty for failure. Do you accept? The reminder snapped Aaron back to reality. He pressed his lips into a wry smile and waved Steve off. You've already got plenty, Captain. Let's drop it this time. Steve drew a steadying breath and squared his shoulders. No, I'll find those beads myself. And I won't borrow from you again. Aaron gave him a small, awkward nod of understanding. Before either of them could say more, Natasha's voice cut through the quiet. S-Yield commandos are on their way, she warned, holding the psychic scepter aloft. Its gemstone pulsed with inner light. They intend to confiscate this. At that moment, the elevator doors dinged open, announcing their arrival on the top floor. An elite S-Shield strike team filed into the vault's antechamber. Captain Brock Rumlow gave a curt nod. We've got this, he said, voice low but confident. Natasha Romanoff stepped forward, the mind scepter glinting in her hand. She handed it carefully to Agent Jasper Sitwell. You're in charge of secure transport. Be extremely careful. Agent Patton, hovering nearby, added with a note of warning. And don't even think about using it on yourselves. Brainwashing with this thing isn't a joke. Rumlow lifted the lid of a reinforced crate and eased the scepter inside. Understood. He turned and began loading the other artifacts, among them the cosmic cube, before snapping the box shut. I'll oversee the search and rescue effort from here. On the command channel, Steve Rogers' voice crackled to life in Rumlow's headset. Captain, I'm heading out now. I'll coordinate rescue teams on the ground. He picked up his shield from its rack, slung the strap over his shoulder, and strode off. From just inside the vault's entrance, Loki's voice rang out in a perfect imitation of Steve's calm authority. I'll be directing the search and rescue teams. Will you just... Thor strode over and clamped a gauntleted hand over his brother's mouth. Enough, trickster, Thor growled. Loki's eyes gleamed with mischief behind Thor's fist, but he fell silent. In a hidden observation chamber beneath the city, 2 figures stood before a shimmering monitor, its display flickering with arcane symbols. Aaron's brow furrowed as he studied the readout. Do you feel that? He whispered. Abe inclined his dragon-like head, scales rustling. Yes, 2 distinct presences, but one of them matches the signature of Tony Stark. Impossible, Aaron murmured, rubbing his chin. No, it can't be just a signature. It's the man himself. Abe's eyes glowed faintly. Fascinating. 2 identical Stark profiles emerging simultaneously. We must meet them. Now? Aaron asked, uncertainty in his voice. Abe shook his head. Not yet. Give it time. We'll move when the moment is right. Their chamber slipped back into shadow as they watched the heroes above, the mystery of 2 Tony Starks and whatever plans lay behind their dual appearances, waiting silently to unfold. They came here in secret, so they didn't want anyone nosing around. And why this particular location? Aaron's gaze drifted to the heavy container cradling the cosmic cube. That's obvious, he said quietly. What are you talking about? Tony strode up. You coming with us for dinner or hanging back here alone? Aaron rolled his eyes, rose from the table, and stepped into the waiting elevator. Moments later, Thor and Tony returned, flanking Loki and carrying the cube's protective case. A half-dozen agents armed with live rounds bringing up the rear. Hold on! Hulk's thunderous voice cracked the air as he stomped toward the elevator doors. Hey, big guy, what's the— Tony and Thor lunged to restrain him. Ooh, heavy for this thing, right? Go take the stairs. Yeah, Thor added. Don't even try it. With a deafening clang, the doors slid shut just inches from Hulk's outstretched fist. He let out a furious roar, denting the steel panel with a single punch, then stomped off muttering, "Stairs suck. I hate stairs." About a minute later, the elevator chimed open. Aaron led the group out, Loki between him and Tony, the cosmic cube secure in its case. But as they reached the exit, a fresh obstacle appeared. A line of sharply dressed agents, suits dark as night, blocking the doorway. "Excuse me, where are you heading?" the middle-aged man at the front asked, his gaze flicking over the group. "Lunch, and then back to Asgard, I presume?" Behind him, a sharply dressed agent stepped forward. "Alexander Pierce," he said. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. "That would make him S.H.I.E.L.D.'s new Secretary General," he explained. Pierce nodded and leveled a look at Thor. "That prisoner belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. now. I'm taking custody." Thor's grip tightened on Mjolnir. "Loki can only be tried by our father, Odin," he replied coolly. He'd witnessed firsthand the chaos Loki had sown in the palace atrium. He wasn't about to let him go free. "He's not leaving, regardless of what your so-called Secretary General thinks." Pierce's lips thinned. "You're also going to hand over that box. It's been S.H.I.E.L.D. property for 70 years. Give us the box, Stark." Pierce demanded, folding his arms. "I really don't want to debate chain of command," Tony shot back, stepping protectively in front of the small metal case. "You may have all the clout in the world, but legally—" "Cut the legalese and give it here," Pierce barked. "Legally." Without another word, Pierce lunged for the case. Tony braced himself, and the two men locked hands in a fierce tug-of-war over the box. Suddenly, Tony's eyes went wide with surprise. He gasped, staggered, then crumpled to his knees. The metal case slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the floor, the latch popping open to reveal the glowing red core beneath. Blue light pulsed around Tony's arc reactor in frantic strobing waves, bright one moment and almost fading the next, as he slumped forward, unmoving. Pierce pushed through the crowd, his voice cutting through the panic. "Stark, clear back. Give him room. He's seizing. Get some fresh air and call for emergency medical now." A uniformed guard snapped to attention. "First aid! Somebody! First aid over here!" Aaron shot the guard a sideways look and shook his head inwardly. The prosthetic makeup was flawless, but the voice was exactly like Tony's. Couldn't he at least sound like a real security pro? Then again, no one else seemed to notice. All eyes were fixed on Tony Stark as he lay twitching on the floor. Thor knelt beside him, concern etched into every line of his face. "Tony, wake up! Is it the reactor? Breathe, deep breaths." Before anyone could move, a sudden clang echoed through the room. A silver-white box shot out of Tony's suit and slammed against the far wall, skidding across the polished floor. The guard lunged forward, scooping it up instinctively, and made for the nearest exit. But the door never got a chance to close. With a deafening crash, the Hulk burst through, towering and enraged. In a single massive motion, his green hand swatted the guard aside like a rag doll. The box tumbled free, flipping open as it hit the ground, and the glowing cosmic cube rolled out, coming to rest at Loki's feet. Loki's breath caught in his throat. He'd sensed something was terribly wrong, but he hadn't known how to warn them. Now the cube lay there, pulsing with raw power and tempting him beyond reason. Loki paused at the edge of the chamber, his dark eyes flicking toward the small, geometric object resting on the pedestal, the cosmic Rubik's Cube. A slow, crooked smile tugged at his lips. With that cube in hand, he could tap into its space-folding powers, slip through the universe's cracks, and vanish before the prison guards even knew he was missing. Fate itself, it seemed, was offering him an escape. He bent to snatch it, but before his fingertips closed around the cool metal, a hand darted in. Aaron, the self-styled second prince, lifted the cube with a theatrical flourish, as though holding a priceless relic rather than a hastily scavenged artifact. Loki's grin faltered. "Your Highness," Aaron drawled, inclining his head. "Is this what you were after?" He tucked the cube under one arm, his tone light but his gaze sharp. "Funny. I thought you might have more discretion." Loki rolled his eyes, the motion almost imperceptible in the low light. He'd learned long ago that no one trusted his motives, not even his own allies. If he ever let slip his plan to use the cube, they'd lock it away or destroy it. So he said nothing, merely turned away with a huff. Aaron shrugged and set the cube on a nearby console where it pulsed softly with latent power. "All right then," he murmured. "We'll keep it between us." He glanced back at Loki. "Trickster or not, you're still welcome to join the rescue." Loki's green eyes narrowed, but he gave a curt nod. At that moment, Thor's booming voice echoed through the chamber. "Stark, wake up, man. Stay with us." Tony Stark lay motionless on a reclining medical table, his face pale beneath the arc reactor embedded in his chest. The heroes had fought tooth and nail to bring him here after the final showdown, but his heart had finally given out. Now seconds felt like hours. Thor stepped forward and laid Mjolnir gently across Tony's thorax. He closed his eyes in concentration, summoning the raw, electric might of the storm. A crackling blue glow danced along the hammer's head and arced toward the reactor's casing. At first, nothing happened, but then, with a low hum, the reactor's glow snapped back to life, bathing the room in its familiar, pulsing cerulean light. Tony coughed once, sharply, and his eyelids fluttered. He inhaled raggedly, looking up at Thor as if seeing him for the first time. What the? Thor smiled, relief flooding his face. "Easy, Stark, you're safe now." Loki crossed his arms, glancing at Aaron, then back at the revived genius. Inside, he felt the thrill of opportunity and the sting of obligation, warring for the upper hand. The cosmic Rubik's Cube waited, and with it, the promise of freedom. But first, they had a world to save. Tony stared at the glowing cube in his hand, breathing hard. "I still can't believe it worked. This is crazy." Aaron leaned back against the workbench, smirking. "Neither could I." Tony looked around, realization dawning. "Where's the box?" Aaron produced it from behind his back, a dark metal case that once held the Tesseract. "Here." When the fight broke out, it got knocked clear across the room just as the Hulk was barreling down the stairs. Lucky for us, neither the Tesseract nor Loki took any real damage. "Give it here," Tony said, holding out his other hand. "That's shield property." Aaron raised an eyebrow. "Gaius, you know full well that the cosmic cube legally belongs to Asgard." Thor's hammer lay on the table between them, and Director Pierce hovered nearby, arms folded, refusing to back down. Aaron sighed, shrugged, and slid the cube from Tony's palm into his awaiting glove. "Sort it out yourselves. One last friendly tip, Heimdall's all-seeing eyes track everything that happens on Midgard." Ignoring Pierce's scowl, Aaron nodded once and walked out, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. Minutes later, Tony sat behind the wheel of his sleek black car, the cosmic cube secured in a reinforced case on the passenger seat. Next to him, Gaius Marcus, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Asgardian liaison, stared glumly at the cracked pavement of a deserted alley. Neither man spoke. Outside, distant sirens wailed through the night, foreshadowing the political storm that was sure to follow. Tony's jaw tightened. "We have a delicate negotiation ahead," he murmured. Gaius looked up, his face pale in the dashboard glow. Understatement of the century. Together, they slipped further into the night. The Way, Tea of Worlds, both human and Asgardian, resting squarely on their shoulders. Steve dropped lightly down the stairwell, landing with his shield on one arm and a strange glowing scepter in the other. "Captain!" Tony's voice crackled over the comm. "Sorry, we've got trouble." A man in a scarlet uniform leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Trouble? You have no idea." Tony frowned. "What happened to you?" Before the man could answer, a thunderous roar echoed up the stairs. In the next instant, the Hulk barreled into the landing and flung the red-suited newcomer across the room. He crashed against the opposite wall in a shower of plaster. Dazed and rubbing his head, the man groaned, "My skull's still ringing." Tony winced sympathetically until they all heard a calm voice from above. "You three, how about lunch?" They froze, looking up into a softly lit mezzanine. A man stepped forward, cradling a small child in his arms. He wore simple clothes, nothing like a uniform or armor, and his smile was warm, almost disarming. He set the boy, Abe, gently on the floor and studied the group. "I recognized two of you immediately. Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and you?" He fixed the red-suited figure with a curious glance. "Scott Lang," the man replied. Aaron Gaius, as he introduced himself, pulled out a small notebook and scribbled Scott's name. "Fascinating," he murmured. "Which time period do you three hail from, or is there another purpose behind your interdimensional jaunt?" Steve exchanged a wary look with Tony before stepping forward. And you are? With a measured chuckle, Aaron Gaius snapped the notebook shut. Aaron Gaius, and my lineage, he added with a hint of pride, is rather singular in the grand scheme of things. If you don't recognize me, there's only one explanation. You're from another timeline. The three time strangers exchanged worried glances, at a loss for words. What brings you here? Aaron pressed on. Loki's scepter? The Tesseract? He paused, studying their reactions. Why collect those two artifacts? Have they been destroyed in your future, forcing you to chase them through time? What kind of disaster would push you to risk temporal travel just to retrieve them? No, it must be more than that. You're here to change the future, and Loki's scepter and the Tesseract are key to your plan. Am I right? Scott threw up his hands. Bingo. Tony leaned forward, brows knit. But judging by how drained you all look, this isn't your first time jump, is it? Only once so far, one traveler admitted. One more trip, and we'll have what we need. Tony tapped his chin, curiosity shining in his eyes. So can you tell me what actually happens in your future? I'd love to know. Scott glanced at Aaron, then shook his head. We really shouldn't. Steve folded his arms, his brow furrowing. The moment you learn what's going to happen, you change it, and that could ripple through both time and space. Aaron's lips curved into an easy smile. Trust me, you don't have to worry about that here. The figure my ancestors called Gaius simply doesn't exist in your universe, so our timelines are already set on very different paths. But before we go any further, let me properly introduce myself. He paused, as if savoring the moment. I'm Aaron Gaius, a traveler from another world. Tony's eyes shot open. Wait, another universe? You're not from around here? No, Aaron said, shaking his head. My lineage first crossed into this cosmos countless millennia ago, and then again 1,000 years back. Those early travelers performed extraordinary feats, establishing peace, nurturing advancements. So by comparison, this universe has enjoyed a far calmer history than yours. But that stability comes with its own complications. There are powerful beings, entire civilizations, even enigmatic artifacts here that would have vanished in your timeline. In short, while our universes share echoes of similarity, they're not carbon copies. Even the smallest deviation can set two worlds on wildly different courses. Steve exchanged a glance with Tony. So you're saying no matter what you learn about our future, it won't necessarily apply here? Exactly. Aaron nodded. Our world's histories may parallel one another in places, but they constantly diverge. That divergence is both a blessing and a curse. It keeps me from flat-out predicting your fate, but it also means you're free to forge your own path without unintended fallout from my knowledge. Tony leaned back, processing the revelation. All right, he said slowly, let's hear more about this universe of yours, and what brought you here in the first place. At first glance, the difference may seem insignificant, just a tiny change here or there, but over time, small deviations build on each other, and before you know it, you're looking at major disasters. That's why I want to learn about the future, to avoid tragedies and regrets before they happen. I realize you might not trust me if I say I have no selfish motives, so feel free to ask about calamities that are already fixed in history, events you can't alter in your own timeline. If I'm in a good mood, I might even help you tweak the outcomes. In any case, your universe won't end up any worse off than it is now. And if you're willing to trust me, you can ask about anything else too. I'll see to it that you're rewarded here. Tony rubbed his temples. All right. So you're saying that no matter how boldly we act in this universe, it won't ripple back and change our future? Exactly. Scott's eyes lit up. Then we can scrap the stealth approach and go for a full-blown heist. Is it too late to turn back the clock and steal the cosmic cube now? Tony exhaled slowly, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. I'm afraid it is. The future we knew has already shifted. Right now, nobody even knows where the cube is. Then our first order of business, Scott said with a grin, is to track down that cube. Steve pressed a hand to his chin, his brow furrowed. Even if we could snatch the cube right now, we have to think long-term and move carefully. Sorry, Gaius, but we've got pressing business. No time for storytelling. Aaron leaned back in his chair, a sly grin on his face. Looking for the cosmic cube, are we? You might be missing the bigger picture, and time is not on your side. According to Tony's plan, Thor was supposed to escort Loki back to Asgard after lunch, but they had a little incident, and I doubt they're in the mood to eat now. Thor might swing by Jane Foster's place before leaving, but by then you'll have missed your window. Scott's eyes went wide. You're saying Thor could already have the cube back in Asgard? Then the next time it resurfaces on Earth, it could end up in Thanos' hands. We'd never stand a chance. Tony tapped his fingers on the tabletop. This isn't a minor detail. This is the crux of the problem. Can we take this somewhere more private? Steve drew a slow breath, steeling himself. Thanos, that's who's really behind all of this. He's the one who's ruined everything we care about. Chapter 774, The Snap That Erased Half of Life, and What May Come Next, 1/2. Is Thanos really that powerful? Aaron raised an eyebrow, his voice cautious. Did he truly defeat every Avenger? Tony exhaled slowly, pressing his lips into a thin line. All of us. He literally threw an entire planet at me. We didn't stand a chance. He won, and then, with a single snap, wiped out half of all living creatures in the universe. That's horrifying. Aaron's breath caught. He took a moment to compose himself. So you three have traveled through time and space to find a way to stop him, or even to reverse the snap. Steve's gaze was steely. Thanos is dead. Now our only goal is to bring back everything he erased. Aaron nodded. His eyes dropped to the sleek alien scepter in Steve's hand. You two are counting on that scepter. And what was it called? The Cosmic Cube? It's more accurate to say we're using the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. Tony corrected. At the birth of the universe, 6 Infinity Stones came into existence. Space, reality, power, soul, mind, and time. The scepter carries the Mind Stone, and the Space Stone is sealed within the Tesseract. Steve shifted the scepter slightly, the gemstone at its center glowing with a soft, pulsating light. With these 2 stones, we can bridge time and space. But it's only the beginning of what we need to set things right. Aaron swallowed, absorbing the weight of their mission. Half the universe had been lost. Now, armed with 2 of the most powerful artifacts ever known, the remaining Avengers were determined to undo what had been done, and if possible, restore every life that had been taken. Thanos raised his gauntlet, its 6 Infinity Stones blazing with raw power. In a single dreadful instant, he snapped his fingers, and half of all life in the universe disintegrated into ash. The little boy I'd been watching was there one moment, gone the next. I stood frozen, helpless. I couldn't save him. My condolences, Aaron said quietly, resting a hand on my shoulder. Why would he do it? I asked. Why destroy half of all life? He believes it's the only way to restore balance, Aaron explained. He thinks the universe's resources can't support so many beings. By wiping out 50%, the survivors will thrive, and the strain on the cosmos will ease. A powerful madman, I muttered, and now he's succeeded. Scott stepped forward, determination blazing in his eyes. But we have a chance to undo this. If we can gather 6 more Infinity Stones, we can snap again and bring everyone back. That sounds hopeful, I said, though doubt gnawed at me. Why not just find the stones here in our own time and space? Even if Thanos still has them, surely he wouldn't destroy them after he used them, right? Aaron's face went pale. That's the worst part. He won't need them anymore once he's balanced the universe. He's not a benevolent dictator. He'd hold on to that power forever. We fell silent, the enormity of the task pressing down on us. 6 stones, 6 chances to restore countless lives, and somewhere out there, the most dangerous madman in the universe was waiting. We found him afterward, but by then he'd already used the Infinity Stone's power to destroy itself. He died in the process, and in doing so plunged us into utter despair. Tony let out a mocking laugh. That's brilliant, Aaron said, clapping his hands. He set his own course, then burned every bridge behind him so no one could follow. Love him or hate him, you have to admit the man's will and cunning were extraordinary. Scott stared at him, incredulous. How can you stay so calm? Aren't you terrified of what comes next? What if you're one of the half that gets wiped out? Aaron shrugged, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. Not in the slightest. My greatest accomplishment is the child I brought into this world. The Gaius Bloodline isn't subject to the universe's cruel laws. Even if Thanos were to erase half or all of existence, my lineage would endure. Besides, our universe is far more tangled than his. Gathering all 6 Infinity Stones won't be a walk in the park, and he can only hope to succeed by playing the long game. He leaned back and tapped his temple. Trust me, he'll need more than power to pull this off. What does boil mean? Be patient. Wait until every other strong opponent who might stand in his way is gone. Aaron's calm declaration stunned the 3 of them into silence. But knowing Thanos' famous patience, it suddenly made perfect sense. Let me guess, Aaron continued. Thanos didn't dare set foot on Asgard to hunt for the cosmic cube until after Odin died, right? They exchanged glances, speechless. Aaron nodded as if reading their thoughts. Odin was the god king of Asgard, an unbreakable shield. As long as he lived, Thanos would never risk an invasion. But once he was dead, well, come on, the so-called mighty Thor, Thanos didn't even take him seriously. You're right, Steve admitted with a nod. But Thor isn't a fool. Even with all 6 Infinity Stones, Thanos nearly lost an arm to Thor's axe. My axe? Aaron tapped his chin thoughtfully. That tells us something important. Mjolnir isn't eternal. One day, it's going to break. Scott gaped. You know that too? How could you possibly? It's simple, Aaron interrupted with a half shrug. Thor is utterly devoted to his hammer. As long as Mjolnir exists, he'll never choose another weapon. But once it's gone, well, his record shows us he's capable of adapting. They sat in stunned silence, each grappling with the implication. If Thor's greatest treasure could shatter, what hope did the heroes of Earth and the rest of the universe have against a foe like Thanos? Even if Thanos succeeds in gathering all 6 Infinity Stones, his fingersnap could only affect beings below the celestial tier. Each stone embodies one of the 6 cosmic laws: power, space, time, mind, soul, and reality. United, they form an artifact capable of reshaping a single universe. But that doesn't automatically elevate Thanos to universal caliber power. He can only channel each law to a limited degree, and wielding such a monstrously potent device puts an immense strain on his body. Remember when we went after him? Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. His entire arm was crippled by the backlash. That proves my point. He can't tap into those laws without paying a heavy price. And frankly, I have no worries. I'm confident I'll reach celestial status before Thanos ever finishes his collection. Suddenly, the roof exploded inward. A massive green form hurtled through the ceiling, scattering concrete and steel. Amid the dust and rubble, Banner's calm voice rang out from within the hulking frame. I've secured the Time Stone. What about the rest of you? Wait, who are all these people? Aaron stepped forward, eyes wide. Dr. Banner? You've got Hulk's body and Peter's mind. What kind of fusion is this? Tony shot Aaron a wry grin. Banner, this is Dr. Aaron Taylor. He's been helping us on the multiverse protocols. Banner blinked, brushing dust from his shoulder. Nice to meet you, Doctor. Now about that next stone. Tony turned to Bruce and gave him a quick rundown of Aaron's identity and the wild theory that they might be dealing with someone from a parallel universe. I know it sounds crazy, he admitted, but hear me out. Bruce Banner frowned. This is a lot. Aaron chuckled softly, stepping forward. You think that's something? What's really extraordinary is that in this universe, you're my favored one. Bruce blinked. Excuse me? Aaron's grin grew gentle. The favored one is a title bestowed by the gods on those who believe in themselves without reservation. I'm not a god yet, but I've walked this path farther than even Thor. Tony folded his arms. All right, but why me? Aaron turned to Bruce. Because here, I helped you solve your Hulk problem. I reached into your heart, gave you the chance to confront the Hulk face to face, and guided both sides toward understanding. That's how Banner and the Hulk found peace. Bruce's holders relaxed for the first time in ages. Whatever the cost of this revelation, at least it sounded like it had worked. Banner surveyed the war-ravaged landscape, his expression softening. If this were really happening, I might have agreed to sign up. Of course you would, the stranger said with a smirk. I'm always generous to those I care about. I even signed a contract with him myself. Banner managed an uneasy smile and then turned to the others. How about you 3? Did your mission succeed? Tony sighed, running a hand through his hair. We did get the cosmic cube, but I ended up on the receiving end of a Hulk smash, and it slipped away. So you failed? Tony and Scott exchanged guilty looks before hanging their heads. Steve stepped forward, voice low but firm. If nothing else, the cube has made its way to Asgard. Banner's eyes narrowed. Then what do we do now? Is there any way to get it back? Scott snapped, frustration flaring. No. That was our one shot. Once whoever controls the cube uses it, it'll be gone forever. And without all 6 Infinity Stones, it's useless. We don't get do-overs. We can't teleport back. We each have only a single vial of PIM particles. One shot at this. Understand? Silence fell as the weight of their situation settled over them. With the cosmic cube out of reach and time running out, the Avengers faced their toughest decision yet. Aaron cleared his throat, stepping into the workshop. Sorry to interrupt. What particles are you talking about? Tony glanced up from his workbench. PIM particles, he replied, frustration creeping into his voice. Why do you even care? Aaron offered a sly smile. What if I could help you locate the cosmic cube? Tony and Steve exchanged excited glances. You can help us find the cosmic cube, Steve asked, leaning forward. My ancestors once forged a treaty with Asgard, Aaron explained. Last year, I traveled there via the Bifrost Bridge. I know of an interdimensional corridor that links Earth directly to Asgard. Scott, who'd been pacing impatiently, slammed his hand on a nearby table. Where is it? Aaron held up a finger. I'll tell you, if you give me something in return. Remember what I said. I want a glimpse of the future. Nothing too extensive, just enough to include PIM particles. Tony rubbed his chin, then nodded. All right, we have a deal. He looked over at Steve and Scott, whose faces betrayed their hesitation. This universe isn't ours. Sharing a secret passage to Asgard won't harm anyone. Aaron already proved his worth by saving Banner. If he can alter Banner's fate here, he can help us with the rest. We've lost too much. This is our only shot. I must bring that child back, Aaron declared, voice calm but insistent. And Barton, Clint Barton, must have his wife and children returned to him. Steve Rogers frowned. Barton? I didn't even know he had a family. Aaron's expression softened. He did. Then Thanos snapped his fingers and wiped them out. Barton's been alone ever since. How tragic, Aaron murmured, leaning forward. Perhaps it's better to rescue them all at once. He exhaled deeply. My original promise stands. I can restore their lives here in this universe. Everyone except Dr. Bruce Banner, of course. The moment he signed our contract, fate's wheels began to turn. Now, who goes first? I do, Steve said, raising his hand without hesitation. There's something you need to know about S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander Pierce, Nick Fury's superior, is actually one of Hydra's top leaders. Rumlow and Sitwell report directly to him. In truth, Hydra has controlled S.H.I.E.L.D. from the inside for years. Aaron chuckled, retrieving a small notebook from his space ring and jotting down notes. Fascinating. I'll pass that along to Fury, officially, of course. He's the only one with the reach to act on it. If anyone crosses me, though, casualties will follow. He closed the notebook with a snap. Go on, Mr. Rogers. Steve's gaze turned distant, his voice low. Bucky is alive. Who is Bucky? Steve took a steadying breath. Ames Buchanan Barnes, Bucky, was my best friend in World War II. He was captured by Hydra decades ago, brainwashed into their Winter Soldier, and during that time he was forced to kill Tony Stark's parents. Aaron shrugged, unimpressed. That means nothing to me. I don't care about your grudges. Steve winced. I already met this universe's Steve and, well, we fought. He knows Bucky is alive. Aaron paused, then gave Steve a thumbs up. Not bad. Steve pressed on. If you ever meet him, please tell him what really happened to Bucky. He's a victim of Hydra's mind control. He can still be saved. That depends on my mood, Aaron said with a cool smile. Next. Tony set his jaw. My turn. In my future, I build Ultron, an AI that goes rogue and nearly destroys us all. If you can, stop me before it ever happens. Aaron studied Tony for a long moment. Tony Stark, you were the first person I met in this universe. You've already helped me plenty, so I'll give you some advice. Tony forced a grin. He won't listen, though. I know myself. Aaron chuckled softly. We'll see. Even if we fail to stop him, Aaron said, the fallout shouldn't be too catastrophic. Tony Stark leaned forward. Let's hope you're right. Bruce Banner cleared his throat. Any other insights? Tony tapped his fingers against his helmet. In the future, I'll meet a kid named Peter Parker. He's incredibly gifted and unfailingly upright. I didn't push him hard enough, and Steve Rogers cut in. I'll make a note of that, Tony. Don't worry. Tony brightened for a moment before his expression turned serious. One more thing. If you ever cross paths with a guy called Star-Lord, give Give him a good slap for me. We had Thanos cornered, practically had the gauntlet off, when that idiot managed to wake up. Steve raised an eyebrow. I'll do my best. That's it, Tony said, waving him off. No more warnings. Aaron turned to Banner. All right, your turn. Banner offered an awkward smile. Me? I don't really have a future prophecy, at least not one that matters. Since I'm now your designated ally in this timeline, I'm hoping nothing dramatic happens to me. Aaron shook his head. I'm not asking about your future. I want to know about the Time Stone. It's still on Earth, in New York. Who's keeping it? And how did it end up there? Bruce's expression sobered. The Time Stone has been under the protection of the Sorcerer Supreme at Camartage all along. My plan was to find Dr. Strange and retrieve it, except I ran into his master, Master Wong, instead. She said Strange wouldn't return for another 5 years. Only then would I go to Camartage and bow before the Ancient One. At first, she refused to hand over the Time Stone. But when I told her it was Dr. Strange himself who'd willingly given it to Thanos, she changed her mind. After all, he's the greatest Sorcerer Supreme. He must have had his reasons. Tony paused, a tense half-smile curling the corner of his mouth. That bastard Strange. He must have scoured every branch of the timeline and decided to sacrifice the Time Stone at exactly the right moment. Scott Lang's brow shot up. So we're all just playing into his plan? Even the time heist we pulled? Tony ground his teeth. Pretty much. I should have seen it sooner. Strange saw over 10 million possible outcomes with that stone, and only one of them ends in our victory. Unless the Time Stone fried his brain, he arranged everything to make sure we follow that single winning timeline. Chapter 75, Surviving Odin and the Ancient One. Scott's Unexpected Adventure, Part 1. If you look at it another way, Steve said, exhaling as he recovered from his momentary shock, this is actually good news. It means that however this plays out, we come out ahead. Tony rubbed his chin. That's true, but in this parallel universe, we still don't have the cosmic cube. I have no idea if it even shows up in this timeline. Steve raised an eyebrow. You mean something's gone wrong? Aaron shook his head. The future is full of uncertainties, Captain. Steve gave him a reassuring nod. Don't worry. I promised I'd help you get the cube. But he trailed off as Aaron whispered a string of names under his breath. Camartage, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, Dr. Strange. A flicker of light danced in Aaron's eyes. It's fascinating. This world's always had its own magical protectors, far more powerful than I am. More powerful than you? Tony leaned forward, intrigued. You mean the Sorcerer Supreme could outmatch you? I'm talking about the Ancient One, not Strange, Aaron corrected him gently. If my history is right, she'd already passed away by the time Thanos invaded Earth. Tony whistled low. So in this reality, the Ancient One preceded even Dr. Strange, and she's been gone for ages. That could explain why we've never heard of any meddling with the cube. Steve tapped his shield. Then our job is twofold. Find the cube, and make sure these other mystical players don't tip the balance against us. Aaron's eyes narrowed with determination. Exactly. We have to tread carefully. Underestimating anyone in this world could cost us everything. Tony cracked a grin. All right then, team. New mission. Secure the cube, dodge the sorcerers, and keep an eye out for any ancient mystics popping up. Sounds like a walk in the park. Steve smiled wryly. Let's just hope this park doesn't have any dragons. As the Avengers geared up to plunge into this mystic-laced reality, one thing was clear. Surviving Odin's power was going to be the least of their worries. That's it. I was right, Aaron said, a smirk curling his lips. Thanos has been scheming to claim the Infinity Stones for ages, but the Space Stone lies in Asgard, and the Time Stone rests in Camartage. He can't afford to cross either Odin, the All-Father of the Gods, or the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Odin's divine might is unrivaled. Even wielding all 6 stones, Thanos wouldn't outmatch him. And the Ancient One is a sorceress of incomparable skill, fiercely protective of the Time Stone. If Thanos wants it, he'd have to march straight into Camartage himself. He paused, eyes glinting. Fate's a cruel trickster. Thor and Strange both showed extraordinary promise, but they encountered Thanos before they'd fully come into their powers. In true Thanos fashion, stubborn and relentless, he moved to eliminate every potential threat the moment it emerged. Silence fell over the room. Finally, Dr. Donovan cleared his throat, adjusting his glasses. Well, that does make us seem rather incompetent, he muttered, the corners of his mouth twitching in exasperation. Dr. Bruce Banner leaned forward, his expression grave. Aaron, this information is vital, at least to me right now. I owe you something in return. Aaron glanced away, uncertain. Thanks. Is there anything else you need? Banner prompted. After a moment's hesitation, Aaron asked, Does the twilight of the gods count? Banner raised an eyebrow. I'm all ears. Odin warned me that after his death, Asgard would face Ragnarok. Banner's lips curled into a rueful smile. Funny you should mention it. There was a time when Hulk was meant to permanently take over my body, but that never came to pass. Here's the real kicker. Once Odin died, his eldest daughter broke free. Aaron's eyes widened. Hold on. Odin had a daughter? Banner nodded solemnly. Hela, the goddess of death, and Thor's sister. Odin kept her existence a secret until the day he fell. Aaron let out a low whistle of astonishment. No way. That's incredible. Banner's tone darkened. Her power was unstoppable. She laid waste to Asgard, and Thor lost an eye trying to stop her. If Surtur hadn't been resurrected and ultimately obliterated, Asgard itself, we would all have fallen to Hela's wrath. For a moment, the two men sat in stunned silence, the weight of that lost history settling around them like a shroud. We crossed paths with Thanos during our escape, Aaron began, his voice low. He slaughtered half of Asgard's people, killed Loki, and claimed the cosmic cube. Twilight of the gods, Aaron sighed, eyes distant. This is far more complicated than I ever imagined. I'll make my decision when the time comes. Odin's coercion still weighed on him. He owed the Allfather a monumental favor, and he had no idea how he could ever repay it. Tony Stark leaned forward. What was that you said? Aaron waved him off. That's not your concern. He turned instead to Scott Lang. Mr. Lang, you're up. Scott flushed and scratched the back of his neck. Oh, me? I'm nobody special. I don't. Anyone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Steve, Bruce, and Tony is far from insignificant, Aaron interrupted, extending a hand toward the others. Scott took a shaky breath, rubbing his palms together. I'm going to jail, for the second time actually, to repay some unscrupulous investors I swindled. If nothing changes, I'll be looking at 3 years behind bars to make things right. Aaron studied him. So you want me to stop you? Scott shook his head, determination shining through his uncertainty. No, I regret what I did, but I have to own up to it. My conscience won't let me rest otherwise. 3 years in prison isn't the worst fate I can imagine. Scott leaned back, a wry smile on his face. Honestly, I had a pretty good run. People respected me. After I got out of prison, I crossed paths with Hank Pym, and that's when everything changed. I got this suit on, and the gears of fate just started turning. Aaron raised an eyebrow. So you went from being a thief to a superhero by accident. That's one hell of a resume. Exciting doesn't even begin to cover it, Scott replied, his eyes lighting up. This suit can shrink me down to the quantum realm or blow me up to dozens of meters tall. It's pretty wild. Aaron leaned forward. But what about the Pym particles? Did Hank Pym ever recover them? Scott nodded. He not only recovered them, he invented them in the first place. Pym particles let you access the quantum dimension where time itself flows differently. We used that principle to build a time machine and cooked up a plan to hijack time and space. The catch? Half of Hank's life essence got wiped out during the process, and the stash of Pym particles he left behind, enough for exactly one trip through time, no more, no less. Aaron ran a hand through his hair. Just one shot? That raises the stakes even higher. Scott shrugged, a mischievous glint in his eye. Hey, no pressure, right? Aaron offered Abe's hand a gentle squeeze. I think I've got it now. Without the cosmic Rubik's Cube, the mission is a total failure. Scott leaned forward, urgency in his voice. So can you still take us through that space tunnel? Aaron shook his head. I've changed my mind. Scott's frustration boiled over. You can't just go back on your word. Easy, Scott, Aaron replied with a calm smile. Gaius will honor his promise, but I've devised a better plan than a one-way trip to Asgard. Steve sat up, intrigued. What's your plan? Aaron's eyes gleamed. We've already got the means to traverse time and space. Why settle for just one prize when we can seize two? For the last 70 years, the cosmic cube has been on Earth, and so have Pym particles. If we pinpoint a moment when both exist at the same location, we can replenish our PIM supply and secure the cosmic Rubik's Cube in a single operation. Tony's face lit up and he snapped his fingers. That's perfect. There was a classified military facility in New Jersey that housed both items under heavy guard. That'll be our target. As soon as he finished speaking, Tony's face fell. No, my memory's fine, but this is a parallel universe. Who knows how different things will be here? Steve turned to Aaron. This was your idea. Can you tell us exactly when we arrived? Aaron ran a hand through his hair. I'm sorry, I've only been on this Earth for 2 years, and I still know less about it than you do. But there is a backup plan. We go straight to Hank Pym. The team exchanged looks, then Steve, Tony, and Bruce all focused on Scott. He was the only one who had ever met Hank in this reality. Scott brightened as if on cue. Perfect. It's me again. I guess I'm destined to leave a mark on saving this world. Steve met his gaze. It's your choice, Scott. Scott's face tightened. I can't go to Hank. If I do, I risk completely derailing my own path here. What if Thanos of this universe snaps his fingers and I never become Ant-Man? Then there won't be another chance to set things right. For a moment, everyone was silent. The stakes had never felt higher. Hank won't buy it. He'll think we're just after his work. He's a stubborn old coot with a terrible temper, and ever since I started dating his daughter Hope, he's barely tolerated me. That makes sense, Aaron chuckled. All right, then, stay out of sight so we don't mess with the timeline any more than necessary. I'll go talk to him myself. I'll do my best to convince him, but I'll need some solid proof to show him so that he actually hands over the PIM particles. Scott hesitated, brows knitted. Well, if you'd prefer not to, forget I brought it up. I'll try my own luck, but I can't promise anything. If I fail, I'll escort you to Asgard instead, and whether you ever find the cosmic cube after that is pure chance. One more thing, though. You'll have to sign a contract. If you get caught, it's on you. You won't be able to name me or reveal the secret passage. Silence fell. Their faces darkened, and one by one they exchanged uneasy glances. Scott's terms were harsh, but they had little choice. Scott clenched his fists under the mounting pressure. After a long, shuddering breath, he finally said, Okay, I'll get you the evidence you need. Good, Aaron replied crisply. Bruce Banner looked around, uncertainty in his eyes. So, what now? We just wait here? First, come back to my place, Aaron said, and whatever you do, don't touch anything you shouldn't. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. And how exactly do we get there? By taxi. Aaron paused, then let out a soft sigh. He lifted his right hand and traced an arc through the air. In an instant, space rippled, colors swirled, and a sleek blue door materialized. This is my own spatial magic, he explained. Nothing like what the masters of the mystic arts use. Now hurry up before anyone notices. The four of them exchanged a quick glance, then stepped through the portal together. On the other side, they found themselves in a bright, cozy living room, Gaius's infamous Pepsi house. Aaron strode over to a built-in cooler, popped it open, and pulled out trays of exotic snacks and vibrant drinks. He set them on the low table and gestured with a grin. Help yourselves. These specialties are nearly impossible to find in your universe. Steve Rogers ran a hand through his hair, his expression tense. Snacks can wait, he muttered. We've got evidence to track down. Be patient. You're not running out of time. Aaron smiled as Bruce Banner reached for a biscuit. In this world, Aaron was the one calling the shots, and Bruce made sure to stay on his good side. One wrong move, and Aaron could always decide to make things difficult. Bruce said around a bite, eyes lighting up. These are delicious. I'm glad you think so, Aaron replied, pride evident in his tone. Now, the rest of you should rest and recover your strength. Scott, let's have a word. He motioned toward a quieter corner of the dining room, where a small table stood ready. And if you don't mind letting the others in on what you know about Hank Pym, feel free. Scott Lan. G gave a quick, uneasy glance at the others, then rose. Sure, let's go talk. They slipped away to the private table. Aaron seated himself, leaned forward, and steepled his fingers. All right, Scott, I need Hank Pym's address, and any evidence that'll convince him to hand over the Pym particles. Scott shifted in his seat, his expression awkward. Well, Hank only started paying attention to me after let's just say I borrowed a few things from the Vista building. It wasn't exactly a smash-and-grab robbery. He trailed off, waiting for Aaron to press him for details. I settled into the metal chair opposite Scott Lang, folding my arms. His eyes darted around the empty warehouse, as if expecting Hank Pym to burst in at any moment. "All right, let's cut to the chase," I said. "You say you stole Vista's backdoor security files and funneled the money back to those people they'd ruined. Because Vista's defenses were so advanced, you got flagged by Hank Pym, and he even negotiated shaving your sentence down to 3 years. Why should I take any of this at face value?" Scott opened his mouth, then closed it. He ran a hand through his hair. "Look, there's one thing about Hank that might convince you," he began. "He's clung to the hope that his wife, Janet, survived in the quantum realm." I leaned forward. "Go on." Scott swallowed. "She did. We actually brought her back." I snapped my fingers. "That's the smoking gun I need. How on earth did you rescue her?" He hesitated. "I can't just blurt out the method. If I reveal exactly how we did it, we might disrupt the timeline, and if Janet doesn't return, Hank and Hope will never forgive me." "You're worried about their wrath," I said. "Fair enough, but when the time comes, you'll give me the details." Scott sighed, tension easing out of his shoulders. "Okay, but remember, that's the quantum realm we're talking about. It's not just another dimension. It's dangerous." I smiled. "Trust me, I know exactly what I'm risking." With that, we both fell silent, aware that the real storm was still ahead. Scott paced back and forth in the lab, frustration written all over his face. "Magic's incredible," he said at last, "but none of this matters if we don't know where the entrance is. You need Pym particles to cross over." Aaron leaned against a workbench, arms folded, a sly smile tugging at his lips. "Actually, I don't need Pym particles." Scott ground to a halt. "Wait, what?" "I practice transformation magic," Aaron explained casually. "With enough magical energy, I can change my size at will, shrink down or grow big. It might be risky for someone untrained, but for me, it's simply a matter of willpower. If you don't believe me, I could demonstrate, say by turning you into the size of an ant." Scott's eyes nearly popped out of his head. No demonstrations, please." "But is that even safe?" Aaron shrugged. "Safe enough, I guess. But honestly, I'm not keen on exploring the unknown. I know my limits, my weight, my magic. The quantum realm? Nobody really knows what dangers lurk in there. So unless you want me to volunteer as your magical guinea pig, just tell me what we're up against." Scott nodded, his expression growing serious. "Hank built a quantum tunnel, a gateway into the quantum realm. He traced it using the quantum signature imprint Janet left in my mind. During my fight with Darren, I accidentally entered the quantum realm and became quantum entangled with Janet. That entanglement let her transmit the tunnel's coordinates back to me. With that information, Hank was finally able to locate and open the portal." Aaron let out a slow breath. "All right, a quantum tunnel it is. No Pym particles required. Let's just hope whatever's on the other side is worth the risk." Chapter 776, Tracking Hank Pym and Searching the Wizard's Mansion, Part 1. Snap! Aaron snapped his little notebook shut and slipped it into the space ring at his waist. "The information you've given me is invaluable. I'm confident I can persuade Dr. Hank Pym, back in his own time, to supply ample Pym particles and even pinpoint the cosmic cube's location." "That's fantastic," Scott Lang said, relief washing over him. Aaron turned to face him fully. "Mr. Scott, I have another proposal for you. I intend to reward certain allies in this universe. Would you consider becoming one of my favorites?" "Me?" Scott blinked, genuinely taken aback. "Are you talking about me?" Aaron smiled faintly. "Yes, you're just an ordinary man, talkative, far from extraordinary, but you do possess admirable qualities." Scott forced a grin. "Sounds like a compliment. So, what's the price of becoming your favorite, and what do I get in return?" "You pledge your loyalty, your faith, and ultimately your soul," Aaron replied evenly. "What you receive in return depends entirely on how well you serve me. There's nothing you need to do right this moment, but that could change." Scott spread his hands in an involuntary shrug. "I don't know if I'm cut out to be a favorite. I'm just Scott Lang, an ordinary guy." Aaron's eyes glinted. "Precisely." "All I want is a peaceful life and my daughter's smile," Scott Lang said quietly. Aaron offered a sympathetic nod. "I get it, but you, well, Scott Lang from this universe, just let the greatest opportunity of your life slip away." Scott scratched the back of his head and forced a half smile. "If you really want to repay me, then help me save someone. Go on, Aaron said. What do you need? Scott took a breath. There's a girl named Ava. She's suffered more than anyone should. The energy deep in the quantum realm, if we can access it, it could heal her. Aaron's expression turned resolute. I'll do everything I can. He stood and made his way into the living room. Everyone. He paused when he saw the 3 Tonys clustered around the snack table, stuffing their faces with whatever they could reach. They looked more like kids raiding a pantry than heroes planning a rescue mission. You guys, honestly? Aaron groaned. Tony Stark, one of them at least, wiped crumbs from his chin. Refueling, Aaron. What comes next is going to drain every last joule of energy we have. Scott rolled his eyes. Could you at least wipe the sesame seeds off your mouth first? Tony blinked and swiped at his cheek. Sesame? Must have been on those crackers. Tasted amazing, though. Aaron couldn't help laughing. All right, back to business. I'm heading to find Hank. Let's move out. With that, he strode off, determination in every step, as the others finally abandoned the snack table and followed him into the next phase of their quest. I'll be back by this afternoon at the latest. Please wait here. Bruce Banner stood up. Hold on. What if someone comes looking for you? Aaron smiled. I've put a muggle banishing charm on this shop. As long as I'm not inside, ordinary people either won't notice it or they'll convince themselves they've forgotten something important and move on. I'm not worried, Bruce said. Aaron held up a finger. Just a couple of ground rules. Stay downstairs. My private quarters are on the 2nd floor, and I'd rather you didn't wander up there. Abe will keep an eye on you. Feel free to watch TV, play cards, whatever you like until I get back. Just be patient. With that, Aaron strode out of the Pepsi house, mounted his modified enchanted motorcycle, and used Captain Jack Sparrow's compass to guide him to Hank Pym's location. Young and confident, aren't they? Tony Stark muttered. I don't know how to size him up yet, but you can tell he hates trouble and has all the spells ready in case trouble finds him. Stark, be patient, Steve Rogers chided gently. Tony Stark threw up his hands in frustration. What else can we do besides sit around and wait? Who's up for exploring the wizard's mansion with me? Bruce Banner followed his gaze and frowned. Someone is watching us, Tony. He pointed at Abe, the innocuous cat perched on a nearby column. I know you feel bad about my current form, but it's still just a cat. Cute as it is, cats don't talk, and we can't pin our hopes on someone we've known for less than an hour. We don't even know if he's friend or foe. Scott Lang rolled his eyes. He seemed to be hanging with the Avengers back in Stark Tower. Unless he's some new Hydra plant, like Secretary Pierce's whole operation, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Tony glanced from Scott to Bruce. All right, let's settle this by vote. Who's in favor of following Abe into the mansion? He raised his own hand, waggling his eyebrows at the cat, which responded with a single meow. Silence. I vote no, Scott said flatly, crossing his arms. I abstain, Bruce admitted, rubbing his temples. Tony turned to Steve Rogers, his expression urgent. Captain, this isn't just a field trip. It could decide the fate of the world. Steve studied Abe, then the looming doors of the mansion. Finally, he let out a long breath and met Tony's eyes. Okay, we go in, together, and on my signal, we proceed with extreme caution. It's not that I don't trust him, Tony said, but it's always better to be cautious. Steve looked uncomfortable, rubbing the back of his neck. We can't afford to take any chances. All right, 2-1, Tony responded, clapping his hands together. When I arrived, I used my glasses to map the layout. 2nd floor's definitely his private quarters. No need to check there. Everything else, apart from that locked studio, is open for customers. But here's the thing. He stepped forward onto the hardwood floor and tapped it lightly. There's a hidden room beneath this panel. Is that what has you so suspicious? Scott asked, eyebrows raised. If he's really on the level, why build a secret room? Tony smirked. In my book, secret rooms are just like safes. Safes usually hold gold, silver, jewelry. Secret rooms hold darker stuff, Banner said, crossing his arms. Do we really want to break in? Banner hesitated. Tony took a steadying breath. Look, this is just a precaution. If there's nothing incriminating down there, I'll be the first to apologize when he gets back. But if we find evidence he's not who he says he is, we need to know now, make plans accordingly. How do we get it open? Banner asked quietly. Tony knelt, inspecting the grain of the wood. "Give me a second." "Are you planning to batter the door down?" Scott whispered, nervously eyeing the sealed entrance. "Something like that," Tony replied with a rakish grin. He strolled over to the little Gulmaniki Neko on the counter, gave it a 90-degree twist, and with 3 soft clicks, the hidden door swung open. Beyond it, a narrow staircase plunged into inky darkness. Scott's jaw dropped. "Wow, that is way cooler than a safe." Before they could step forward, a blur of white shot across the floor and slammed into the threshold. The shadow solidified into a sleek cat. No, not a cat. Tony waved one hand in a breezy gesture. "Easy there, kitten. We're just taking a peek. We won't touch a thing." A low growl shook the room. In the span of heartbeats, the creature doubled in size, tripled, until it stood a good 3 meters tall, pure white scales glittering under the fluorescent lights. Steam hissed from its nostrils. Rows of jagged teeth filled its massive jaw. Scott's eyes went wide. "I knew this was a bad idea. I don't think we're walking out of here." Tony managed a stiff, lopsided smile. So, believe it or not, I meant my kitten joke as a compliment?" The dragon fixed him with a pearl-bright stare, rolled its eyes in slow exasperation, then lifted a single claw in a universal beckoning gesture. The message was clear. "This is no joke, fool." The 4 intruders froze at the foot of the stairs, the dragon's hot breath fogging the air. Whatever lay beyond that hidden door, it clearly wasn't meant for just anyone. Just as the group hesitated, Ob's ears twitched. He shot a fierce look at the others, shrank low, and slid aside. "Are we about to shift?" Steve asked, eyeing Abe warily. Banner chuckled dryly. Abe nodded, confirming the older man's suspicion. "Gaius must already know we're here." "So, shall we go take a peek?" Scott Lang offered. "Pretty much," Banner agreed. Exchanging worried glances, the 4 of them descended the narrow stairway into the hidden chamber. A hush fell over them, equal parts excitement and awe settling in their chests. Shelves against the rough stone walls held an odd assortment of curios: 3 peculiar masks carved from bone, a collection of antique firearms, slender wands tipped with crystal, and dozens of polished emeralds that caught what little light filtered in. Scott stepped closer. "This looks like Gaius's private vault, his personal stash of, well, everything." Steve pointed at a wide, silver basin set on a low pedestal. "What on earth is that for?" Tony shrugged, hands raised. "Beats me. But why is there only one, count 'em, one magic tome down here?" He plucked a leather-bound volume from the shelf and flicked at a speck of dust. "Put down your grubby hands." The book's cover snapped in a high, indignant voice. A painted face on its leather binding scowled at Tony. "I am the Book of Prophecies, not some garden-variety spellbook. There's a world of difference, you uncultured oafs." Tony blinked. Scott and Steve exchanged amused looks. Even Abe straightened up, curiosity piqued. Banner folded his arms, listening as the book continued to grumble about its misunderstood genius. And so, in that secret chamber beneath Gaius's keep, new mysteries, and perhaps fresh trouble, were just beginning to unfold. The torches danced along the library walls as the ancient tome before them popped open of its own accord. Runes glowed on its cracked leather cover, and a resonant voice filled the room. "I am far more advanced than any of you," the prophecy book announced. Tony Stark's eyes lit up. He reached out, then hesitated, gently sliding the book back onto its heavy oak stand. "So, you can predict the future?" "Indeed." Steve Rogers leaned forward, hopeful. "Then tell us, have we succeeded in bringing the others back?" A cold laugh fluttered from the pages. "I answer only to the Master, and your manners toward him have been less than respectful." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? I'm pretty sure there's a thin line between honesty and insult, Stark." The tome's pages rustled as if stirred by an unseen wind. "Perhaps the Master never intended me to speak to you." "We're listening," Scott Lang said, crossing his arms. "And next time, please would be a nice touch." Tony flashed a grin at Scott. "Please go on." The book creaked open again, its metal clasps clinking. "What has happened will happen again. You face a great war ahead. Victory will restore all you've lost. Defeat will cost you everything." Scott ran a hand through his hair. "That's helpful. Can you be more specific?" With a final sigh, the tome's pages snapped shut. "Your lack of proper deference to the Master binds me to this cryptic warning alone." Silence fell over the heroes as the book's echo faded, leaving them to weigh the urgency and the mystery of its prophecy. Whether you manage to decipher it or not is your concern, the prophecy book seemed to whisper, its ancient pages fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind. "Oh, great," Tony groaned, rubbing his temples. "I'm not some puzzle-solving guru." "I'll do it," he added, drawing in a long, steadying breath. For a moment he looked as though he'd woken from a nightmare, pale, tremors rippling through his hands. I think I get it. This prophecy is warning us about the space gem. We have to find it. If we don't, the battle's lost before it even begins." "Don't get carried away, Stark," Steve cautioned, but his voice carried a curious note of worry. Tony shook his head, eyes bright with urgency. "I can't stay calm, Captain. Do you realize what this means? If we succeed, if we secure the gem, we save half our lives. Fail, and the other half of us, we die." Steve stared at the open tome, disbelief etched on his face. "Half our lives? Isn't that a bit dramatic?" A low, almost amused sigh echoed from the book's spine. "Turn the page," it urged. "Behind this are photographs of the Master's most beloved family members, and artifacts the Master has never used. But touch them at your peril. Abe won't allow it. He will burn you to ashes before you even make contact." Bruce Banner, who had been standing silently to one side, stepped forward and gently tugged on Tony's sleeve. "Let's move, Stark," he said, nodding toward the door, but not before giving the prophecy book a curt, grateful nod. "Thanks for the warning." Tony snapped the book shut. "All right," he said, voice resolute. "Team assembled. Time to find the space gem." With that, they turned and strode out, each of them keenly aware that the fate of half their world, and perhaps half their very selves, hinged on what came next. After sealing the hidden chamber, the four of them sank onto the sofa, each burdened by a knot of anxiety. Abe stared at the floor, clearly upset. Sensing his friend's mood, Aaron activated his speech amplification ability and spoke directly into Abe's mind. "Hey, don't be so down. It's only natural they'd be suspicious. I wasn't completely sure of them at first either, but they came through. If you want to let them visit, go ahead. Just make sure they stay away from my equipment." Once the mental call ended, Aaron checked the small tracking device in his hand. It led him on a winding route for more than half an hour until he arrived at a lone villa tucked into a quiet cul-de-sac. He parked his motorcycle, slipped the compass back into his jacket pocket, and pressed the doorbell. Ding-dong. After a moment, the door opened to reveal a lean, silver-haired man wearing round spectacles and a neatly trimmed beard. Aaron cleared his throat. "Dr. Hank Pym?" The older man's eyes narrowed. "Who are you, and why are you here?" He studied the stranger intently, clearly having no recollection of him. Aaron offered a respectful nod. "Forgive my abruptness. I'm Aaron Gaius. I've come to request a favor, specifically 4 vials of Pym particles. It's urgent." Hank Pym threw his head back and laughed, a cruel sneer twisting his lips. "I don't know where you picked up those rumors," he said. "Just because my name's Hank Pym doesn't mean I've got," he waved a hand dismissively, "moo particles in my skin. Now, get out of here before I call the police." He moved to shut the door, but a slender hand shot out and caught the frame. The intruder's voice was cool and measured. "Dr. Pym, are you sure you want to send me away?" Pym bristled. "Absolutely." With a firm push, he closed the door. Aaron Olson stood just outside, less than an inch from the wood. He took a step back, shrugged, and called out, "Fine, but I came here to talk about Janet." Hank yanked the door open so abruptly it banged against the wall. His expression was all business now, every trace of mockery gone. "What about Janet?" Aaron's eyes were steady. "Your wife, Hope's mother." He let the words hang in the air. Pym's pupils dilated, his breath hitched. "Who sent you?" "Not Darren," Aaron replied, watching him carefully. "I haven't even met your protege. A man in red and black clothes. He's the one who asked me to find you." Pym's jaw worked. "That's impossible," he managed, though his voice betrayed his doubt. Aaron met his gaze unflinching. "You'd better believe it." Aaron waited until Hank's glare softened before continuing. "He knew you wouldn't believe me, so he asked me to tell you everything about your wife." Hank's eyes narrowed. "All right, tell me, who is he?" Aaron hesitated, then shook his head. "I can't say." Hank sprang to his feet, fists clenched. "You think I'll swallow that? Darren Cross is already desperate to crack my molecular formula, trying to recreate the Pym particles. Do you expect me to believe your spinning me some fairy tale. Aaron raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. No wonder he calls you a stubborn old man, he said quietly. I would be too in your shoes. But listen, because this is the truth. He's the second-generation Ant-Man. He's from the future. He's traveled through time and space to get here. Hank laughed, a hollow, mirthless sound. Great. Now the lies get even more entertaining. Before you dismiss me, Aaron pressed gently, you should know what happened to Janet. He paused, studying Hank's face. During her last mission, she shrank herself down to the subatomic level to dismantle a rogue warhead. You always held on to the hope that she survived. I'm so sorry, Hank, but she didn't. Hank stared at him, as though the words hadn't fully registered. The laboratory's hum faded into an oppressive silence. He felt the floor tilt beneath him, the years of hope crumbling all at once. She's gone, he whispered, more to himself than to Aaron, and no time traveler, not even an Ant-Man from the future, can bring her back. Aaron leaned forward, voice gentle. Maybe not, but if you're willing to listen, there might still be a way to save more lives, and to honor her memory. Hank closed his eyes and took a shuddering breath. When he opened them again, they held a fierce, determined light. All right, he said. Tell me everything. Chapter 777, An Inexplicable Misunderstanding. Hank Pym froze in the dimly lit corridor, staring at Aaron as though he'd grown a second head. How do you know about this? He demanded. I haven't even told Hope. Aaron leaned against the polished metal wall, arms folded. Your partner slipped, he said simply. Hank shook his head, skepticism etched on his face. No, that makes no sense. He ran a hand through his hair, eyes flicking to the secured door at the hall's end. Yes, the Pym particle project was classified, but even the world's best spies would struggle to trace its energy signature. Darren would have had to spend a small fortune staying off the grid. Aaron rolled his eyes. Of course, you assume I'm here to steal your fortune, your precious Pym stash. Hank forced a humorless chuckle. Believe me, Aaron, I want to trust you. I want nothing more than to bring my wife back. But if you're after those particles, you're going to be disappointed. I don't have them. Aaron's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. He nodded toward the steel door. That's where you're mistaken. Hank's brow furrowed. What do you mean? In that secret lab on the first floor, Aaron said, voice low. There's an ant colony nest installed, hooked into top-of-the-line monitoring systems. Your entire research archive, experimental data, molecular scans, everything is in there, and I counted 4 sealed vials of Pym particles on a shelf. Hank's breath hitched. He took a hesitant step forward. You're bluffing. Aaron stepped away from the wall and pulled a small hexagonal case from his jacket. It pulsed with a faint blue glow. Open this. Heart pounding, Hank stared at the case, then at Aaron. Where did you get that? Aaron's eyes held a steady calm. From that same lab. You keep it locked away, but the security feed is routed through a node I tapped. Realization washed over Hank. His shoulders slumped. Fine, he whispered. They're there, but I'm not giving them up. Aaron folded his arms again. I'm not asking for them. Not yet. What worries me is who else knows. You, me, Darren. If the wrong people get their hands on these particles, well, you know the stakes. Hank swallowed hard, torn between rage and relief. At last, he met Aaron's gaze. All right, he exhaled, tension easing from his shoulders. Talk, I'm listening. The two men stood in uneasy silence, the corridor humming around them, while outside that hidden lab, the future of their world hung in the balance. If he's telling the truth, they're in bottles, and the password to the secret chamber, that belongs to Janet and Hope. Hank's eyes snapped up. Stop. Just stop talking. He ran a hand through his hair, fighting for composure. Are you really from the future? Dr. Aaron shrugged, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Dr. Pym, if you'd rather we continue this conversation somewhere more private, I don't mind moving. Hank's tension shattered, and he practically threw open the door. His relief was palpable. After more than 10 years of researching the quantum field in the desperate hope that his wife Janet was still alive, here stood a living, breathing proof that time travel existed. If Aaron held even a sliver of future knowledge, perhaps Hank could find a way to rescue Janet before it was too late. Please come in, he said, voice trembling with excitement. He ushered Aaron into the living room. Can I get you something? Coffee, tea, juice, milk, wine? And you must be hungry. It's nearly lunchtime. There's a great little cafe nearby with healthy fare and attentive service, but you're welcome to stay here if you'd prefer. He paused, glanced around at the carefully stacked journals and humming equipment, then offered his guest a seat. Even as his heart raced, Hank forced himself to calm down. This chance visit could change everything, and he wasn't about to squander it. "If you're not in a hurry, I can take you there," Aaron offered, his voice bright with sudden enthusiasm. Hank hesitated, a dry smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Aaron, I know what you're dying to ask, but I really can't tell you." Aaron's shoulders slumped. "You mean you can't, or you won't?" Hank shook his head. "If I tell you too much, we risk throwing the timeline off entirely. Janet might never return. You have to trust me. The moment will come when you know exactly who to choose and when. Deviate, and everything changes." For a long moment, Aaron said nothing. Then, with a heavy sigh, he sank back into his chair. Hank's expression softened. "We did bring her back, right? Janet is safe?" "She's safe," Aaron replied. "Good." Hank nodded, relief flickering in his eyes. "There's one more thing. Someday you'll meet a girl named Ava. She's like a ghost, trapped between worlds. When you do, promise me you'll help her. I've already asked Scott's daughter, our second-generation Ant-Man, to look out for her. The less risk she faces, the better for all of us." Aaron met Hank's gaze and gave a firm nod. "I promise." Hank took a steadying breath. "Then, Dr. Pym, shall we?" Hank Pym hesitated by the console, his brow furrowed. "Aaron, can you remind me exactly what you need these Pym particles for?" Aaron didn't bother to hide his impatience. "I'm trying to save the world, or at least our future version of it. That's all I can tell you right now." Pym ran a hand through his hair, bewildered. "You know," he said slowly, "the candidate I recommended seemed perfect to me." Aaron leaned forward, studying Pym with cool amusement. "Perfect? Come on, Hank. He's nothing more than a highly skilled thief with a brilliant mind, and if we're lucky, a conscience. Don't let a slick resume fool you. You'll make your final decision soon, and in 3 years he'll report to me. I'm warning you, choose carefully. I don't want you picking the wrong person just because he looks good on paper." "I understand." Pym forced a polite smile and stepped back. "Of course." He slipped into the hidden chamber beneath the lab and returned moments later carrying a sleek metal tray. Nestled on it were 4 slender glass vials, each glowing with that familiar crimson sheen. "These are the Pym particles you asked for," he announced, setting them before Aaron. Without ceremony, Aaron picked up the tray and tucked each vial into a reinforced pocket inside his coat. He paused, then looked back at Pym. "There's one more thing I need to know." "Go ahead." "Has the cosmic cube resurfaced at the New Jersey military base?" Pym hesitated, caught off guard by the question. The look in Aaron's eyes told him this inquiry meant far more than he realized. He squared his shoulders and prepared to answer. A single response that could shift the fate of worlds. Hank Pym stared at the swirling chrono display in front of him, brows furrowed. "They need the cosmic cube," he said slowly, "but in this era, it isn't on Earth. The only window they can target is the distant past." Aaron folded his arms, studying Hank's reaction. "The cosmic cube from Hydra?" he asked. "If my dates are right, it was stored in July 1970, alongside your Pym particles. Yet part of those samples disappeared back then." Hank froze. His voice caught in his throat. "No, you don't mean?" "It's not confirmed," Aaron said, holding up a placating hand. "But to guard against any temporal paradox, I intend to alert them, make sure they seize some of your Pym particles. How many did you lose at the time?" Hank's shoulders slumped. He ran a hand through his hair and offered a bitter smile. 4 vials, he admitted. "I thought Tony Stark was behind it, that he was trying to co-opt my technology. I was furious and resigned from S.H.I.E.L.D. on the spot. Later, no matter how I pressed him, he never owned up. I assumed he was covering his tracks. But if it wasn't him?" Aaron's expression darkened. It's possible Stark wasn't responsible at all. Silence fell between them as they contemplated the implications. If someone else had pilfered Hank's Pym particles, and if that same person was now maneuvering to seize the cosmic cube, history itself would be at stake. The 2 scientists exchanged a look of grim determination. The past had to be set right before the future was rewritten forever. Hank frowned. "What do you mean by that?" His confusion melted into disbelief. "You're saying it wasn't Howard who stole my Pym particles? It was his son, Tony Stark?" Or his grandson? Son, Aaron replied, his tone level. Humph, Hank exploded. Figures, the Starks are all thieves. Aaron shook his head. In his opinion, Hank was simply too proud to admit he'd been wrong. I'm going now, he said. Pretend you never saw me today, and don't contact me again until that ghost girl turns up. At the mention of Janet trapped in the quantum realm, Hank's expression sobered. He knew his wife's rescue hung on every decision, so he swallowed his pride and nodded. Better to wait than risk everything. Back at the Pepsia house, Aaron stepped inside and found 4 Tonys slumped on the sofa, staring at the floor. What happened? Aaron asked, arching an eyebrow. Banner sighed. We got spooked by the prophecy. Spooked, Aaron echoed with mock surprise. Well, you deserve it. Who told you to sneak into my secret lab? One of the Tonys lifted his head, eyes tired but determined. I won't lie, we regret it, but even knowing the risks, we'd make the same choice again. We can't take any risks. That's precisely why I brought you in, Aaron replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. Consider that prophecy my punishment for you. Stay on edge until the moment arrives. Steve locked eyes with him. Have you secured the PIM particles? Without a word, Aaron slipped his hand into the space ring on his finger and withdrew 4 slender vials, setting them carefully on the table. This should do it. Your mission is the cosmic cube. 4 agents together get 1 shot at it. If only one of you goes, he gets 4 tries. Tony folded his arms. And when and where do we strike? Aaron gave a curt nod. New Jersey Military Base, July 1970. Tony's brow lifted. That lines up with my intel. There's one more detail, though. You'll need to steal 4 additional vials of PIM particles from that very base. It's critical to maintaining the timeline's integrity. Scott let out a low whistle. Hank's always suspected you of trying to swipe his tech, so it really is just the 4 of us? Aaron drew Abe close and rubbed his back reassuringly. I don't know what played out in your original timeline. What matters now is that we leave no trace of my involvement, no historical point where I ever existed. They all fell silent, the weight of the plan settling over them. In a few moments, they would hurl themselves into the past, chasing one of the universe's most dangerous artifacts, and hoping they could return without fracturing time itself. Chapter X. The 1970 New Jersey Heist. All right, team, Tony Stark began, leaning over the holographic display. We're heading to New Jersey in 1970 to secure PIM particles from the old Stark test facility. There was a collective exhale. This mission was already risky enough without a time jump. Tony continued, If you want in, speak up now. Bruce, forget it. You'd never slip into a 70s military base without setting off alarms. Banner sighed. I wasn't planning to volunteer. Before anyone else could object, Steve Rogers stood and squared his shoulders. I'll go. I'm familiar with military protocol back then. Stark, we'll team up but split our objectives. You retrieve the Rubik's Cube, rumor has it how much Howard loved puzzles, and I'll get the PIM particles. Tony nodded. Sounds good. He turned to Scott Lang and Bruce Banner. You two will escort the Time Stone and the Scepter back once we're done. Scott gave a relieved grin. Easy enough. Tony glanced last at Aaron, who'd been silent until now. Anything to add? Aaron's lips curled into a cold smile as he produced a small vial of glowing golden liquid from his space ring. I can't join you, not without risking my cover. The more I move, the likelier it is someone will recognize me. Gaius has plenty of enemies in this universe. See, and before I ascend to godhood, I need to stay off the radar. So drink this before you step through the portal. You'll need it. Tony caught the vial deftly and slipped it into his suit pocket. Thanks. We'll take it from here. With their roles assigned and a plan in place, the Avengers prepared to jump through time, each one determined to pull off the mission that could save the universe. What's this? Tony picked up the slender vial, its amber contents glowing faintly. Gaius offered a small smile. The elixir of fortune. Within 12 hours of drinking it, the goddess of luck will favor you. Whatever you set out to do will go that much smoother. Tony and Steve exchanged a look, uncapped the elixir, and each took a long swallow. Instantly, Tony's eyes widened and a surge of energy coursed through him. Damn, I feel incredible, he said, cracking a grin. I could take on a freight train right now. All right, team, let's move. Steve's tone snapped to attention as he and the others tapped the dials on their watch-like devices. In a heartbeat, their casual clothes melted away and reformed into streamlined red and white uniforms. Tony flexed a gauntlet-clad hand. "Ready when you are." Steve stepped forward and addressed Gaius with genuine warmth. "Take care, Gaius." Banner gave a brief nod. "We'll see you soon." Scott flashed a grin. "Don't have too much fun without us." Tony added, "Good luck, old friend." With that, all four pressed the activation buttons simultaneously. A flash of light swallowed them, and they were gone. Moments later, Banner and Scott materialized in the future timeline, Banner clutching the time stone, Scott the mind scepter. At the same instant, Tony and Steve reappeared at the gates of the New Jersey military base, night air crisp against their suits. In the lab, Aaron leaned back in his chair and yawned. He watched the empty space where his teammates had stood and felt an unexpected flutter of relief. The first phase was underway, and finally, things were moving in the right direction. The Infinity Stones will be returned any moment now, but frankly, that's no longer my problem. System, open the mall interface. As you wish, honored host. A translucent menu materializes before me. Magic spells, star collapse, 600 MP, calls down a rain of meteors for massive area damage. Mind reading, 200 MEPs, probes and reads the target's thoughts. Extraction, 400 MEPs, drains energy, materials, and information from objects or living beings. Inferi, 100 MEPs, animates corpses into obedient, zombie-like soldiers. Psychic link, 300 MEPs, enables communication with the dead, requires tissue from the deceased to forge the connection. Materials, octopus arm, 2 MEPs, black widow venom gland, 3 MEPs, gypsophila, golden mint, 1 mil, 2 MEPs. Items, Samo Mask, 2000, summons the Shadow Troops trolls. Collect 10 masks to seize control of the Shadow Kingdom. Shiva's Temple Bracelet, 300 MEPs, grants the wearer 2 additional arms. Blood Flower, 300 MEPs, allows the user to manipulate their own flesh and blood for rapid, near-limitless regeneration at the cost of their sanity. The interface pulses, awaiting my next command. Snake Talisman, 1000 magic points, grants the wearer invisibility and the power to reappear at will. Timer, 1 magic point. Aaron straightened, eyes flicking past the magic and material menus until he landed on the Items tab. There, nestled in its own frame, was an octagonal runestone carved with a coiling emerald serpent. He didn't hesitate. Purchase the Snake Talisman. Transaction complete, host. The system buzzed. The runestone materialized in Aaron's open palm, cold, smooth, and humming with unseen power. Barely glancing at his new gift of invisibility, Aaron turned back to the empty slot beside it. Impatience creased his brow. Refresh the 12 designated talismans series. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the vacant panel glowed, and an identical 8-sided runestone appeared, this one embossed with a fierce red dragon's head. Its polished surface shimmered, as if eager to reveal its own secret abilities. Aaron's finger hovered over the confirm button. On his screen, the Dragon Talisman hovered in midair. Dragon Talisman cost 1,000 magic points, skill, explosive flame, scorching energy that embodies divine fire. Without hesitation, he tapped Purchase. A crimson talisman materialized in his hand, its runes flickering like living embers. Keep refreshing, he murmured to the interface. There's one more talisman out there. Moments later, the next item appeared. Monkey Talisman, 1,000 magic points. Skill, Metamorphic Anatomy, rewrites cellular structure to shift shape and species at will, granting complete control over one's own and others' bodily forms. A slow grin spread across Aaron's face as he studied the talisman's description. With this, his transformations would be flawless. No more half-formed limbs or unstable shifts. Traversing the quantum realm would become a breeze. He hit Purchase again. The talisman blinked into existence in his palm, humming with raw potential. Transaction complete, the system intoned. As the 12th talisman settled into place on the arcane pedestal before him, a low voice echoed inside Aaron's mind. Congratulations, host, on gathering all 12 talismans. You have unlocked the primordial demonic energy of the Fire Demon Lord as your reward. A surge of heat raced through Aaron's body, like molten lava coursing through his veins. The chamber's torches flared, responding to the newly awakened power. He closed his eyes, absorbing the roaring flame that now pulsed within him. In that moment, Aaron knew his journey had only just begun. Empowered by dragon fire, monkey metamorphosis, and the ancient demonic essence, he was ready to face whatever cosmic challenges lay ahead. The Demonic Chi series tab is always available, but because demonic chi counts as a material item, the host must first free up inventory space before new items can appear. Aaron held the 3 charms between his fingers and couldn't help but laugh. So this is what it feels like to collect all the Dragon Balls and summon the dragon. Not bad at all. System: extracting the Holy Lord's original fire energy. Aaron nodded. Proceed. In an instant, a swirling wisp of blue and purple energy coalesced around him. After tracing a few graceful loops in the air, it drifted down and settled in his palm, quivering like a loyal pet. Chapter 778, Ancient One and Mephisto, Unknown Variables Aren't Necessarily Bad, Part 1. Aaron stared at the swirling blue-purple flames dancing in his palm, a spark of triumph in his eyes. This was the origin of fire, the primal source of all flame. To absorb it was to master fire itself. Take it all, he whispered. At his command, the primordial fire surged eagerly into him. The snake, dragon, and monkey talismans flared with brilliant light, emerald, crimson, and umber hues coalescing into shimmering auras. With a soft hiss, those auras slithered and soared out of their charms, plunging deep into Aaron's chest. A contented groan escaped him as he closed his eyes, feeling his strength swell. Though his demonic energy had yet to rival the Celestial Father's, he now possessed the power of a fire demon god. Across town in a quiet park, an old man seated on a bench suddenly stiffened. His eyes narrowed in surprise, then curved into a knowing smile. He tapped his cane against the ground, rose deliberately, and set off in the direction of the disturbance. Thus the stage was set, an ancient force awakened, and a stranger drawn to its call. The game of unknown variables had begun. As soon as he took a step forward, the world ahead of him shattered like a cracked mirror. The sky flipped upside down, the ground tilted at a dizzying angle, and the walls of the building peeled away in layers, rotating like an enormous elevator. That happened so fast. The old man let out a heavy sigh, regret lacing his words. A moment later, a bald woman in yellow robes stepped through the fractured air. Her gaze was cold and unyielding. "Mephisto," she said crisply, "you shouldn't be here." He offered her a mocking shrug. "It's nothing more than a powerless projection. Don't blow it out of proportion." The mage's eyes narrowed. "Will you return to hell on your own, or shall I send you back?" Mephisto tilted his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Do you really intend to waste your time on me? A powerful demon god has broken through Kamataj's defenses and arrived in the mortal realm in his true form. As supreme mage, don't you care?" She crossed her arms, unruffled. "I know the difference between a minor annoyance and a genuine threat, and I understand why you've come here looking for him." Suppressing his grin, Mephisto's voice softened. "I only wish to warn him, as a senior, no less, that there are forces on this planet he ought to be wary of." The mage's expression remained unreadable. In that charged silence, the fractured landscape around them quivered, as though bracing for the storm yet to come. "If you don't trust me, feel free to watch my every move. I promise I won't do anything unnecessary." Guyi offered a polite smile but said no more. With a single gesture, she summoned a vast golden runic circle that sprang to life around Mephisto, locking him inside. She knew the Lord of Hell far too well. 9 out of 10 words from him were true, yet those truths always served to mask the single lie. If Mephisto really had tracked down the mysterious demon god stirring on Earth, his title as Dimension Lord gave him countless ways to ensnare that being, whether by tricking it into a contract or simply claiming it outright as a powerful new general. He could even elevate the demon to the rank of Son of Hell, a title that might shield him from the underworld's corrosive forces. Failing that, he could devour its essence entirely. A devil's soul was a prize a Dimension Lord valued at 100 times an ordinary spirit. But above all, Mephisto would seek the creature's true body. Once it materialized, even Guyi might struggle to contain such power. After all, she had more threats on her plate than just Mephisto. If disaster struck, she would be hard-pressed to face it alone. "It seems there's nothing left to discuss," Mephisto said as he stepped forward. Red flames curled around his form, cracking the earth beneath him. Torrents of molten magma burst upward, and the acrid tang of sulfur choked the air. The goal, Den magic circle at Master Guyi's feet trembled under the infernal onslaught. Burning the souls of fallen angels grants me a fleeting link to hell's power, Mephisto explained with a smirk. Guyi's brow furrowed. How generous of you, he replied coolly. Mephisto shrugged. My stock of prime souls is running thin, but if you hand some over, I'll reward you handsomely. Frankly, I'd rather avoid a fight with you, an old warhorse like yourself. Yet when the die is cast, I won't back down. At his words, dozens of snarling demons erupted from the magma and surged toward the Ancient One. Their guttural roars echoed against the crackling ground, but the golden ward flared to life, repelling the assault with waves of searing light. I'll be taking you back, Guyi announced, voice steady. He wove a complex seal with his fingers. Brilliant sigils blossomed in midair. With a thunderous roar, a colossal sword of pure white magic, its blade gleaming gold and stretching hundreds of meters, materialized from the void and swept down in a single, devastating arc. The mindless fiends were utterly powerless against its radiant might, their shrieks cut short as the blade passed through them. Wherever the sword's brilliant light swept, hordes of demons turned to ash. Mephisto, watching his infernal minions perish, slammed his staff down on the scorched ground. In an instant, a gargantuan hand of molten rock burst from the earth, clamping around the blade's hilt and wrenching it to a halt. A deep frown creased Mephisto's brow. This land was the Ancient One's domain, and even hellish power here was dampened by the Earth's primeval magic. Teeth gritted, he poured every last drop of infernal energy into that lava hand. Under his command, the molten fist bulged with newfound strength. With a horrifying crunch, it bent the golden greatsword and then swung its jagged claws toward Guyi. Calm as ever, Guyi lifted a hand and traced a complex pattern in the air. Scarlet chains erupted from his palm, coiling around the lava hand in a tighter and tighter weave. For a heartbeat, it seemed the infernal construct was held fast. Then, with a thunderous roar, the hand exploded from within. Molten shards flew in all directions, hurling sulfur-scented flames through the air. The scarlet chains snapped one by one, and Guyi's protective golden sigil, his last line of defense, wavered and flickered as the shockwave hit. Mephisto's lips curved into a cold, triumphant smile as tendrils of hellfire swirled around him, an unmistakable display of his power as a dimension lord. Ancient One, he intoned, each word resonating with otherworldly authority. Before he could speak again, a blinding shaft of light tore through the sky and struck him directly. Mephisto let out a guttural howl, his proud stance buckling under the sudden onslaught. "What do you want?" he raged, voice cracking with pain. Anger warped his features as the gentle facade of an old gentleman slipped away, revealing his true demonic form. Twin horns erupted from his brow, his skin paling with infernal energy, only for that aura to flicker and vanish in an instant. Mephisto's eyes flared with annoyance. His targets had vanished, and with them, the point of his wrath. Magic in this world is neither common nor cheap. At the dawn of creation, the great primal gods, Odin, Zeus, and their kin, drew lines around the universe's arcane reservoirs, claiming almost all the power for themselves. Mortal hands can barely touch such forces. Today, genuine magic remains a precious rarity. A sorcerer seeking truly formidable spells must forge a pact with a higher dimensional entity, borrowing its essence, and inevitably repaying that debt in full. Mephisto's preferred currency for settling debts is the soul itself. A soul restores vitality to its lender and amplifies his power, and the richer and more unspoiled that soul, the greater its worth. Some lesser demon gods will also accept mortal faith as a kind of installment plan, slowly drawing strength from the worshipper's beliefs over time, then laying permanent claim to their souls only when the mortals finally die. But most demons lack that kind of patience. They seize what they want immediately, ripping out a soul, or sometimes even a living limb, to pay off their debts. Mephisto, of course, belongs firmly to that second camp. He needs neither the fickle loyalty of worshippers nor the gradual trickle of faith to fuel his might. He already commands a vast shard of the hell dimension, and among the infernal lords himself ranks as a ruler. What he does lack, though, is generosity. Souls, he finds, are painful to consume. Each one stings, like devouring a wound. And yet, if he hopes to broaden his dominion, If he wants still more power, he must either swallow fresh dimensional fragments or swallow fresh souls. But there are no easy fragments left. The great shards of other realities were long ago seized by the ancient gods or claimed by rival dimension masters. There are no more scrap pieces for Mephisto to prey upon, none small enough to snatch without drawing the attention of an even greater force. His options are narrowing, and the price of expansion grows ever steeper. Most souls, upon death, automatically return to the goddess of death. No mortal or lesser deity yet possesses the power to challenge the authority of the primordial creator, and that's exactly why he prizes the demon god's descent into the mortal realm so highly. Only by manifesting here can the demon god wield his full might, free from cosmic constraints, and harvest the faith and souls of believers far more easily. Gu Yi, by contrast, has far fewer concerns. Her innate aptitude for magic is mediocre at best, but her true strength comes from borrowed power, and there's no penalty for putting it to use. Even better, she enjoys the patronage of last generation's greatest archmage, Ago, as well as the support of colossal figures like the Motorcycle Trinity, the Waishan Emperor, and the Eternal God. Armed with the Time Stone, she stands unchallenged. Even ordinary Celestials dare not cross her. And yet, the old borrow and repay rule utterly fails around her. Many a demon deity who lent her power later found themselves fleeced instead. When they came calling for repayment, she simply refused to acknowledge the debt. If they protested, she struck back with overwhelming force, and the weaker ones were annihilated before they could even plead their case. In Gu Yi's world, debt isn't just forgotten, it becomes a one-way ticket to ruin. Gu Yi's expression flickered with uncertainty. Mephisto sensed it, and so did the supreme mage watching from the sidelines. Between a feeble Hell Lord clone and an unknown demon god skulking through the mortal realm, the latter threat was undeniably the more urgent. Truce? Mephisto proposed, reverting to his true form as the hellish energies around him dissipated. But Gu Yi refused. With a swift series of hand seals, he summoned a pillar of golden light from the rune-carved circle at his feet. The beam struck Mephisto's clone, tearing it apart in a burst of radiance. Gu Yi, the void rumbled with rage, you will die one day. To a Dimension Lord, death was but a minor inconvenience. Mephisto could reconstitute himself the moment he gathered enough essence. What wounded him most was Gu Yi's glaring indifference. The Lord of Hell's pride had been shattered. Save your threats, Gu Yi replied coolly. What happens after I'm gone is none of my concern. Honestly, I've been considering retirement for some time. A heavy silence fell. Only the faint echo of Mephisto's fury lingered in the vacant air. After driving Mephisto back into the shadows, the Ancient One returned to the heart of Camartage. The air in the vaulted chamber still hummed with residual magic as she moved among the glowing runes etched into the floor and walls. With measured precision, she examined each ward in the temple's defensive array, but found nothing out of place. Strange, she murmured. How could Mephisto have slipped through without triggering even one of these seals? Master Modu, who had been waiting by the threshold, LD, stepped forward. Supreme Mage, you look troubled. Did the darkness breach our defenses? She paused, fingertips pressed to her temple, as if listening for some faint echo. Then she shook her head. I felt his presence, powerful, corrupt, but there was no disturbance in the wards themselves. Modu frowned. How can that be? A demon of his strength shouldn't pass unnoticed. Anything is possible, Modu, she replied quietly, her voice eerily calm. There was a subtle authority to her tone that made him fall silent and nod in acceptance. I will sense him again when he returns, he bowed. Shall I begin a thorough sweep of the grounds? No need. I will know when he comes back. You, however, have other duties. Go and stay alert. As you command. With that, the Ancient One stepped into the center of the chamber. She wove her fingers together in a complex mystic seal, and the Eye of Agamotto, a time-worn gold amulet nestled against her chest, began to glow. Its single green gemstone pulsed as though it drew energy from every second that had ever flowed. Time itself bent around her, and in the shifting light of the eye, the Ancient One prepared to journey beyond the present, through past echoes and future currents, in search of the demon god who had dared to walk the earth. Gu Yi's brow furrowed as her chronomantic sight suddenly failed her for the first time. Neither past nor future showed any hint of the devil she was tracking. Even what had seemed a fixed future flickered with new possibilities, and this stretch of time lay shrouded in a thick, impenetrable fog. Is it an artifact shielding him from detection, or the arrival of something, or someone, unexpected? Or, she whispered, a sudden spark lighting her eyes, pure, ungovernable variables. A heavy silence filled the sanctum. After a few breathless seconds, the Ancient One lowered the eye of Agamotto. She would let reality unfold on its own terms. This mysterious demon had given no sign of wishing to destroy the world, and the emergence of unpredictable variables might yet open doors to outcomes neither she nor her allies could foresee, for better or worse. At the Pepsi House, Aaron fought to contain his exhilaration. Just moments ago, arcane power had lifted him off the floor, and he hadn't expected the surge to be so intense. The escaping magic flared like a beacon across the sky, heralding the grand entrance of a new demon god, himself. Yet beneath his triumph lay a tremor of fear. He had crossed a line from which there was no going back. Fortunately, I'd set up a barrier in the store beforehand. Even if someone tried to sense me, they'd only pick up a vague direction, never my exact location, unless they happened to be standing right next to me. Not terrible luck, Aaron murmured, feeling the fortune elixir's lingering effects boost his spirits. That close call had been a sharp reminder. He couldn't afford such careless mistakes again. From this moment on, he'd move cautiously and only use magic when absolutely necessary. A calm, mechanical voice broke the silence. Host has expended 50,380 magic points in the mall, surpassing the 50,000-point threshold for a system upgrade. Initiate upgrade. Aaron paused, weighing his options. Then he nodded. How long will it take? 24 hours to complete. Very well. Before then, I'll wrap up any unfinished business. He turned back to the mall interface, scrolling to the items category where a particular listing caught his eye. Aaron stared at the two new additions floating in his inventory interface. Samo Mask, 20,500 magic points, grants the wearer the ability to summon the Shadow Troll Horde. Collect 10 masks to command the entire Shadow Kingdom. Ika Mask, 2,500 magic points, grants the wearer the power to call forth the Shadow Legion Knights. Collect 10 masks to control the whole Shadow Kingdom. With a decisive nod, he tapped buy on the Samo Mask. Instantly, 2,500 magic points were deducted from his reserves, and the mask materialized in his hand. A moment later, he repeated the process for the Ika Mask, spending another 2,500 points. As soon as both masks settled into his grasp, a dark mist of shadow energy seeped from their carved eye sockets and coalesced around Aaron. He closed his eyes and focused, drawing that power into himself. With the absorption complete, a fierce current of shadow magic pulsed through his veins, and he realized he now wielded more than half of the Shadow Kingdom's might. A faint whisper echoed in his mind. Designated Ghost Mask series refreshed. Aaron cracked a determined smile. Half the kingdom's power was his. Next stop, total domination of the shadows. Chapter 779, Nick Fury, Undercover in S-Shield, The 22 Paths to God, 1. Aaron's eyes snapped open, and the shifting vista of the Shadow Kingdom danced behind his eyelids. As always, he followed his instinct, channel a sliver of its dark dimension into the two ancient ghost masks, Samo and Ika, transforming them into potent black magic artifacts. Each mask could now summon hundreds of shadow troops at his command. He carefully placed the masks in his secret chamber, then sank onto the sofa, a broad smile curving his lips. Half a dimension, he murmured with satisfaction. I really am its master. Indeed, host, the system replied, its tone oily with flattery. Half the dimension's power is yours already. The remainder will be under your control soon enough. Aaron's grin faded as he considered the shadow's oppressive aura. The Shadow Kingdom is powerful, yes, but it's far too bleak. When I ascend to godhood, I'd rather fold that darkness into my own spiritual dimension. It will be far more fitting. As you wish, the system cooed. My primary goal is to serve the host. Should I proceed with an upgrade now? Aaron tapped his fingers against his knee, thinking. First, how many magic points do I have left? The host currently holds 718 magic points. He nodded. All of them. Convert everything into magic energy. He paused, then added, and don't forget to optimize the hardware. Over 700 points is nothing to scoff at. Gladly, host, the system purred. Upgrading now. A moment later, the hidden runes etched into the room's walls flared with new light. Aaron leaned back, letting the pulse of unleashed energy wash over him. Soon, the second half of the Shadow Kingdom would be his, and with it, the final path to divinity would open. Aaron took a steady breath and spoke into the void. Affirmative, host. Almost instantly, he felt a tidal wave of mana wash over him, the kind of power surge he hadn't known in years. His physical and mental essences both ascended to intermediate Grand Archmage. With a thought, he summoned his personal status panel. Host Anna reserves, physical 16,720, intermediate Grand Archmage, mental 16,700 Archmage, total 33,404 maybe. Talent, once in a lifetime, daily gain, +4 mana, +2 physical, 2 mental. Inventory magic carpet, Captain Jack's compass, prophecy codex, Wei Zhang's flask, pensieve, icebox. Aaron's jaw dropped. He'd been sitting on over 8,000 magic points just moments ago. Now he was back at 0. Muttering a curse under his breath, he made a mental note. Once the system upgrade completed tomorrow, hunt down the 5 missing Moonstone artifacts and restore his lost reserves. He cracked his knuckles and nodded to himself. All right. System. Upgrade now. Dear host, see you in 24 hours. The next morning, Aaron woke, washed up, and joined Abe for a quiet breakfast. They lounged on the couch afterward, flipping through the morning news on TV, when Aaron's phone buzzed with a bank alert. He glanced down and let out a short, amused snort. S.H.I.E.L.D. had finally paid him, 9 figures deposited, but only half of what he'd billed. Pathetic, he murmured, smirking. In any case, he was in a good mood and didn't mind splitting the fee with Nick Fury. Fury still owed him for past operations anyway. Aaron could always press for the balance later. Speaking of Fury, he'd almost forgotten to warn him about the mole deep inside S.H.I.E.L.D. No, to reveal the full truth about that undercover agent who'd been crawling in Hydra's ranks for decades, only to wind up director. Before he could compose the message, the office door slammed open. Captain Brock Rumlow led a dozen armed commandos into the room, rifles raised and eyes locked on Aaron. He leaned back on the couch, folding his arms, a slow smile playing at his lips. So Pierce had finally lost his nerve and sent his dogs after him. Let them come. Aaron's fingers twitched toward his holster. If Pierce wanted a fight, he was more than ready. Advisor Gaius looked up from his workstation as Agent Rumlow approached, flanked by 2 armed operatives. Rumlow offered him a courteous bow. Too courteous, Aaron thought. Excuse me, Advisor Gaius, Rumlow began, his lips curved in a teasing smile. May we have a word? Aaron set aside his tools. Is something wrong? He asked, already suspecting the answer. We'd like you to come with us, Rumlow said. He paused, drawing a sleek handgun from his holster. With deliberate calm, he removed the magazine and let each custom-made round clatter onto the metal tabletop. We tested these bullets yesterday. They're, shall we say, highly effective. We've turned a standard sidearm into a makeshift cannon. Because of that little demonstration, your level of security has just been re-evaluated. Gaius raised an eyebrow. You think I'm dangerous? He said, incredulous. If you already intend to accuse me, why the pretense? He forced himself to stay calm. As the senior science advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D., he knew the importance of keeping Nick Fury's oversight happy. His official clearance wasn't just a piece of paper, it was his only shield. Rumlow nodded as if in agreement. Believe me, Dr. Gaius, Rumlow said, slipping the bullets back into the magazine, your work on that experimental potion has been nothing short of miraculous. S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't be where it is today without it. We appreciate what you've done. Every one of us does. We'll keep you safe, and once we confirm that reproducing these rounds really is as complex as you claim, we'll release you immediately. Gaius stared at the magazine in Rumlow's hand. Before he could respond, he felt a cold click on each wrist, handcuffs snapping shut. Agents, escort Dr. Gaius to the secure wing, Rumlow ordered, his voice all business. Let's see how challenging your little bullet recipe really is. Aaron exhaled, already plotting his next move as the door slid shut behind him. Aaron gave a slow, deliberate clap, clearly amused by his own grandiloquent speech. Don't you all want to learn alchemy from me? He taunted. The catch is, this art requires innate talent. I'm happy to teach it, but you muggles simply can't handle it. Has Nick Fury been informed of this? Aaron asked. Director Fury still doesn't know this comes straight from the Secretary General. Rumlow replied bluntly. After all, Aaron Gaius was now officially part of Serpent Shield, and it wasn't yet time to sever ties. If Aaron played along, they'd send him home in full honor. If he resisted, they'd simply escalate the pressure. And Alexander Pierce? Aaron's smile turned coy. What happens if I refuse to cooperate? Rumlow shook his head and laughed softly. Mr. Gaius, you're smart enough to know there's no upside in clashing with your superiors. We've reviewed your battle footage. You're a formidable opponent if you're prepared. But right now, you're out of your depth, and you even supplied the weapons we're using. Nobody understands their potential better than you. Rumlow hovered over Aaron, his voice deceptively calm as he issued a warning. Don't make a move. If you resist, I can't promise what happens next. Aaron sighed and raised a hand. All right, he said softly. Come closer. I've got a secret for you. Still wary, Rumlow stepped forward. Aaron leaned in and whispered into his ear. Rumlow's eyes went wide, first with disbelief, then with genuine surprise. So this brilliant alchemist, he's one of us. You? Aaron pressed a finger to his lips and gave Rumlow a quick conspiratorial wink. Shh, keep your voice down. We've got company. Rumlow relaxed ever so slightly and nodded. Don't worry, we're all family here. A knowing smile crept across Aaron's face as he settled back into his seat. I thought so, he said. Mr. Pierce is getting anxious. I figured we could at least cooperate temporarily. Rumlow regarded him thoughtfully. Your abilities are far beyond anything we've seen, he admitted. Aaron waved him off with a lazy gesture. Please, compared to the cosmic cube, this little display is nothing. It was disappointing that the cosmic cube had been returned to Asgard, but at least the scepter remained in their hands, and with it untold secrets to unlock. That's true, Baron von Trapp said, folding his fingers thoughtfully. Under my direction, Hydra will harness a new level of power. Crossbones, Rumlow gave a derisive snort. I'm sure you will, Baron. His gaze then shifted to Dr. Aaron Gaius, curiosity sharpening his tone. Doctor, if you don't mind my asking, why set up a shopfront and partner with S-Healed? I need to explain it to the Secretary General, so the more detail, the better. Aaron's lips curved into a faint, unsettling smile. Not at all inconvenient. His voice dropped to a near whisper, and the air around him stiffened with quiet menace. This compound is still in the testing phase. To evaluate its true potential, I require two things: a large pool of subjects and precise, timely data. Building a covert lab in the field would be costly, labor-intensive, and always at risk of discovery. By embedding with S-Shield, I gain access to volunteers en masse and straight feedback from Nick Fury himself. Best of all, nobody will ever suspect Hydra's hand in it. Rumlow's throat went dry. He forced himself to swallow. The logic was terrifying and undeniably foolproof. Rumlow's breath caught in his throat as a chill slid down his spine. He'd encountered cruel men before, but never someone as cold and calculating as Aaron. All this time, Aaron had been running experiments on S-Shield personnel behind the scenes, all the while masquerading as a model agent. Until now, no one had suspected a thing. Wait, one of the commandos stammered, voice wavering. Does that mean we're test subjects too? Of course, Aaron replied casually. The men exchanged uneasy glances. But don't be stupid, Aaron snapped, his glare icy. Think it through. Would Nick Fury send his own people to swallow a potion if he had any doubt about its safety? He's my most trusted field tester. Fury wouldn't greenlight this program unless he was absolutely certain the formula posed no risk. And do you really think the Director General would approve human trials on his operatives without that guarantee? Rumlow hesitated, then slowly nodded. He couldn't deny the logic. Aaron leaned back, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. And as for my weapons, who's been carrying out the live-fire tests? You have. Every prototype I built, every combat trial you thought was for S-Shield, that was me gathering data for Hydra. A heavy silence settled over the group as the men realized the ugly truth. They'd been strengthening Hydra's arsenal with their own hands, all under the guise of serving S-Shield. Alchemy is an ancient, mysterious legacy I stumbled upon in those ruins, but mastering it demands tremendous resources and funding. Thankfully, Nick Fury and I struck a deal. He supplies the resources, I supply weapons to Hydra. A perfect win-win, isn't it? I understand, Mr. Gaius. Rumlow's tone turned respectful, almost deferential. Thank you for your time. We'll return at once to report this to the Secretary General. He'll be thrilled to hear that Hydra has a rising star like you. Aaron Gaius inclined his head gravely. Long live Hydra. Long live Hydra, Rumlow and his men echoed, puffing out their chests as they filed out of the Pepsi house. Aaron let out a low snort of contempt the moment the door clicked shut. A band of fools, daring to cross me. Good thing they believed every word, otherwise I'd have been forced to rewrite their memories. His assistant Abe nodded in agreement, then paused, brow furrowing. Master, shouldn't you be summoning Fox now? Aaron raised an eyebrow. Is it that time already? You did say once a week, Abe reminded him. With a casual shrug, Aaron called into the air. Fox! A sudden, piercing cry split the silence, and a brilliant flame flared to life, hovering before them. Fox burst from the hearth in a flare of embers, circled Aaron twice, then settled lightly on his shoulder. Aaron plucked the scarlet envelope bound to its leg and paused, inspecting the little phoenix's plumage. It was still crimson, but now it gleamed with strands of molten gold. Well, I'll be damned, he murmured, slipping the bird a handful of treats. What did Chin teach you? Did she actually evolve you a bit? The phoenix cocked its head and let out a soft trill. Master will learn in due course. Aaron laughed and waved away further explanation. He tore open the envelope and smoothed the stationery across his palm. As he read, his eyes brightened. Abe, who had been hovering nearby, craned forward. So, what does she say? 2 things, Aaron announced. First, there's been an alien incursion, and she wants to know if I'm all right. Second, she wants to meet me in person. I'm to pick the time and the place. Abe whooped and pumped his fist. Finally, you're meeting the mistress. When? Aaron reached out and rapped Abe on the head. She's not your mistress, you goof. Rubbing his skull, Abe shot back. You've been writing her letters for weeks. Pretty sure you two are already an item. How old are you again? Aaron grumbled, pushing Abe away. Stop acting like you know everything. You're not even 10 years old. What do you know? Abe, the young dragon, poked Aaron reproachfully with a talon. Master, aren't you getting a little too lonely? Aaron scratched the dragon's scaled head fondly. He half smiled. Apparently raising Abe hadn't been in vain if the creature fretted over him like a guardian. Honestly, I was going to postpone it, he admitted, but since you insist, let's set it up. We just need to choose the perfect time, and I have to find a few beads first. He pulled out a slip of parchment, jotted down a brief invitation, then folded it neatly into an envelope. Handing it to Fox, he said, Ask her to come next Saturday, and guide her here yourself. Should I bring Chin directly to this place? Fox asked. No, Aaron replied. Have her arrive by the usual route. Fox nodded gravely, took the envelope, and let it vanish in a flicker of orange flame. With his errands delegated, Aaron sank back into the sofa and resumed flipping through TV channels. Hours drifted by in idle distraction until at last the familiar chime of the system notification echoed through the room. Host, the system upgrade is complete, 24 hours without a hitch. Cut to the chase, Aaron said, arms folded. Where's my reward bag? I've been twiddling my thumbs all day, so don't let me down. Rest easy, host, the system replied, its tone shifting to something almost smug. You won't be disappointed. Your prize for this upgrade is the 22 Paths of the Divine. 1. Sleepless 1. Darkness 2. Warrior, Twilight Giant. 3. Corpse Collector, God of Death. 4. Spectator, Dreamer. 5. Secret Prayer, Hanged Man. 6. Reader, White Tower. 7. Sailor, Tyrant. 8. Singer the Sun. 9. Secret Peeper, Hidden Man. 10. Knower, Perfect 1. 11. Soothsayer, Fool. 12. Thief, Mistake. 13. Apprentice, Door. 14. Monster, Wheel of Fortune. 15. Arbiter, Judge. 16. Lawyer, Black Emperor. 17. Assassin, Witch. 18. Hunter, Red Priest. 19. Cultivator, Healer, Mother. 20. Medicine Man, Moon. 21. Prisoner, Bound One. 22. Criminal, Abyss. With these divine paths at your command, you hold the power to shape destinies or snuff them out entirely. Chapter 780. The Predestined God Candidates Gather to Share the Fruits. Part 1. Click, click. Aaron blinked in confusion. As recognition hit him, he couldn't help but curse. Fuck, are you kidding me? What is this, some kind of joke? He'd just been elevated to Holy Magister, one of the most formidable among the Yachin Fathers. With all the groundwork he'd laid, the artifacts secured, the alliances forged, Aaron was certain that once he drank the magic god elixir to claim the mantle of god of magic, he'd thrust himself straight into the top echelon of the Heavenly Fathers. In their world, the road to godhood is mapped out in 22 ranks, from sequence 9 up to sequence 0. By imbibing the divine potion, a mere mortal undergoes a radical transformation into a transcendent being. Sequences 9 and 8 are low-tier imaginaries. 7 through 5 are mid-tier. 4 and 3 denote demigods or saints. 2 and 1 are angels, and sequence 0 marks true godhood. Every path to godhood grants its own unique authority, but the true god of sequence 0 answers only to the Heavenly Father. Moving up from a low sequence to a higher one grows ever more complex. Each promotion demands elaborate, time-consuming rituals that make the original ascension trials look trivial, 10,000 times more difficult, in fact. One misstep, and you could wait centuries or even millennia before you achieve true divinity. Aaron wasn't blind to the power lying dormant in those alternate routes. There were 22 in all, but he was already well along the broad highway to becoming a god. He was tantalizingly close to the end of that single, straight path and had neither the time nor the patience to blaze a new trail from scratch. With a snap of frustration, he pressed his palm to his forehead and shook his head. A heavy sigh escaped him. What a nightmare. 22 paths to godhood, 22 golden mountains, and it would take ages to mine them all. Master, the system's calm voice chimed through the console. Are you dissatisfied? Aaron paused, his brow furrowing, as he stared at the softly glowing interface. Dissatisfied? No, it's just that. Well, he trailed off, both amused and exasperated by the sheer scale of the challenge before him. Had someone shown me these 22 paths to divinity 10 years ago, I would have been ecstatic. Back then, a chance at godhood would have set my heart racing. But now I am the Holy Magister, sovereign of half a dimension, and my own ascension to godhood is all but assured. These paths have come at the worst possible moment. I can't make use of them, not for a long while. It's almost laughable how inconvenient it all is. Master? A tentative voice broke the silence. The system's voice crackled through Aaron's mind. I may not have been entirely clear. The 22 paths to God you've acquired here are a special set. Each path is unique. Aaron frowned in surprise. What do you mean, unique? Explain. This upgrade package, the system continued, contains a potion corresponding to each of the 22 sequences, plus the full repertoire of rituals you'll need to perform before attaining godhood. How you distribute or employ them is entirely at your discretion. Aaron's eyes widened. So, I could hand these out to other people? Exactly, the system confirmed. You're already cultivating your own divine power. These potions, however, can not only resurrect those you cherish, but even elevate them to true gods in their own right, provided you choose to grant them the necessary sequences. Aaron scratched his head, a shy grin playing on his lips. Well, it's certainly a generous offer. I know boosting someone's sequence won't be simple. It's a massive undertaking. But just knowing I can, that's some real peace of mind. In that moment, Aaron's thoughts turned to the 6 individuals he held most dear. He could already see Hermione Granger, Fleur Delacour, and Clea Darwin lining up in his mind. 3 women who had stood by him through every triumph and trial. They, above all, would receive the paths he apportioned first. He can grant them long life, but only by elevating them to true gods can they stand faithfully at his side, free of any lingering doubts or inner conflict. Among those most deserving are Jacques Mons, Ramon Lancelot, and Naga Chatier. Through their tireless labor, unwavering loyalty, and many contributions to the construction of his spiritual realm, they have proven themselves worthy of one of the 22 paths to God. Others, like Frank and Banner, must still earn their place through future deeds and achievements. Suddenly, a crisp voice interrupted the planning session. Ahem, this system is not finished yet, it announced. His brow furrowed. What remains to be done? The host has 2 ways to assign these 22 divine paths. The first is to donate an entire path outright, nurturing its recipient until they rise as a full-fledged god. The second is more incremental. Distribute the Sequence 9 through Sequence 2 elixirs to prospective candidates. Once an individual ascends to a Sequence 2 angel, the host need only consume the corresponding Sequence 1 and sequence 0 potions to complete his own elevation, thereby becoming a true god of that path and wielding all its powers. However, the system added with a cautionary note, these sacred elixirs come at a price. Repeated use can cause physical degeneration, bouts of madness, loss of self-control, and even compelled worship of alien deities, torments far worse than any mortal trial. With that stark warning still echoing in the chamber, the host surveyed his loyal circle, calculating who among them would soon stand beside him as gods, and who would have to prove their worth first. If you lack the strength of will, you risk turning into a bloodthirsty monster. Fortunately, the host's blood can neutralize, or at least greatly reduce, those adverse effects. Aaron inhaled sharply, a thrill of ecstasy washing over him. Of course, these so-called paths to godhood weren't separate branches at all, but shortcuts along the main road. By simply channeling his power through loyal followers, he could sprint to the endgame far more easily than carving out a brand new route from scratch. 1,000 times easier. He clicked his tongue. Tsk, tsk, Tongzi, why didn't you tell me this before? The system's voice chimed in, amusedly confident. Host, you never asked? And frankly, isn't Tongzi a rather odd name for me? Aaron waved a hand dismissively. Spare me the naming debate. I'm delighted with this upgrade package, so any new functions this time? There was a pregnant pause. Regrettably none. Aaron's grin froze. What? That's on you, Tongzi. Before he could finish, the system piped up again, cheerfully out of left field. By the way, host, what kind of bicycle would you like? Silence. Aaron just stared, utterly speechless. Aaron leaned back, unconvinced. With rewards this generous, he thought, a system upgrade was secondary. Raising his voice slightly, he added, whether you add new features or not, it doesn't change a thing for me. The system's cold, mechanical voice answered, Host, please continue your efforts. To trigger the next upgrade, you must spend 100,000 magic points in the mall. 100,000 points? Aaron chuckled. That's downright greedy. With that many points, I could rival a whole universe in power. The system exists for your benefit, it replied. Magic energy is the foundation of a wizard's strength, but mastering spells, abilities, laws, and authorities is equally vital. If you aspire to godhood without flaws, you must refine your software as well as your hardware. Aaron curled his lips. Spare me the reminder. I already know that. He admitted the system had a point. Skill and knowledge were crucial, but accumulating 100,000 magic points would keep him busy until the year's end. With a faint sigh, he deactivated the interface and turned his attention to the rows of potions neatly organized in the system's storage space, studying each tier with renewed interrogation. I study the glittering list of magical paths laid out before me, each one a ladder of titles that lead to unimaginable power. Path of the White Tower, Reader, Student of Reasoning, Keeper of Knowledge, Lore Master, Master of Mysteries, Seer, Insight, Angel of Wisdom, Eye of Omniscient, White Tower. At first glance, this is the true scholar's path, made for those who live in dusty tomes, who seek to know all. It grants near omniscient sight and supreme mastery over knowledge. It feels custom-forged for Clea, who devours books the way others breathe air. Path of the Hermit, Secret Seer, Fighting Scholar, Wizard, Scroll Professor, Astrologer, Occultist, Master of Prophecy, Sage, Emperor of Knowledge, Hermit. This one, too, appeals to the academically inclined. But it adds physical trials, study of the stars, even divination and prophecy. That breadth of learning, combined with a streak of martial discipline, fits Hermione like a glove. A muggle-born mind, hungry for every secret of the magical world, would thrive as an occultist or sage. Next I consider a darker track, the Witch's Path. Assassin, Instigator, Witch, Pleasure, Pain, Despair, Immortality, Disaster, Doomsday Witch. Vila-blooded Fleur could draw power easily from such forbidden arts, but this path reeks of sin and ruin. It's too treacherous, too driven by suffering and chaos. Better, then, to steer her towards something more balanced. Path of the Archivist. Generalist, Archaeologist, Appraiser, Mechanical Expert, Astronomer, Alchemist, Occult Scholar, Teacher of Knowledge, Enlightener of Civilization, Perfecter. Here lies a perfect blend of exploration, scholarship, and invention. Fleur's Vila heritage will amplify her charm and intuition as she uncovers ancient relics, deciphers runes, and refines lost alchemical formulas. In time, she could become a true perfecter, one who restores civilizations with the light of her mind. Satisfied, I close the parchment. Paths chosen, futures set. Hermione's feet will tread the hermit's road of insight and prophecy. Fleur will build her legacy as an archivist of wonders. And for Clea, well, the White Tower waits. Aaron leaned back, a satisfied smile playing at his lips. After all, his wife was Ollivander's chosen successor, a true alchemical prodigy, and everything she'd planned was now in motion. All that remained were the 19 paths to divinity, yet untraveled. Satisfied, Aaron closed his eyes for an instant and called upon his 3 yak guardians from the depths of his spiritual realm. In an instant, 3 shafts of colored light, blue, red, and green, materialized before him, each coalescing into a distinct figure. Jacques Mons, Naga Chatel, and Ramon Lancelot. Without hesitation, they knelt on one knee, heads bowed and eyes shining with reverence. "Rise," Aaron commanded. "Do you know why I summoned you?" Ramon was the first to speak, his tone cautious. "Master, would you like an update on our spiritual world's construction?" Aaron shook his head. "That's not my primary concern right now, but since you're here, enlighten me." Naga was quick to answer. "My lord, the spiritual realm now rivals Earth in scale. The climates and landscapes of the 5 major continents are perfectly replicated. And not to mention the countless islands," Ramon interjected, shooting Naga a competitive glance. "Each with its own unique features. We've meticulously engineered the ocean floors, the currents, even the whirlpools." Jacques Mons finally spoke, voice steady and measured. "Every river's source, every mountain's peak, every detail stands ready at your command." Aaron allowed a small, satisfied nod. "Good. Maintain this level of precision. The sooner we master every detail of this realm, the sooner we can unlock those 19 divine paths." The 3 guardians bowed once more, their faces alight with devotion. As their forms dissolved back into colored light, Aaron's mind was already racing ahead, plotting the next steps on his journey toward godhood. "On top of that," Aaron said, sweeping his hand to encompass the vista before him, "every exquisite landscape and awe-inspiring marvel you've commissioned has been meticulously placed in its own realm, guaranteeing that anyone who visits will find something to delight their senses." "Not bad," he added with a pleased smile. "It seems you haven't wasted a single moment while I was away." Naga stood a little straighter, pride shining in her eyes. "Your commands are our honor to fulfill, sire. If a task is difficult, we embrace the challenge, and if it seems impossible, we simply overcome it." "Excellent," Aaron replied, nodding in approval. "Lancelot, you looked as though you had something to contribute. Speak your mind." Naga glanced at him with a teasing sparkle. "Go on. What were you just about to say? Don't hold back." Ramon chuckled and gave her a conspiratorial thumbs up. Naga's lips twitched in amusement. She knew he'd been poised to rib her before the master's praise shut him up. She shook her head, so shameless, yet so easily cowed by a few kind words. Aaron turned his attention to Jacques, whose sword belt jingled softly as he stepped forward. "Jacques, any updates from your quarters?" "Yes, my lord," Jacques answered with a respectful bow. "While the spiritual realm's architecture and defenses are all but flawless, my subordinates have noted a few concerns. And although the overall mana flow remains stable, there are minor fluctuations along the northern barrier. If left unchecked, they could draw unwanted attention." He lifted his gaze to Aaron, awaiting further instructions. "So, what's our next move?" one of the apprentices asked. "Should we keep enlarging our existing spirit domain, or strike out and create an entirely new one?" Aaron leaned back, rubbing his chin. "Let's focus on expanding what we already have. And this domain will one day serve as the heart of the entire spiritual dimension. We can't afford to treat it lightly." Another apprentice frowned in concentration. "How large an expansion are we talking about, master?" "Triple its current volume," Aaron replied without hesitation. The first apprentice bowed respectfully. "As you wish, master, but be warned, scaling it up 3 times over will demand a tremendous investment of time and energy." "I understand," Aaron said with a knowing smile. "My own strength is growing by the day, and before long, you'll each be able to channel much greater spiritual power. But that brings me to why I've called you here today. I have a reward for you." The three exchanged hopeful glances. Their master was not one to bestow gifts lightly, and when he did, it was always something of great value. "Tell us," one ventured. Aaron recounted the discoveries he'd made along the path of the divine, detailing every nuance and hidden truth. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he summoned 3 small vials that materialized on the stone altar before them. Each vial glowed with a pearlescent, silvery liquid. The apprentice's eyes went wide, their breaths coming faster. Such rare elixirs were beyond precious. They were a blessing that could accelerate one's cultivation by leaps and bounds. Eternally grateful, they bowed low, ready to accept Aaron's generous gift, and eager to prove themselves worthy of it. All 3 disciples had already ascended as spiritual stones, each having reached the pinnacle of their existence as holy magisters. Yet the true road to godhood, stepping beyond Sequence 9 into the divine realm of Sequence 0, lay tantalizingly before them. They could scarcely believe it was real. And despite the fierce longing in their hearts, none dared take a single step without their master's explicit consent. Their teacher turned to Jock, holding a small vial of pale, swirling liquid. "Jock, this is the diviner's potion. To journey from Sequence 9 to Sequence 0, you must pass through 10 stations in order. Seer, clown, magician, faceless man, puppet master, magician again, ancient scholar, miracle worker, attendant of mystery, and finally the fool. You were my first and most trusted follower. Your talent, wisdom, and integrity are beyond question. I had planned to guide you along the Sleepless One's dark path, given your affinity for shadow magic, but upon reflection, the role of soothsayer, the fool, appears a better fit for your gifts. Take this potion slowly and allow it to integrate with your spirit. Once you have fully digested it, I will provide the next elixir in the sequence, carrying you closer to the true godhood of Sequence 0. I place this authority in your hands. Use it well." Yak snapped to attention and placed a hand over his heart. "My subordinates will never disappoint their master." With that, he seized the vial on the table and drained it in a single gulp. Almost instantly his mind cleared. Astrology, card divination, pendulum reading, even the faint outlines of clairvoyance bloomed within him. A triumphant grin spread across his face. "Thank you, Master, for this gift." Aaron offered a faint, approving smile. "You've earned it." He turned his attention to Ramon. "This next vial is the Thief's Potion. There are 10 in the series, numbered 9 through 0. Stealer, Scammer, Decryption Scholar, Fire Thief, Dream Stealer, Parasite, Master of Deception, Trojan of Destiny, Worm of Time, and finally Error at Sequence 0. Your greatest talent is probing minds. You're a far better manipulator of thought than most, and your intellect is exceptional. This path will suit you perfectly. Just as I did with Moen's, once you've assimilated this potion, I'll hand you the next in the sequence until you reach 0. Ramon's eyes sparkled with excitement. He bowed eagerly, hands trembling as he lifted the vial and drank it down. He swallowed the cool liquid in one gulp. A rush of clarity spiraled through his veins as every nuance of thievery, the art of picking pockets, the subtle sleights of hand, became his to command. Dropping to one knee before Aaron, he bowed his head. "Master, I am profoundly grateful for this gift." Aaron nodded once, expression unreadable. "Good. Now see that you do not disappoint me." He turned to Naga, who stood trembling at his side. In his hand gleamed a small vial filled with dark, iridescent liquid. "This," he said, holding it out to her, "is the assassin's potion." "Assassin?" Naga's voice wavered. "Master, you know I've never had anything to do with assassins." "Listen," Aaron replied, his tone patient but firm. "The path from Sequence 9 down to Sequence 0 follows this order: assassin, instigator, witch, joy, despair, immortality, disaster, doomsday, and finally witch. Your former title was the Duchess of Darkness, and your magic leans toward the vicious. No one is better suited for this path than you." Naga stared at the swirling liquid inside the vial. "And if I take it?" A faint smile touched Aaron's lips. "Once you ascend to witch, your appearance will transform. Your every smile will become irresistibly enchanting." Naga's uncertainty melted away, replaced by a gleam of anticipation. She reached for the vial, her eyes alight with determination. If this potion could unlock her true power and make her more beautiful in the process, she would embrace her destiny without hesitation. With a steady hand, she raised the assassin's potion to her lips and drank. Chapter 781, The Dragon of Fantasy Seeks 5 Magic Weapons, Part 1. Naga let out an awkward laugh and snapped a salute. Thank you, Master, for the reward. Ramon shot a sidelong glance at Chatier. Chatier, you really need to learn some etiquette. Aaron waved off the rebuke with a smile. No need to scold her. Chatier's just excited. I won't stand in the way of your promotions. But remember, building my spiritual realm demands so much from you that your potion assimilation will be slower. To make up for it, I'll provide adequate compensation. He pricked his left palm. 3 droplets of bright red blood sprang from his fingertips and hung in the air before drifting into the open hands of Naga, Chatier, and Yak. The trio froze for a heartbeat, then knelt reverently. Master, we await your command. Enough. Rise, Aaron interrupted before Yak could speak. You've earned this. My blood will neutralize any negative side effects of your potions and ensure your promotion to Sequence 8 goes smoothly. I already command half the dimensions. Once I fully subjugate one realm, your burden will ease, and you can undertake sequential missions in the real world without hindrance. Until then, give it your all. Follow our orders, and we won't fail you, Master, the 3 voices intoned in perfect unison. In an instant, they dissolved into motes of light and flowed seamlessly into Aaron's body. All right, everything's proceeding as planned, Aaron murmured, brushing a hand over Abe's scaled snout. A mischievous smile spread across his face. There was one thing I almost forgot. Abe cocked his head, his golden eyes narrowing in curiosity. What did you forget, Master? Are you planning to become a god? A ripple of excitement ran through Abe's vast form. Dragons were nothing if not ambitious. Becoming a god wasn't an impossibility, just a distant one. I intend to, Abe replied without hesitation. And I know you do too, but at your current rate of growth, even with steady progress, you'll need well over 100 years to attain dragon godhood. A mere century, Abe scoffed, sending a gentle curl of smoke drifting from his nostrils. Almost no time at all for a dragon. Aaron laughed, the sound echoing like distant thunder. It was true that Abe's journey to divinity lagged behind his own, but in the grand scheme, Abe would still outstrip nearly every other contender. Consider Thor. He'd lived for more than a millennium and barely held the rank of sub-heavenly father. Yet Abe, after only 100 years in dormancy, had already risen to heavenly father status. That, by itself, spoke volumes. Aaron shook his head in mock exasperation. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. He produced a small vial of shimmering liquid from his cloak and set it carefully before Abe. Drink this. It'll grant you the authority you need. Abe cocked his head, hesitated for a moment, and then downed every drop in one go. The numbing chill of the potion swirled in his throat. From somewhere inside the vial, a calm, resonant voice spoke in perfect common. The audience path, sequences 9 through 0, audience, mind reader, psychiatrist, hypnotist, dreamwalker, manipulator, dreamweaver, insider, writer, ideologue. This configuration best suits you. Your mythical creature form is the dragon. No further effort is required. Simply assume the role of an attentive observer, what some call a melon eater. Abe blinked. It's freezing, and not exactly delicious. He frowned, then froze as comprehension struck. The potion itself was speaking. This is one of its benefits, Aaron explained with a grin. Learning a language wouldn't have been hard for you, but you never bothered. I've fast-forwarded your training. Still, before we return home, you should practice your dragon tongue. Abe swallowed hard, switching into the guttural, rumbling cadence of draconic speech. Understood, Master. Aaron's smile softened. Good. Let's get back. There's much for you to master. And with that, they set off together, the newly empowered dragon following close behind. Aaron cherished Abe above all else. After all, Abe had been by his side since birth, sharing every laughter and tear, and Aaron believed his potential destined him for a divine path. Grow strong, Abe. I can't wait to see you rise as the dragon of dreams, he said earnestly, sinking back onto the sofa with a contented sigh. In the grand design, 3 of the 22 divine paths were already spoken for. 4 lay scattered across the world, and 15 remained unclaimed, reserved for those special enough to earn them. Yet Aaron knew that without truly indelible service, even the most promising favorites would stall at Sequence 2 Angel. He chuckled at his own foresight. So far, he'd accepted only 2 favorites in this world. If they ever obtained a Sequence 9 elixir, Who knew how far they might go? The future, he reminded himself, was boundless. Early the next morning, Aaron fitted Abe with a helmet, swung onto his motorcycle, and set off. A small compass, linked to the dream realm, glowed emerald green, guiding them toward the 5 hidden moonstone relics. The first lay tucked into a forgotten alley, half obscured by a discarded crate. Aaron retrieved it almost at once. The second gem was clutched in the hand of a little girl playing on a street corner. Flashing her a friendly grin, Aaron offered her an ice cream cone in exchange. The girl accepted gleefully, and Aaron tucked the moonstone safely into his pocket. Thus, 2 of the 5 artifacts were now in their possession, and their journey had only just begun. The third clue had sent him wandering through Chinatown's dank underbelly, slithering down rat-nibbled pipes until at last he came upon what he sought. The fourth clue, however, had its own quirks. It pointed him to a modest strength dojo squeezed between 2 shuttered storefronts on a quiet side street. Aaron paused outside the weathered wooden doors, checked his compass one more time, then pushed inside. The dojo was small, but well lit. 2 women in full protective sparring gear were circling each other on the mat. One a lithe, dark-haired fighter he didn't recognize, the other a familiar face. "Who are you? Thinking about signing up?" the dark-haired woman asked, pulling off her helmet to reveal sharp, alert eyes. Aaron shook his head. "No, actually I'm here for something else." He glanced down at the compass needle, which quivered in excitement. "I'm looking for someone." At that, Claire froze mid-stance and whipped off her helmet with a shout of surprise. "Gaius? What on earth are you doing here?" "It's been a while," Aaron said with a half-smile, slinging a shoulder. "I lost something important, and the trail led me here." Claire frowned. "You lost something? What kind of clue sends you to a random dojo in Chinatown?" Aaron shrugged and turned back to the other woman. "I heard Colleen Wing might be able to help me." "Colleen?" Claire blinked. "You've got the wrong person. This is Claire, not Colleen." The dark-haired fighter grinned and shook her head. "Your friend's the one with the dragon tattoo on her shoulder. But if it's help you need, I know where she trains." She sheathed her gloves with a steady click. "Come on, follow me." "I don't think Colleen would just help herself to your things." "It's not taking, it's retrieving," Aaron said crisply. "Have you ever handled a white moonstone? To most people, it's just a dull pebble. Yet hold it up to the light and you'll see it glow from within." Colleen hesitated, then reached into her pocket and drew out a smooth, milky white stone. "Is this it? I bought it from a market stall, for $1. Aaron clicked his tongue and smacked his lips in mock outrage. $1? My painstaking work reduced to a single buck? How utterly humiliating. He pinned her with a steady look. "But you paid for it, so I can't simply take it back." From his coat, he produced 10 crisp $100 bills and laid them on the table. "Consider it a buyback." Claire leaned forward, her smile sharp as a dagger. "Your hard work? Is it really worth $1,000? Aaron reached out, lifted the small defensive talisman from Colleen's still loose grip, and held it up for both to see. "You're missing the point. $1,000 is nothing more than 1,000 ones stitched together, but the magic woven into that moonstone, its true value is beyond any sum. It's worth more than you could ever imagine." Claire's grin faltered. "Fine. Have your prize. You've made your point." Aaron slipped the moonstone into his cloak, nodded once, and without another word turned and strode from the room. Because Claire was here, and with her ties to Matt Murdock, Luke Cage, and Jessica Jones, Aaron couldn't shake the feeling that trouble might follow her. He had no intention of getting pulled into something he didn't understand. He reached for the door, but just then a man in a suit and tie, his hair a mass of dark curls, stepped inside. Aaron paused mid-stride and stared. "Huh, interesting," he muttered under his breath. The newcomer glanced up. "What was that?" "Nothing," Aaron replied coolly, waving him off as he tried to slip past. But something about the man's presence held him back. There was a power in those clear, distant eyes, a familiar energy, purer than anything Mrs. Gao had shown him. This person wasn't ordinary. He seemed detached from the world around him. Aaron didn't think him dangerous, but he sensed an adversary of the Shohei Society, someone it was wise to keep at arm's length. "Wait a minute." The curly-haired man held out a hand to stop Aaron, then shifted his gaze to the small creature cradled against Aaron's chest. "Excuse me, is that a cat?" Aaron looked down at the sleepy black feline, its green eyes half closed. "Last time I checked," he said, "that's exactly what it is." Aaron glanced up as the curly-haired stranger bowed politely in the doorway. "A dragon," he muttered under his breath, and then gave the man an apologetic smile. "Sorry to bother you." Aaron said nothing in reply. He merely turned on his heel and strode out of the dojo. Abe hurried after him, brow furrowed. "Master, that man, I'm certain he has dragon power." Aaron paused at the threshold and shot Abe a wry look. "Drop the qualifiers," he told his apprentice. "He's got dragon energy all right, but it's awkwardly controlled. Not enough to threaten the Hulk, so there's nothing to investigate." Abe frowned. "Shouldn't we learn more about him?" Aaron shook his head, impatience flickering in his eyes. "Why bother? This world is filled with people who wield strange powers. If we examine every one of them, we'll never rest. His energy signature is weak. Even if he landed a full-strength blow, it wouldn't compare to a single hit from the Hulk." He turned to Abe, voice growing serious. "Worse, his eyes, they're so innocent. He has no idea how dangerous the world can be, and whoever stands against him isn't exactly benevolent. He's bound to suffer, perhaps even die, if he asks for trouble." "But it's the first time I've sensed that kind of breath in existence," Abe protested, unease creeping into his tone. Aaron placed a steady hand on his apprentice's shoulder. "All the more reason to leave him be, Abe. The naive rarely survive long in our line of work." With that, he led the way down the dusty path, the stranger's faint draconic aura already fading behind them. Aaron paused at the edge of the dojo mat and laid a reassuring hand on Abe's shoulder. "We'll get our chance later," he said softly. "But for now, we need to keep a low profile. Understood?" Abe exhaled, his shoulders sagging with relief. "Understood," he said, nodding heavily. As Aaron slipped inside, Danny, the curly-haired instructor, began to pace anxiously, his brow furrowed. Colleen, standing by the doorway, watched him for a moment before stepping forward. "Danny, what's wrong?" she asked, concern clear in her voice. Danny came to an abrupt halt. He ran a hand through his unruly curls. "That man just now, who was he?" Colleen glanced at Claire, who was leaning against the wall. Claire pushed herself off it and folded her arms. "His name is Aaron Gaius," she explained. "He's an old friend of mine. Why do you ask?" Danny's eyes narrowed. "Your friend is no ordinary man." Claire gave a small shrug. "Of course he's not ordinary. Several of my other friends have said as much. He never does things by halves." Danny shook his head. "No, it wasn't him. It was his pet." He balled his right hand into a fist, and a faint golden glow flickered around his knuckles. He stared at it in disbelief. "It looked at me, and I could feel my energy rearrange itself. I've never felt anything like that before." "Probably just your imagination," Claire replied briskly, though her eyes betrayed a hint of curiosity. Danny's jaw remained clenched, the glow in his fist slowly fading, but he knew this wouldn't be the last he'd feel of Aaron's mysterious companion. "Maybe you've just been a little on edge after investigating hands," Claire Temple suggested. "Maybe," Danny Rand admitted under his breath. "But why did he come to you?" "To buy an ordinary stone," Colleen Wing said, slapping a thick stack of bills on the table. "I paid $1 for it. He forked over 1,000. Danny's eyebrows shot up. $1,000 for a rock? "She owned it originally," Claire added firmly. "I don't know much about him, but I'll bet he's not lying about that." Danny scoffed. "Still, who pays that much? Has he got nothing else to spend his fortune on?" Claire rolled her eyes. "Please, Danny Rand, do you honestly think you're more qualified to pass judgment? You're a billionaire, yet you live in a modest dojo." "I never learned how to run a conglomerate," Danny shrugged with a wry smile. Claire shook her head. "Don't overthink it. The longer you stay in this city, the more you'll realize just how weird things can get." Meanwhile, Aaron carefully stowed away the 4th moonstone and revved up his motorcycle for the final pursuit. With Captain Jack's compass as his guide, he raced through the fading light until night finally fell. It wasn't that we'd finally reached our destination. It was the storm that stopped us in our tracks. "Damn this weather," Aaron muttered, ducking into the nearest cafe to take shelter from the downpour. He hadn't expected hunting down the 5th moonstone to be such a nightmare. In just 2 days since the Chitauri invasion, the gem had already traveled from New York to Washington, an almost impossible distance in so short a time. Inside, Aaron ordered a strong coffee and slumped into a booth by the window. He watched the rain lash the streets, thunder rolling overhead. He'd been racing nonstop, and now, pinned by the storm, he faced the prospect of an unexpected delay. Unless the skies cleared, or he risked casting a weather-changing spell, he'd have no choice but to book a hotel for the night. Magic's great, until it isn't, he sighed, rubbing his temples. Just then, the cafe owner, an affable middle-aged man with a mop of curly hair, leaned over. "You look like you've seen better days," he said, setting down a steaming cup of hot chocolate for a nervous child at the next table. "Foxtown's notorious for these dark clouds. Rain or shine, it seems to stay over us." Aaron managed a half-smile. "Pretty bad timing," he admitted. "Don't let it get you down," the owner replied with a grin. "This storm's just another challenge to overcome. Kind of like your quest, I'm guessing?" Aaron stared at the man for a moment, then nodded. Whatever lay ahead, he reminded himself, a little rain wasn't going to stop him. "If you're not here to visit relatives," the innkeeper said, "you'd do well to arrange lodging before nightfall." Abe glanced at Aaron and murmured in Draconic, "Master, he's trying to sell us his rooms. From the look on his face, he really hopes we'll accept." Aaron raised an eyebrow. Clearly, that audience potion Abe drank was working wonders. He cleared his throat and put on a hesitant tone. "Well, I'm not very familiar with this town. Do you have any recommendations?" "There are a few inns," the shopkeeper explained, "but they're expensive and a bit out of the way. If you don't mind, you're welcome to stay at my place tonight. I have a spare room that's every bit as comfortable as a hotel, and I won't charge you a fortune, just a modest fee as long as—" Before the innkeeper could finish, Aaron slapped 2 $100 bills onto the counter. "Will this do?" "Absolutely," the innkeeper said, swiftly pocketing the cash with a relieved smile. "Trust me, sir, you've made the right choice. By the way," the owner added as Aaron set down his cup, "we can include dinner free of charge if you'd like." "No, thanks," Aaron replied with a polite smile. "I'm not hungry." "What about your pet?" the owner asked, glancing at the carrier by Aaron's side. "I doubt he's hungry either," Aaron said, shaking his head. "All right then," the owner said. After Aaron finished his coffee, he led the way down a short hallway. "Here's your guest room." Aaron stepped inside. Though the space measured under 30 square meters, it was well appointed. A large bed dominated one wall, a wardrobe stood against another, and a small desk with 2 chairs occupied a cozy corner. A door in the back opened into a spotless ensuite bathroom. Aaron took it all in and nodded approvingly. "This is perfect." "I'm glad you think so," the owner replied, closing the door behind them. "If you decide you do want dinner or anything else, just let me know. Otherwise, rest well and have a good night." Chapter 782, The Perpetual Moving Target, Vampire and Werewolf Allies, 1. The next morning, Aaron woke to his habitual routine and checked in immediately. A small notification blinked on his display. Host body, +1 magic point, Foxtown. Missing body, +5 magic points, Asgard. Total, 6 magic points earned. He sighed and let out a wry smile. Of course, his host form always earned just 1 point at Foxtown, while his absent vessel in Asgard pocketed 5. If he didn't keep globetrotting for better check-in spots, he'd end up with a daily trickle of magic points, barely 20% of what his missing body could claim. Over time, such an imbalance would grate on him. Outside, the thunderstorm had diminished into a steady drizzle. Aaron gave a quick nod to the cafe's manager, stuffed his belongings into his backpack, and left without bothering over breakfast. The cafe's fare had done more harm than good to his stomach in the past. With umbrella in hand and Abe at his side, he consulted his compass and set off in search of today's elusive target. The rain pattered against the winding mountain road as Aaron glanced down at the compass strapped to his wrist. The needle quivered wildly before settling, a sure sign that his quarry was still in town and on the move. A thrill of excitement ran through him. He looked up at the misty peaks looming in the distance. When the compass steadied, it pointed unerringly toward the very heart of those mountains. "Great," he muttered, rubbing his shoulder. "Another hike. And why does this place have to be so remote?" He shook his head. Next time, he vowed, he'd spring for a car. His motorcycle was flashy and dodge-friendly in traffic, but it offered no shelter from rain or snow, and in weather like this, it was more curse than convenience. Accepting the inevitable, Aaron trudged on. After an hour, the drizzle had thickened into a steady gray downpour, puddles forming in uneven patches of the road. The compass needle jerked again, swinging toward the dense forest at the mountain's base. "Waterfa," he murmured, frowning. A bitter laugh escaped him. His target had shifted once more. These 100 magic points were turning out to be a far tougher score than he'd ever imagined. I really lucked out by not putting off this task, otherwise hunting down the 5 moonstones would have been even harder. Then, out of nowhere, something heavy thudded to the forest floor, followed by a harsh scrape as it slid across the earth. Abe wrinkled his nose and took a deep sniff of the relatively fresh woodland air. "Blood," he murmured. "Master, I detect a strong scent of it." "I'm not picking up anything," Aaron replied, "but let's investigate anyway." With that, Aaron scrambled over a series of low ridges, Abe padding silently at his side. Cresting the last hump, they found 6 figures gathered in a small clearing by a rocky outcrop. 3 men and 3 women stood in neat pairs, handsome, graceful, but their skin was so pale it verged on translucent, as if life itself had drained from them. Aaron clicked his tongue. "Look at them, such perfect specimens. It'd be a shame not to film this." A sharp voice cut through the stillness. "Who are you?" The speaker was a short-haired woman with dark eyes that flashed like steel. She and the other 5 turned to face the newcomers. "Just travelers," Aaron said smoothly, stepping forward into the dappled moonlight. One of the men, tall and lean with angular cheekbones, folded his arms. "Travelers in these woods at night?" His name was Jasper Hale, and suspicion laced his voice. "Alone?" Aaron offered a polite smile. "Alone enough. We're simply passing through, but we thought we heard something. A disturbance." Alice Karen, the short-haired woman, narrowed her eyes. "Disturbance? This is private ground. You have no reason to be here." "We smelled blood," Abe interjected, sniffing the air again, "and we came to see if anyone needed help." For a long moment, the 6 pale figures exchanged glances. Then Jasper spoke again, softer this time. "Blood, you say? There's nothing here but us. You're welcome to look, but tread carefully." Aaron didn't take his eyes off the group. Film or no film, their sickly pallor and the sudden crash had him certain something was very, very wrong, and he was just curious enough to find out what. "Why are there ordinary people here at this hour?" Carlazil Cullen asked, his brow creasing in concern. "Don't worry," Esme replied, placing a calming hand on his arm. "We need to figure out how to get him to leave before the others arrive." She turned to Jasper. "Can you help with that?" Jasper hesitated, his golden eyes narrowing as he stared at Aaron. He clenched his head in one hand, staggering. Alice was instantly by his side, bracing him gently. "Jasper, are you all right?" she asked. He shook his head, voice low and serious. "He's not an ordinary man. I feel a deep, unshakable certainty coming from him. I can't dampen his emotions at all." Carlyle shifted his gaze to Emmett, the tallest among them. "Emmett." Emmett's face broke into a confident grin as he stepped forward. "Got it." He cleared his throat and addressed Aaron directly. "Excuse me, sir, but this is a private family gathering. Would you mind moving along?" Aaron paused, turning the small brass compass in his hand. The needle twitched, then slowly swung until it pointed unerringly at the 6 of them. He frowned. "I was told to find someone." The compass settled. Its arrow pointed steadily at the Cullen family. Emmett's grin widened, but Aaron straightened, his jaw firm. The unexpected certainty in his eyes told them this wasn't going to be that simple. "Sorry to interrupt," Aaron said calmly, "but I'll need to wait just a bit longer." Emmett raised an eyebrow. "What?" "The person I'm looking for will be here any moment," Aaron explained, glancing at his pocket compass. "It won't be more than 30 seconds. No sooner had he spoken than an off-road vehicle rumbled up the road. Aaron checked the compass one last time. The needle pointed unwaveringly at the Jeep. He slipped the compass away and, ignoring Emmett's attempt to block his path, strode toward the engine-quiet vehicle. The door opened, and a man and woman climbed out. Both were strikingly handsome and poised, very much like the 6 people Aaron had encountered earlier. The man's pale hair and sharp features struck Aaron as oddly familiar. "Cedric?" Aaron called, stepping closer and squinting. After a moment, he shook his head. No, you're not him. You just look exactly like him. The stranger, Edward, shot Aaron a wary glance, then turned to the woman beside him. His brow furrowed in confusion. Carlyle, Edward murmured. Who is he? Carlyle placed a steadying hand on his son's shoulder. Just an ordinary fellow who appeared here unexpectedly, he said, stressing the word ordinary. Yet the slightest tilt of his head hinted that there was nothing ordinary about Aaron. Edward studied Aaron a moment longer, sensing the same. Emmett stiffened at Aaron's side, ready to intervene, but Carlyle's hand on Edward's back was enough to keep him in check. A tense silence fell over the clearing as Aaron halted a few feet from the two newcomers, waiting to see what would happen next. Aaron frowned, irritated. His attempt at mind-reading had drawn a blank. Aside from Bella standing beside Edward, he had never encountered a human whose thoughts were so well guarded. Straightening, he fixed Edward with a cool stare. Introduce yourself. Edward obeyed without hesitation. Once he'd given his name, Aaron turned his attention to Bella. I'm Aaron Gaius, he said. If I'm not mistaken, you two are exactly who I've been searching for. Bella's brow furrowed in confusion. Why us? What do you want? Aaron's gaze never wavered. You're carrying something that belongs to me, a blue-white moonstone I spent years acquiring. It was stolen from me by someone who claimed to champion justice. For a heartbeat, Bella said nothing. Then she reached up and untied the fine cord around her neck, letting it slip down until the moonstone rested in her palm. Its soft glow illuminated her startled face. This, she murmured. It's my graduation gift from my dad, Charlie. He mustn't learn that this stone already belongs to someone. That just proves how much your father cares for you, Aaron said, lifting the fifth moonstone so its pale light danced across his palm. If it weren't so important, I wouldn't have risked everything to find it. Bella's heart pounded. Edward caught her eye and gave her a single, meaningful nod. They're nearly here, he murmured. We have to move him now. Esme exhaled, tension draining from her shoulders. It's too late to plead with him. Emmett, remember Carlyle's lesson. Use only as much force as necessary. Emmett inclined his head, face calm. Then, faster than the eye could follow, he was beside Aaron. In one fluid motion, he drew his blade and swung for the back of Aaron's neck. Aaron's hand snapped up, steel meeting flesh with a muffled impact. He stumbled back, surprise flashing in his eyes. Attacking me from behind, my friend? How impolite. Emmett's practiced smile faltered. He'd never missed before. Well, now that I have what I came for, there's no point in staying. Before anyone could block him, Aaron swept forward, seized Bella's wrist, and began pulling her toward the shadowed corridor beyond the chamber door. Wait, please. Bella yanked her arm free. Don't take me with you. She stood her ground, chest heaving, as Aaron hesitated in the doorway, the glow of the moonstone still burning in his hand. Behind her, Edward and the others braced themselves, ready for whatever would happen next. This is still necessary. Aaron's voice cut through his own doubts, but before he could say more, the underbrush crackled behind them. He whirled around and froze. A pack of giant wolves, each nearly 2 meters tall, advanced in perfect formation. Not wargs, exactly. Aaron's eyes narrowed. Wargs, he whispered to himself. Then he shook his head. No, they're far more disciplined than any warg I've ever heard of. Bella stepped closer, curiosity shining in her eyes. What's a warg? Not now, Aaron barked, though he couldn't hide a flicker of admiration for her calm under pressure. Listen to me. Take my moonstone and run. I'll keep them busy. Behind them, the vampire clan's golden eyes glinted through the trees. Aaron glanced over his shoulder. I'm not sure whether I'm the luckiest or the unluckiest guy alive for stumbling into a family of vampires, he muttered under his breath. Bella's jaw dropped. What? She spun around, and the entire Cullen family stepped forward, unwavering vigilance on their faces. Aaron held up his hands in mock surrender. Whoa, easy now. I didn't figure it out at first. He paused, remembering. Sure, Emmett's skin was pale. Maybe he's just fair-skinned. But then he sneaked up on me. When I touched his wrist, it was ice cold. No warmth, no pulse. Dead people feel like that. And he's not a living corpse or an inferi. He's a vampire. With that, Aaron squared his shoulders and raised a defiant hand. Go on, run, he urged Bella, brushing past her toward the advancing wolves. The chase was on. Carlyle took an uneasy step back. Are you some kind of vampire hunter? Not at all, Aaron replied with a dismissive wave. I couldn't care less about vampires, murders, arson, whatever. As long as they don't cross me, I stay out of it. But this girl, I'm taking her with me. Edward's eyes flashed. Don't even think about it. Aaron nodded toward the edge of the clearing. See those shapes in the trees? Werewolves. At least that's what I'm guessing. They aren't exactly like the packs I've known, but close enough. And you know how vampires and werewolves get along. You'd be wise to handle them before they handle you. He gripped Bella's arm and began to pull her away, only to find she wouldn't budge. What's the matter? He snapped. You sound crazy. A vampire versus werewolf clash might be exciting, but humans always get caught in the crossfire. If you don't take this chance to row, you won't get another. Bella forced a cautious smile. Well, they're all my friends. Aaron's eyebrows shot up. Friends? Vampires and werewolves, both your friends? Bella nodded, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Edward is still my boyfriend. Aaron let out a shocked hiss. This world is messed up. How can anyone be pals with a vampire and a werewolf at the same time? He turned, awkwardly bowing to the Cullens. Forgive me, I thought you were planning to use her for blood. Carlyle stepped forward, his pale face calm. I'm glad that misunderstanding is cleared up. Aaron hesitated, then addressed both vampires and wolves at once. Look, vampires and werewolves cooperating goes against all reason, unless there's a common enemy involved. Carlyle's eyes narrowed. And who might that be? Aaron shrugged, glancing down at the small pack of recovered belongings at his feet. That's not important. I don't care about your age-old grudges. Now that I've got my things back, I'd appreciate it if you all left me to my own business. Without waiting for a response, he turned on his heel and strode away. When Aaron disappeared among the trees, only his tall, striking silhouette remained in the clearing. For a moment, Bella stood between the Cullens and the nearby wolves, stunned by the fragile truce, vampires and werewolves, united by an unknown threat. They've banded together only to face foes so weak they barely register on his radar. Enemies that a clutch of novices can handle pose no real threat to him, and the Holy Magister, ever discreet with his power, refuses to intervene if he can avoid it. He simply hides, remaining distant from strangers whose strengths he cannot yet gauge. Alice's eyes fluttered open. Edward leaned close, his voice hushed and steady. Alice, I still can't read his thoughts. Did you sense anything more? She drew in a trembling breath, her brow creased with worry. No, it's like his future, every path, is sealed off by some invisible barrier. Yet, I can feel him, and in his presence, I am utterly insignificant. Esme exchanged a puzzled glance with Edward. Insignificant? You've used the word special 3 times already. What do you actually mean? Alice's hands shook. When I reached out with my sight, I saw him. His eyes burned through layers of mist and vast stretches of space. The force of that gaze nearly blinded me. It wasn't the gulf between ants and dragons. It was the gulf between ants and the sky itself. No comparison comes close. A low rumble rolled through the corridor, the stones beneath their feet vibrating in warning. They fell silent, hearts pounding. Whatever threat lay ahead, it was far beyond anything they'd ever encountered. Emmett swallowed hard. Are you really that dangerous? Alice met his gaze evenly. You have no idea. I don't know exactly what he's capable of now, but one day he'll be strong enough to crush us with a single finger. Emmett forced a laugh. Honestly, I just attacked him. Do you think he'd actually smack me to death later on? Carlyle laid a comforting hand on Emmett's shoulder. I doubt he'd be that petty, and even if he did bear a grudge, none of us would let you face it alone. That's reassuring, Carlyle, Rosalie Hale said flatly, folding her arms. But could we move on to what we came here to do? Edward glared at the giant forms stepping out of the trees. Each wolf was easily twice the size of an ordinary canine. His voice was tight with impatience as he turned to Bella. If they really trust us, they should be in human form. Bella shook her head. They're here in wolf form. That's all the proof we need. You just translate. Stepping forward, Carlyle adopted his gentlest expression. We come in peace, he began, his voice soft but carrying clearly through the clearing. Immediately, one of the massive wolves lifted its head, nostrils flaring as it caught the scent of vampire on the wind. It emitted a low, menacing growl that rolled across the ground like distant thunder, baring teeth as sharp and white as polished steel. All at once, tension snapped through the gathering. The Cullens stood their ground, hearts pounding, but Carlyle's calm smile never wavered. It was time to bridge a centuries-old divide. Carlyle's expression remained calm and unreadable as he stepped forward. "Welcome," he said, his voice courteous but firm. Jasper stood beside him, scanning the faces in the gathered circle. "I've fought newborn vampires before," he announced. "I'll show you how to take them down." At Jasper's words, one of the towering black wolves fixed Edward with a steady, unblinking stare. Edward closed his eyes briefly, warding off the mental inquiry, then opened them again. "They want to know how newborns differ from us," he translated quietly. Jasper nodded. "Newborns are far stronger than mature vampires. Their veins still run with human blood, and their powers peak during the first few months after they turn." Carlyle stepped forward to reinforce the point. "That's why their creator will unleash an army of newborns. They don't need thousands of humans to overwhelm their enemies. No human army could stand against that onslaught." Jasper held up a hand, silencing any further questions. "Remember 2 rules," he said, his tone grave. "First, never let a newborn wrap its arms around you. They can crush you in an instant. Second, don't try to kill one with a single strike. They're counting on that move. If you swing for a one-hit kill, you'll only leave yourself vulnerable and end up defeated." A hush fell over the group as the weight of their task sank in. Carlyle and Jasper exchanged a brief nod. The wolves shifted their massive paws on the forest floor, ready to heed the lessons that would decide the fate of the coming battle. Chapter 783, The Elusive Isabella, The Vampire's Reward for Gaius, Part 1. Quest update. You have recovered all 5 moonstones scattered outside. Reward, 100 magic points per moonstone. Total, 500 MP. No penalties for failure. Mission complete. System notification. Task accomplished. You've gained 500 magic points. Aaron chuckled in satisfaction. "That's a nice 3-digit haul." He slung his pack more securely over his shoulder and prepared to continue his descent down the mountainside. Then, as if summoned by fate, a familiar voice whispered in his mind. "Aaron, let's hope this isn't bad news." He paused, drew upon his spatial magic array, and carefully retrieved the prophecy tome. Tome, in its usual cheerful tone. "Good morning, Master." Aaron offered a wry smile. "Morning. Anything interesting today?" Tome with a flourish of gilded pages. "Indeed, Master. Good news awaits. Your next favored one has ties to Isabella Swan." Aaron frowned, surprised. "Isabella Swan? You mean that human girl from earlier? It's already astonishing enough that she's made friends with both a vampire and a werewolf." Tome, dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "It may very well be her. Or perhaps it isn't." Aaron's heart skipped a beat. The mystery of Isabella Swan was about to pull him deeper into a web of secrets he could never have anticipated. Chapter Tanks. Isabella Swan herself, along with her parents, her husband, her relatives and friends, even her future children, are all possible choices depending on which version you, the owner, select. Aaron paused, considering the offer. After a few moments, he turned and looked toward the winding path halfway up the mountain. "I'm not unreasonable," he said. "Let's hear what she has to say first." A murmur of approval swept through the assembled vampires and wolves. "A wise decision, Great Master," someone whispered. Aaron shook his head lightly. "It's not about being wise. It's simply the most fundamental right, to allow choice." With that, he scooped Abe into his arms and strode off. 10 minutes later, Aaron re-entered the sunlit clearing. To his left and right, vampires moved in swift, graceful duels, their every strike and counterstrike ringing sharply through the air. At the edge of the arena, the enormous wolves sat in restless silence, eyes bright as they studied the vampire's techniques for handling an opponent. The moment Aaron stepped into view, all eyes turned to him. Carlyle immediately advanced, mindful of the territorial tensions simmering between the vampires and their lupine counterparts. "Master, is there anything else you require?" Aaron's gaze settled on Bella, who stood near the wolves' circle. "Yes," he replied. "I'm looking for her." Before anyone could respond, a thunderous roar erupted from one of the largest brown wolves. In an instant, Bella positioned herself between the beast and Aaron, hands raised in a calming gesture. "Jacob, don't be hasty," she warned. From the wolf's deep growl, another voice interpreted for the gathering. Jacob wants to know who that man is. Why is he here? Edward asked, slipping easily into his role as interpreter. The wolf who'd spoken shrugged. Wolves tend to speak a bit loudly. There was no hidden meaning in what I said. Bella hesitated, uncertainty coloring her voice. It's an accident. We've only known him for what, half an hour? Aaron glanced at her with placating calm. Miss Isabella Swan, please, carry on with whatever you were doing. I'm in no rush. He turned back to Carlyle with a steady gaze. And for the record, I bear no ill will toward you or toward her. Carlyle merely smiled and nodded, then stepped aside to let Jasper resume his instructions. The older vampire was showing the Quileute Wolfpack the safest methods for dispatching newborn vampires. Aaron hung back, arms folded, clearly enjoying this subtle duel of skills. He had to admit it, vampires were extraordinary. Their speed was breathtaking, their strength prodigious, and their capacity to heal made them almost untouchable to ordinary humans. Any one of them could easily match, or even surpass, Steve Rogers in peak physical condition. But Aaron knew where the real advantage lay. In a true life-and-death struggle, it wasn't these seasoned vampires who would prevail. From Jasper's briefing, Aaron already understood who this particular enemy would be, a ragtag horde of newly turned vampires, the so-called newborns. Young, raw, and still learning to control their new instincts, they were individually weaker than the Cullen family. But their numbers would be overwhelming, and numbers, in a fight like this, could tip the balance in a heartbeat. The morning sky lightened as the last wisps of mist dissolved beneath golden sunlight spilling through the trees. Dappled shadows danced across the forest floor, and the great wolves, save one, turned and padded away. The lone, massive russet wolf remained at Bella's side, leaning into her gentle strokes. Aaron squared his shoulders and approached Bella and her vampire family. "Everyone's ready?" he asked. "Absolutely," Carlyle replied with a warm smile. "Now that we're all here, what did you want to discuss with Bella?" Aaron's expression grew serious. "Don't worry, it's nothing bad. In fact, for a human like Bella Swan who's fallen in love with a vampire, it's rather fortunate. But these woods aren't the most private place to talk. Could we move somewhere more secure?" Jacob, the russet wolf, shifted into his human form in a single, fluid motion. Shirtless and alert, he narrowed his eyes at Aaron. "Who are you? What do you intend to do with Bella?" Aaron gave Jacob a mischievous half-smile. "Isabella Swan, you really do have a way of making friends in high and low places. To capture the loyalty of both vampires and werewolves, that's no small feat. I can only hope your next decision is as impressive." Edward's eyes flashed with guarded suspicion. "What choice are you talking about?" Bella shifted uneasily between the two supernatural guardians, the morning light painting her uncertainty in soft gold and shadow. Silence fell as Aaron prepared to reveal the purpose of his visit and the choice that might change everything. "Let's move somewhere more private," Aaron said with a warm smile. He turned to Jacob, giving him an encouraging nod. "If you're worried, feel free to come along." Jacob paused. Vampires and werewolves each guarded their own territory, and stepping uninvited into another's domain was practically an act of war. Alice spoke up, looking to Carlyle for support. "Please, Dad, invite him to our home. Make an exception." Rosalie scrunched her nose. "Sounds ridiculous. And afterward, we'll have to scrub everything. Those wolves smell terrible." Carlyle held up a hand, his voice calm but firm. "Jacob is welcome here." At his word, the objections fell silent. Edward stepped forward, opened the rear door of their black SUV, and said, "Get in. I'll drive you." "Thank you," Aaron replied, slipping into the back seat. Jacob followed, still shirtless, and settled beside him. Aaron cleared his throat. "I mean, no offense, but next time, maybe a shirt." Jacob glanced down at his bare chest and shrugged. "I didn't bring one, but I'll remember. Wouldn't want to be rude." Moments later, Edward and Bella climbed in. Edward's expression remained unreadable as he started the engine, the vehicle gliding smoothly away toward the Cullen residence. Edward gripped the wheel as the SUV lunged down the mountain road, the forest a blur through the windshield. He stole a glance at the stranger in the passenger seat. "Who are you, really?" The man leaned back, a faint smirk on his lips. "Aaron Gaius," he said quietly. "I've told you once before." Edward's eyes narrowed. "That's not your real position, your true identity." Aaron chuckled softly, and it carried a hint of mockery. Why the rush to know everything right now? I'll share more when the time is right. I'd like an answer now, Edward insisted, voice low. Aaron's smile widened. Tell me this. In vampire society, are you a duke, a marquis, an earl, a viscount, a baron, a prince, or an elder? Edward bristled. If you won't answer my questions, it sounds like you're far beneath my rank, and you certainly have no right to interrogate me. Before Edward could respond, Jacob's voice rose from the back seat. What I want to know is, why are you so determined to find Bella? Aaron turned his gaze on Bella, who sat by the window, her hands clenched in her lap. Because of a prophecy. Bella's eyes went wide. A prophecy? About me? He nodded, his expression inscrutable. Of course. Otherwise, why would I risk traveling here at all? I have no interest in vampire politics or werewolf pack feuds, only this. Edward leaned forward, his tone urgent. What prophecy? Aaron shrugged, as if discussing the weather. All in good time. You'll know when I choose to tell you. A tense silence settled over the car. Edward glanced at Bella, who stared straight ahead, her mind racing. Jacob crossed his arms, waiting. Minutes ticked by until, just before noon, Edward guided the SUV to a halt at the gate of a solitary villa hidden deep within the forest. As they all sat there, parked beneath towering pines, uncertainty hung in the air. Whatever Aaron's prophecy was, it had drawn them here, for better or worse. Your family lives here? Aaron asked as he glanced around the driveway. Edward gave a slight nod. Yes, and this place is perfect for a vacation. Thank you for the compliment. Please, come inside. Edward reached for Bella's hand and steered Aaron and Jacob toward the front door. They stepped into a spacious living room, where Carlyle, Rosalie, Alice, and the others were already gathered. The Cullens' inhuman speed had clearly gotten them back before the car even pulled up. Aaron surveyed the immaculate room and the impeccably prepared family, suppressing a small smile. Don't be nervous, he said softly. I really mean you no harm. Rosalie's eyes narrowed. We can't be sure of that. He sat down on a sofa without formality. From his bag, a small bat-like creature fluttered out and settled on Aaron's lap. I understand your caution, but believe me, if I'd come here with bad intentions, you wouldn't be alive now. A tense silence fell. Alice exchanged worried glances with Edward. She'd seen visions of Aaron's future and knew he was far more dangerous than he appeared. Bella stepped forward, trying to break the ice. Aaron, you came here to see me, right? This isn't about the rest of them, is it? She forced a gentle smile. There's no need to be so tense. He shook his head. I'd like to keep things relaxed, truly, but I can't ignore how on edge everyone is. Bella drew a deep breath and offered her hand in peace. Then let's start over. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to our home. Bella tensed, her eyes narrowing. Let's get back to the point. If there's something you need to tell us, just say it, starting with this prophecy you mentioned. Aaron gently laid a hand on his backpack, then withdrew a sheet of plain white paper and a pen. In a few swift strokes, he drafted a confidentiality agreement. I need everyone here to sign this. You cannot reveal anything I tell you. You're free not to sign, but I strongly advise against talking about me or my work until you know more. Edward took the contract, studied it for hidden clauses, then signed without hesitation. One by one, the others followed suit. Emmett, Rosalie, even Jacob, who admitted afterward that he doubted a simple paper agreement would hold any power. Aaron watched them patiently. When the last signature was in place, he snapped his fingers. The contract glowed faintly, then disintegrated into a swirl of ash. Emmett stared at the drifting embers. What was that? Can humans really manipulate the elements like that? Aaron rose, squared his shoulders, and offered a formal salute. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Aaron Gaius, a wizard. Bella's brow shot up. A wizard? Like the ones in the movies? He smiled wryly. I've never seen those films, but yes, wizards are human too. As with any people, you'll find both light and dark among us. I am the kind one, Aaron announced, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable weight. He surveyed the stunned faces around him, then allowed himself a small, knowing grin. What I've told you is true, but only part of the story. I'm a wizard from another world. Before me, 2 ancestors of the Gaius family crossed into this universe. According to that centuries-old woman in the Hand in the Union, if she wasn't lying, my second ancestor slew the 4 founding vampires thousands of years ago and sealed away 2 of them. So every vampire living comfortably today, you included, traces your bloodline back to the seventh vampire progenitor. Silence fell, heavy as a thunderclap. None of them knew whether to believe his claim, so all eyes drifted toward Carlisle Cullen, the family patriarch. Having lived for centuries himself, he might recognize the tale. "Don't look at me like that," Carlisle murmured, his voice steady. "Events from thousands of years ago have long since become legend to me." He paused, brow furrowing as he studied Aaron. "The legend of Aaron Gaius, are you truly his descendant?" Aaron chuckled softly. "I suppose that's one way to put it." "Ancestor Horn is at least a god of law and magic," Aaron said evenly. "Like Thor, the god of thunder?" Bella asked, her voice uncertain. "Hardly," he replied with a faint smile. "The god of magic in our world corresponds more closely to your heavenly father, an all-powerful being who can destroy entire planets by sheer will. Last year I crossed the Rainbow Bridge into Asgard and stood before Odin himself. Aaron Gaius is on Odin's level. Thor is only a junior divinity. He commands thunder, yes, but he remains far below the heavenly father in true might." "And you?" Bella pressed. Aaron paused, then shook his head. "I'm a shade more potent than Thor, but nowhere near the power of Horn. My ancestor achieved incredible feats, yet he never saw them through. That's why they wanted you to sign the contract, Bella. My family name, Gaius, is known to many enemies. If they discover Aaron Gaius is Aaron Gaius's living descendant, well, I'd rather avoid a death sentence. I'd like at least a few peaceful days." Carlisle exchanged a glance with Edward. "If I'm not mistaken, there are still elders within the vampire clan who've placed a bounty on you, Aaron." Edward narrowed his eyes. "The Volturi?" Carlisle leaned forward, his expression grave. "Actually, the 3 Volturi elders are deathly cautious about anything connected to Gaius. They'll go out of their way to avoid that name, even if it means passing up fresh human prey." "They're not fools," Aaron replied with a half-smile. "Speaking of which, what reward do I get from the vampire hierarchy?" "Blood," Carlisle said. "Specifically, the blood of any direct descendant of Gaius. Exchange it, and you earn the rank of Earl. Beyond that, you can rise to higher titles, Count, Duke, whatever, and take on duties that match your station, even to the point of raising armies." Aaron smacked his lips. "Sounds like my blood is worth a fortune. Though I suppose that makes sense. My blood can break Gaius's seal and awaken the ancient progenitor of the Blood Clan." He paused, then asked, "By the way, who's put a bounty on me?" Carlisle frowned, searching his memory. "I'm not entirely sure, but I know both Dracula and Field carry Gaius's bounties on their heads. They're immensely powerful, so formidable that even the Volturi dare not cross them lightly. Are you planning to track them down?" Aaron shook his head. "No, I just want to." He trailed off, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Avoid them." Aaron shook his head, unflustered. "It's not fear. I just prefer to steer clear of unnecessary trouble." Carlisle gave a polite nod. "By the way, does your Cullen family hold any official rank among the vampires?" He hesitated, then half-smiled. "Well, I'm the only Baron in the family, a title I earned over centuries of service. But in terms of raw potential, Alice could be a Viscountess at a moment's notice. She sees the future. Jasper, with his emotional control, and Edward, with his telepathy, could claim that rank just as easily." Aaron tapped his chin thoughtfully. "So the higher your title, the stronger you are?" "Generally speaking, yes, but it's not absolute." Carlisle leaned back. "Titles mostly signal a family's standing and resources. I've spent hundreds of years building the Cullen clan under my name. Vampires who have survived for millennia, though, have had far more time to expand their bloodlines, cultivate extraordinary gifts, and train formidable heirs." Chapter 784, The Opportunity to Follow God. Do you know what you're rejecting? Part 1. Aaron paused, a faint smile of relief crossing his face. "So the titles are really just about lineage and rank?" he asked. "I always thought they signified some fundamental difference among vampires, but it sounds like more of a scale. Stronger, faster, better at powers, but not invincible." Carlisle nodded. "Exactly. A higher rank means greater strength, speed, or control over your abilities, but even the mightiest vampire can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers." Aaron leaned forward, curiosity bright in his eyes. "And you, are all vampires like you? Able to walk in daylight without fear of the sun?" "Not at all," Carlisle said, his tone sober. There are those so bloodthirsty, so consumed by darkness, that even sunlight turns them to ash. Aaron frowned thoughtfully. Different factions, then? That's what I suspected. He turned to Jacob. Tell me, what about werewolves? Got any secrets you can share? Jacob's posture stiffened. He studied Aaron warily. Why are you asking? I don't mean any offense, but I've known werewolves all my life. My third-grade defense against the dark arts teacher was one. But he's nothing like you. Aaron raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Jacob's guarded response. The forest lay silent around them, the only sound the distant rustle of leaves. Questions hung in the air, charged with more than mere curiosity, questions that once answered could change everything. Every full moon, he loses control, becoming a danger to everyone around him. Only the wolfsbane potion can keep the transformation at bay. Alice frowned. Weren't pure-blood werewolves supposed to be extinct for millennia, and any surviving offshoots eventually learned to master their shifts? Remarkable, Aaron drawled. I dare say Professor Lupin would be green with envy. Alice crossed her arms. Could you stop with the Lupin jokes for 2 seconds and just explain what you're doing with Bella? With a wry smile, Aaron produced a battered leather tome from beneath his cloak. This, he announced, is the Book of Prophecies. It rarely offers good news, but today's entry is different. Alice leaned closer, intrigued by the stern face stamped on the cover. A prophecy book? You mean it actually predicts the future? Indeed, Aaron confirmed, flipping through the yellowed pages. Its scope is maddeningly broad, from a single clumsy step you might take outside your door to the very end of the world. Most predictions are irrelevant to us, and the few that matter are invariably bleak. He snapped the book shut with an impatient thud. In short, it's hardly helpful, and what little help it offers is downright disheartening. The pages of the prophecy book trembled, and its printed words hardened into a sharp, impatient tone. Master, really, let's be practical. Bad news may sting, but it's far more useful than false hope, isn't it? Besides, this really isn't bad news, so calm down and read it. Aaron shot the book a withering look. Enough. Tell us what today's prophecy actually says. As you command, my great master. The book's voice softened into reverence as its pages fluttered open of their own accord. After a moment, it cleared its throat. Today's prophecy states, the next favored one of the master shares a unique bond with Isabella Swan. Bella's eyes went wide. She jabbed a finger at her chest in disbelief. Me? What does that mean? And what exactly is a favored one? Edward's expression grew solemn. He stepped forward. A favored one is someone whom the divine recognizes and blesses. In practical terms, it means you become one of the master's closest servants, both honored and bound by duty. Aaron nodded curtly. That's about it. So, Isabella Swan, he added, tilting his head, care to tell us what kind of bond this prophecy is hinting at? I don't agree, Jacob snapped, his voice tight with anger. Bella is her own person. She doesn't owe you any loyalty. Now, temper, Aaron said with a casual wave of his hand. Snap, ping the ancient prophecy book shut. Yes, the prophecy mentions that my next favored one will form a bond with her, but it never says it has to be Bella. I wanted to give her the chance to decide for herself. Besides, Jacob, you've got the wrong idea. I'm extremely particular about my favored ones. If she doesn't measure up, she won't be chosen, prophecy or not. Bella backed away, her head swimming with confusion. This is all so muddled. Can I have a moment? I just need to breathe. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply until the world stopped spinning. When she opened them, her voice was steadier. Let me get this straight. You want me to become your favored one, or in other words, your servant, but you're graciously asking if I'm willing. Aaron's eyebrows shot up at her blunt summary. Emmett, who had been leaning against the wall, burst into laughter, only to be silenced by a sharp look from Carlyle. Clearing his throat, Aaron addressed Bella. First, a clarification. I do not treat my favored ones like mere servants who come running at my slightest whim. There's honor in this bond, far more than servitude. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. You're messing with me. Emmett threw his head back and laughed. Sorry, I can't help it. But seriously, if you want Bella to spend time with you, at least ask her first. I don't want to, Bella said, her voice steady. Aaron's eyes sparkled with amusement. Are you sure? I'm not a god yet, but I will be sooner or later. And right now, I'm offering you the chance to follow a god. You really want to turn that down? Bella's fingers tightened around Edward's cold left hand. Following a god sounds amazing, but it's not what I want. Love? Aaron's lips curved into a knowing smile. A very good reason. I have someone I love deeply, too. I understand exactly how you feel, but don't decide just yet. I haven't even told you what you'd gain by joining me. Rosalie leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. What would she get? Aaron regarded her thoughtfully. That depends on what she needs and what I'm willing to give. For instance, if Bella wants to live as a vampire, her greatest need is time. I can grant her a century, a millennium, even 10,000 years. No problem. Everyone fell silent for a moment after Aaron spoke, though none seemed offended. After all, Bella had just declared her plan to become a vampire, and for vampires, nothing matters more than the length of their unending lives. You're serious? Edward finally blurted, his voice tight with surprise. Bella shrugged, her dark eyes steady. Why wouldn't a vampire care about lifespan? Edward shook his head. So if you could choose, you'd rather stay mortal? She merely smiled, refusing to answer and prompting Aaron to draw his own conclusion. Oh? Aaron leaned forward, interest lighting his features. You've decided on vampirism, and yet you find immortality unappealing? Bella said nothing, letting him continue. Aaron studied her for a moment, then sat back. All right, what do you want, truly? If you're at a loss, I can give you some examples. I once helped Bruce Banner, yes, the Hulk, find stability, and Frank Custer, whose entire family was slaughtered, I tracked down every last enemy so he could have his revenge. Those are just a couple of my favored cases. They're all people you've assisted? Bella's voice was soft, but edged with disbelief. Of course, Aaron replied easily, spreading his hands in a welcoming gesture. I grant them the means to fulfill their deepest wishes or solve their greatest problems, and in return, they owe me their loyalty. It's a fair transaction. I don't interfere in their lives, unless I call, and then they must answer immediately. Alice fixed Aaron with a serious look. So tell me, what can you offer Bella? What's the highest price? Aaron snapped his fingers as if punctuating the moment. That, Alice, is exactly what I'm about to reveal. The greatest price I can pay is the path to godhood. God? Bella stared at him, her voice barely a whisper. You've got to be joking. No joke, Aaron replied calmly. I've devised 22 distinct routes to ascendancy. 3 are reserved for my 3 women, and 3 more go to my top 3 lieutenants. 1 has already been claimed by another, which makes 7 taken in total. Of the remaining 15, I've set aside 1 special pathway exclusively for vampires. Alice leaned forward. Could you explain how that works? With a fluid motion, Aaron opened his palm to reveal a small, iridescent vial. This, he announced, is the Sequence 9 elixir, crafted by the master alchemists. Drink it, and your body transforms, your first true step on the road to becoming a god. The path from Sequence 9 all the way down to Sequence 0 unfolds in 10 stages, each marked by a new title and a unique set of powers. 1. Medicine Master. 2. Beast Tamer. 3. Vampire. 4. Potion Professor. 5. Crimson Scholar. 6. Witch King. 7. Summoning Master. 8. Creator. 9. Beauty God. 10. Moon. Every potion corresponding to the next rank can only be brewed, and more importantly, consumed, once the previous one has been fully assimilated. In their hierarchy, Medicine Masters and Beast Tamers occupy the low sequences, Vampires, Potion Professors, and Crimson Scholars the mid-sequences, the Witch King and Summoning Master the high-sequence demigods. Above them shine the angels, first the Creator and then the Beauty God, culminating at the very summit with Sequence 0, known simply as Moon, the true god. Climbing even 1 sequence is no small feat. With each advancement, an alchemist gains all the signature abilities of that tier. Demigods stand at the threshold of the sub-heavenly fathers, wielding vast but still limited power. True gods, those who reach Moon, become full heavenly fathers, sovereigns of lunar authority. For most, ascending beyond Sequence 2, Angel, is almost unheard of without an indelible contribution to the realm. I have decreed that, at best, even my most cherished disciples, the beloved, may only rise to Sequence 2 unless they perform feats that shake the very foundations of heaven. Yet even at that level, angels rank among the foremost echelons of the sub-heavenly fathers, beings whose power rivals that of Thor, the god of thunder himself. When Aaron finished speaking, the air around them seemed to freeze. For a moment, no one moved or spoke, every mind reeling from his words. Then, as if summoned by their unease, a grand staircase appeared before them, its white marble steps winding upward into a bank of clouds. At the summit, a majestic throne hovered, bathed in ethereal light. "It does sound tempting," Bella whispered, her voice quavering as she pressed a hand to her racing heart. She steadied herself and met Aaron's gaze. "But there's no such thing as a free lunch. If I agree to this, I'll have to pay a price, won't I?" Aaron inclined his head. "Certainly." Bella swallowed. "What do you want from me?" He paused, then replied, "Loyalty, faith, your soul." "Soul?" Edward's exclamation cracked the silence. "I can accept loyalty and faith, but your soul? That's too much." Aaron's expression remained calm. "The soul is what guarantees loyalty and faith. Think of it this way. I've devoted years of effort, resources, and sacrifice to cultivate a true God, one of unquestionable authority. If she were to betray me, the cost would be beyond reckoning. But a binding contract that holds her soul in escrow ensures her allegiance. As long as she remains true, her soul is untouched." Bella glanced at Edward, whose face pleaded with her to choose wisely. From her other side, Jacob's voice cut in, sharp with anger. "And what's to stop this from being nothing more than a contract of betrayal?" Aaron let a half-smile flicker across his lips. "Is that how you see it?" He folded his arms and regarded them coolly. "Perhaps, but every great power demands a price. It's up to you whether it's too high. With a lifespan as long as mine, don't dare belittle the authority of the gods," he snapped. "Do you really think I'd grant me undivine power without asking for anything in return? I'm hardly a saint, but I'm not foolish enough to give away fortunes for free. Every gift of fate carries a hidden price tag. I made that price perfectly clear, modest, really, and I never resorted to coercion. It's all above board. Frankly, if these terms were advertised across the cosmos, I'd be swamped with appeals. Entire galaxies of petitioners would descend on me." Jacob fell silent, utterly at a loss for words. Bella drew in a slow breath, steeling herself. "All right," she said. "If I agree to become your chosen one, what exactly would you require of me?" He leaned forward, eyes gleaming. "First, you must grow stronger, fast. Eliminate the foes I've already marked before I return home. Second, when the time comes, govern my future kingdom of God with wisdom and justice." Bella's eyebrows shot up. "Your kingdom of God? You actually have one under construction?" A faint smile crossed his lips. "Indeed. My 3 most devoted servants have been working tirelessly to lay its foundations. Soon enough, it will stand as a testament to our power. Their loyalty, ability, and merit more than justify granting them the Sequence 1 and Sequence 0 potions," Aaron said, his voice rich with feeling. "The moment I ascend to godhood, the kingdom of God will become reality." Bella drew a steadying breath, then ventured, "If I go to your kingdom, can I ever come back?" "In a sense, yes, he admitted, "but it won't be simple. By the time you arrive, I'll have already returned to my own universe. Even if you leave my kingdom of God and wish to come back here, you'd have to breach countless barriers." Bella pursed her lips. "So, I'd be separated from Edward and Charlie?" "Not at all," Aaron replied gently. "I treat those I love with kindness. Edward and Charlie can accompany you into my kingdom. There, no one will question your identities. You'll all live openly and in peace. And you will reign as the one true goddess of the vampire clan." Bella turned to Edward, uncertainty in her eyes. "What do you want me to choose?" Edward shook his head, his expression tender but resolute. "I don't have the right to decide for you. None of us do." Alice stepped forward and offered Bella a warm, reassuring smile. "Whether you accept or decline, we'll stand by your side. Choose the answer from your heart," Aaron said softly. Bella paused, her eyes pleading. "I'm sorry, Aaron, but I have to refuse." "Refuse?" He sounded genuinely surprised. "Do you realize what you're turning down?" "I know exactly what it is." She gave him a small, rueful smile. "It's a gift many would kill for, but I'm no god and I can't carry that kind of burden. All I want is simple, just to be with the person I love. Whether I become a god or not means nothing to me." Aaron chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "That's unexpected. By all rights, I should be angry, yet somehow I respect your decision." Bella's shoulders relaxed. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet," he interrupted, waving a hand. "You're refusing far too quickly. The world is changing, and wars are coming that mortals can't even imagine. Even as a vampire, you won't survive on your own. If you ever hope to protect your family, your friends, your love, you will need power, the very strength you're about to turn away. Bella's smile faded, and she opened her mouth to argue, but Aaron lifted a hand to stop her. The weight of his words hung between them, urging her to reconsider what she truly wanted and what she was willing to give up to get it. You don't have to decide right now. I've got an important engagement in 4 days, which gives you 3 full days to think it over. But this is the last offer I'm making. Chapter 785, Flexible Selection Criteria, Sterile Vampires, Part 1. Bella's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 days? An entire vampire army will arrive in 3 days? Exactly, Aaron said, a spark of excitement in his voice. I'll get to witness a full-scale battle between vampires and werewolves before I leave town. What an honor to see such a clash firsthand. Bella's face darkened. An honor? Do you really think this is entertaining? In war, people get maimed, and many never come home. Aaron's lips curved into a faint, wry smile. Miss Isabella, are you lecturing me on warfare? The wars I've fought dwarf anything you can imagine. I've lost count of the lives ended by my hand. Death and partings have long since become routine to me. If someone doesn't threaten me directly, I leave them be. Bella shot back with thinly veiled sarcasm. So this is your God's eye perspective on mortals? He shook his head. No, just my own. But believe me, most gods see mortals as nothing more than stalks in a field. By their standards, I'm practically benevolent. Aaron's gaze turned steely. As long as I walk away unscathed, I'll do what I can to help. But this is your personal vendetta, not mine. Can't I just be a spectator? Aaron's tone was cool, almost amused. Ignorance may let you stand on some moral high ground, but once you've seen enough, you'll realize I'm right. Bella fell silent, her retort dying on her tongue. Around them, the others exchanged puzzled glances. Though Aaron's words stung with truth, they all knew better than to meddle in matters this delicate, or risk getting pulled in themselves. You have 3 days to decide whether you'll accept the role of my favored, Aaron continued, his voice steady. Then, as if indulging a passing thought, he added, Of course, that doesn't mean I won't change my mind. The prophecy merely said that I'd be next. Nothing about who should stand by me. If someone more fitting comes along, I won't hesitate. Rosalie's hands went to her cheeks, and she spoke through quivering lips. And if I refuse? Aaron raised an eyebrow. Don't pretend you don't know what's at stake. A mischievous glint appeared in his eye. You don't want to be my favored, do you? Rosalie hesitated, then faltered. Before she could answer, Aaron laughed, soft but triumphant. Well, isn't that a contrast? One of you is clamoring for the honor, and the other can't wait to turn her back on it. A tense silence followed, each person weighing the weight of Aaron's challenge, and wondering who, in the end, would step forward. Rosalie's heart fluttered with hope as she met Aaron's steady gaze. So, does that work for you? She asked softly, expecting some sign of approval. Aaron's expression remained unreadable. I'm afraid you don't meet my selection criteria, he said. Her smile faltered. Why not? Because far too many people are exactly like you, Aaron replied evenly. They come to me hoping to borrow my power to further their own ambitions. Rosalie's cheeks pinked with frustration. But I can offer you my loyalty, my faith, even my very soul. He held up a hand. Many can make such promises, but there are only 15 paths to true godhood, and I'm searching for a rare gift, something extraordinary, not just another empty pledge. Before Rosalie could answer, Carlyle stepped forward, concern creasing his brow. Please forgive her impatience, he said to Aaron. My daughter, her past has been fraught with pain. Her deepest wish is to have a child of her own. But as you know, vampires cannot bear offspring. Female vampires have no means to give birth, even with a human partner. Aaron's eyes flicked to Carlyle, then back to Rosalie. Her history isn't relevant, he said crisply. It doesn't factor into my decision. Rosalie's voice was quieter now, tinged with defeat. Then what do you look for? What matters to you in a candidate? Aaron paused, choosing each word carefully. Talent, character, sheer force of will, the right temperament, and above all, someone who truly captures my interest. Saley swallowed hard. That was a standard so personal it felt impossible to meet. Yet in that moment, she realized she'd have to become exactly what he wanted, whatever it took. Aaron paused at the edge of the courtyard, glancing back at her. "I'll be in town for 3 days, Miss Isabella. I need your answer before I find someone else." Bella bit her lip. "I'll do my best." Without another word, Aaron bent to scoop Abe into his arms and strode away. Rosalie stood frozen for a heartbeat, then took a deep breath and chased after him. Just behind her, Esme turned to Emmett. "You're not going to stop her?" Emmett shrugged, his voice low. "I have no reason to. Besides, I should have gone with her." Rosalie caught up to Aaron at the gate. "Wait," she called softly. He stopped, offering her a polite nod. "Is something wrong?" She hesitated, then plunged ahead. "I know this is sudden, but I need your help." Aaron's brow arched. "Help with what?" Rosalie looked him squarely in the eyes. "I want a child." His expression flickered between surprise and awkwardness. He took half a step back. "That's unexpected. You're lovely, of course, but you're not my type, and you're married. I respect Prime Minister Cao, but I'm not about to betray him." Rosalie forced down her irritation, her voice firm. "You misunderstand. I'm not asking you to father my child. I want you to help me restore my fertility." Aaron's features softened as he considered her. "So you're asking me to help you conceive properly?" She released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "Exactly," he nodded. "Very well, I'll see what I can do." As Aaron turned to go, relief and gratitude flooded Rosalie's chest. He was a good man, after all, and just the person she needed. Rosalie stood in the dim glow of Aaron's study, her alabaster face taut with desperation. "How dare you suggest that a vampire would want a child?" she snapped, though her own voice trembled. Aaron, the human wizard who had become her reluctant advisor, slid a leather-bound grimoire shut. "You're a vampire, Rosalie," he reminded her gently, "and you want a child. Surely you realize magic, of one kind or another, is your only hope." Rosalie's golden eyes narrowed. "Then tell me how. You must have a way." He tipped back in his chair, weighing his words. "I do, but it isn't simple. The first method is purely alchemical. I would draw blood from you and your husband, extract every vital essence, and then use a ritual to weave those two life forces into an entirely new being. It's not mere cloning, it's far more intricate than that." A chill passed over Rosalie. She had never pictured herself with an infant whose life sprang wholly from magic. "Is there another option?" she pressed. Aaron allowed himself a faint, rueful smile. "Yes, I can reconfigure your cellular structure, alter your biology so that you regain fertility. You would conceive and bear the child yourself." Rosalie's heart pounded. "And the catch?" "There's always a catch." He leaned forward, voice grave. "A vampire fetus matured inside a vampire womb will twist, distort. The infant will be ravenous, far more bloodthirsty than any of us. Once born, it will struggle to control its appetite. The outcome could be catastrophic." Rosalie paled, her composure cracking. "Can't you?" Aaron shook his head. "Not without resorting to severe wards and suppressants, and even then we can't guarantee success. You risk creating a monster." She closed her eyes, fighting panic. At last she whispered, "Is there no way to protect them? To make them normal?" He paused, then spoke in a low tone. "The Volturi would call such abominations an affront to nature. They see themselves as the custodians of vampire law, and they would punish any perversion of our kind." Rosalie's breath caught. In the flickering light, Aaron's face was ashen. Outside the study door, the night held its breath. For a moment, mother and fatherhood, and the terrible price it demanded, hung between them like a blade. "They won't allow such children to live," Aaron said flatly. "They'll use every method to eradicate them." Rosalie responded coolly. "Then their business isn't mine." She turned to change the subject. "Is there another solution?" Aaron's lips curved into a faint smile. "Yes, become my favored one. Just because the Volturi outmatch you doesn't mean they outmatch me." Without a word, Rosalie began to kneel. Halfway down, her knees locked in their descent, and she froze, hovering above the marble floor. Confusion flickered across her face. "Apologies," Aaron said softly. "You're not eligible to be my favored. Even if you begged, I could not grant you that position, but you still have other options. If either Bella or Alice were willing to serve in my court, then all your problems would vanish." Rosalie's eyes narrowed. "Why them, specifically?" "The Moonpath elixir suits female vampires best," Aaron explained, his gaze steady. "Of all the women in your family, only Alice possesses the natural aptitude for it. Don't take it as a slight against anyone. Bella's strengths lie elsewhere, but in my estimation, Alice would make the ideal favored one. As long as she's willing to drink the magic potion, she can bypass the Sequence 9 pharmacist and the Sequence 8 beast tamer and be promoted straight to Sequence 7 vampire. I've given you the chance, Aaron said, turning away. Whether you seize it or not is up to you. He strode off, leaving Rosalie rooted to the spot. A few moments later, the others emerged from the chamber. Carlyle hurried forward and enfolded her in a gentle embrace. Rosalie, I'm so sorry. Perhaps I shouldn't have transformed you in the first place. She managed a small, weary smile. There's no need for apologies, Carlyle. I only asked. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. A hush fell over the group. In that silence, everyone recalled all too well the gravity of Carlyle's earlier gesture. Kneeling before her was no mere formality. Later that afternoon, Aaron climbed onto his motorcycle outside the cafe, determined to find a hotel. He toured several establishments, but discovered none offered the comfort or quiet he enjoyed here. Frustrated, he finally decided there was only one suitable alternative: pitching a tent in the mountains. The tent looked unremarkable from the outside, just another canvas shelter, but it had been bound with a traceless expansion charm. Stepping inside, you'd find it nearly as spacious as the Cullen family villa. Aaron settled onto a plush sofa and snapped his fingers. A glowing ember of flame leapt into the fireplace, soon blazing to life and filling the chamber with warmth. "Master," Abe called from the far corner, snacking on treats he'd just liberated from the tent's hidden safe. He munched thoughtfully before clearing his throat. "Do you think you're paying those vampires too much attention?" Aaron smiled without turning from the hearth. "Do you imagine they won't appreciate a little courtesy?" Abe raised an eyebrow. "You really think they've earned it?" The corner of Aaron's mouth quirked up. He reached over and pinched Abe's plump cheek. "The temptation of godhood is immense," he said gently, "but not everyone's willing to shoulder that power. I merely gave her the choice." Ab scratched his head, still unconvinced. "I just think she's a little too innocent for something so monstrous." The following morning, Aaron dusted off his leather-bound notebook, a tome he hadn't opened in weeks. Today's focus wasn't fusion magic, but the groundbreaking second space magic devised by the vessel that had gone missing. Known as space distortion, the spell literally bends the fabric of space, shifting a target's position or redirecting its path. In many respects, it's just a variant of the vanish incantation, but it achieves the same effect more efficiently and at a fraction of the cost. Aaron rarely ventured out of his protective walls, but when he did, he reveled in the woods, darting through the underbrush, spreading his wings to chase startled birds among the treetops. Still, his moments of peace were fleeting. 2 days later, Edward and Jacob arrived, escorting Bella up the winding path to the mountain refuge. Aaron's sharp gaze fixed on Bella the moment she stepped forward. "Have you made a decision yet?" he asked without preamble. She hesitated, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Not yet. A coven of vampires wants me dead. I ran here for shelter." "Wants you dead?" Aaron frowned. "I thought those newborns were just after the Cullens' territory. Why single you out?" Edward exchanged a glance with Jacob before speaking. "Victoria. Her mate was killed by the Cullens when he hunted Bella. She's bent on making Bella, and me, feel that loss." Aaron snorted. "How cliché." He turned back to Bella, his eyes narrowing with calculation. "If you agree to become my favored, I'll consider helping you eliminate her, and we'd start before you even come of age." Bella's heart pounded. The choice he offered might be her only chance, not only to survive, but to avenge the friend she'd lost. "Please make sure I'm protected," Bella said, her voice low. "Of course," Aaron replied gently. Bella offered him a grateful nod, then added, almost to herself, "But if I accept your help, I'll lose control over my own life." Aaron raised an eyebrow. "Is that what you're afraid of?" "That's how Alice sees it," Bella explained. "She's perfectly happy with her life and has no desire to answer to anyone. Me, I'm just a human. I'm not sure I'm ready to give up my independence." Aaron studied her for a moment, then smiled thoughtfully. "I understand. You still have 1 day to think it over. I hope you'll change your mind." Nearby, Edward was wrestling with the tent poles as the flimsy canvas flapped wildly in the rising wind. Aaron surveyed the shelter with mild surprise. "All you brought was this?" he asked. They're calling for a snowstorm tonight. Vampires and werewolves won't mind the cold, but a human can't survive a night like this on willpower alone. Edward shifted awkwardly. We're all vampires in my family. For us, a tent is just protection from wind and rain. Jacob chuckled and stretched his arms. Me? I don't need a tent at all. I've already put on my thickest layers, Bella said with a helpless sigh. That's really all I can do. Aaron peered into her cramped little tent. You wish you still felt that way once night falls, he teased. Bella shot back. Your tent doesn't look any roomier than ours. Appearances can be misleading, Aaron replied with a knowing smile. He waved at Abe, and the two of them slipped into Aaron's slightly bigger shelter. Outside, a savage wind roared across the ridgeline, sweeping silver snow through the dark pines. Inside Edward's tent, Bella's chattering teeth provided a relentless soundtrack. Edward glanced at his shivering girlfriend and felt his chest tighten. As a vampire, his own body temperature hovered just above freezing. There was no warmth in him to share. We really should find a lower campsite tomorrow, Edward said, guilt lacing his voice. Bella lay bundled in her sleeping bag, her breaths coming in quick, frosty puffs. I'm fine, she whispered, though another shudder ran through her. Edward reached out, brushing a lock of hair from her forehead. Anything I can do for you now? Bella twisted away, though she still trembled. No, it's okay. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to will her teeth to stop their chattering. Just then, the flap rustled and Jacob slipped in without a shirt, utterly unfazed by the cold. Both Bella and Edward looked up, surprised by his carefree entrance into their icy refuge. The wind rattled our tent poles, and Bella's chattering teeth made sleep impossible. Edward sat bolt upright, eyes dark with concern, and something else I'd never seen before, a flicker of uncertainty. Jacob stirred beside her. He'd offered to warm Bella's frozen feet with his body heat, but Edward's voice cut through the hush. Don't even think about it, he said, icy calm. I won't let his feet freeze. Admit it, you're warmer than him. Jacob bristled. Edward's hand shot out, and gripped his shoulder. Stay away from her, he warned. Bella scrambled to her feet, her blanket slipping from her shoulders. Stop fighting, she gasped. Jacob's gaze fell to Bella's pale face. She's ill, he murmured. This is on you, Edward. Edward fell silent. He turned to Bella, concern softening his features. After a moment, he nodded. Take care of yourself, Bella. I'll be right back. No, don't go, she protested, voice weak. Please. He gently brushed her hair back from her forehead. I'll only be a minute, he promised. Bundling himself against the wind, Edward slipped out and crossed the snowy clearing toward the dark blue tent where Aaron was sheltering. He paused at the flap, hesitating. Earlier, Alice had asked Bella to extend their thanks, but Bella had refused. Now Edward felt the awkward weight of that refusal pressing down on him. Swallowing his pride, he lifted a trembling hand and pulled the tent flap aside. Is something wrong? Aaron's voice cut through the cold air from inside the tent. Do you have any extra clothes to warm Bella? She can't hold on much longer. Warm reminder, if clicking the next page redirects you to another website, please use the chapter error or contact us link at the bottom of the page to let us know. We'll address the issue as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Wame. Chapter 786, The Vampire's Tactics, Victoria's Reflections, Part 1. I knew it would come to this, Aaron said, as though he'd predicted every twist beforehand. His voice was calm, without a trace of surprise. I don't have any extra cold weather gear here, but you can bring her into my tent. It's much warmer. Edward paused, then managed a quick thank you before turning on his heel and sprinting back to Bella. He hadn't lingered over Aaron's offer. He only knew that Bella needed warmth more than anything right now. When he reached his tent, Jacob stood guard beside Bella's frail form. Edward gave a curt nod, scooped Bella into his arms, and braced himself against the cold. What's going on? Jacob asked as Edward straightened. Gaius agreed to let her stay in a warmer camp, Edward replied. Aaron's tent is the best option. At the mention of Gaius, Jacob's expression softened. His rivalry with Edward meant little when Bella's well-being was at stake. With a single motion, Jacob shifted into his towering wolf form, positioning himself between his friends and the whipping wind and snow. Guided by Jacob's hulking silhouette, Edward quickened his pace across the frozen ground until they reached a dark blue tent that fluttered in the storm. As soon as Edward drew the flap aside, a wave of gentle heat washed over them. The three stood stunned at the sight before them. From the outside, it had looked like a modest, mid-sized tent, but inside lay a grand hall, lavishly decorated and warmed as if by magic. For a moment, they questioned their senses. Had they really stepped into something so impossibly ornate? The tent's interior felt impossibly spacious. A cozy living room flowed into a small kitchen and a bedroom beyond, and in the center stood a marble fountain whose gentle spray caught the firelight and dazzled the eyes. "Don't just stand there," Aaron said quietly. "Put her on the sofa by the fireplace and let her warm up." Edward knelt beside Bella and, with careful hands, eased her onto the cushioned settee facing the hearth. The fire's golden glow seeped into her chilled bones, and she closed her eyes for a moment before looking around in astonishment. "Is this magic?" Aaron nodded. "A traceless extension spell. It expands the interior space of this tent by 20 times. What you see here all exists within a few square feet of fabric." Bella sat up a little straighter, running a hand along the armrest. "So it's like carrying a whole house around with you?" "Almost," Aaron said, "and once you become my follower, you'll learn even greater enchantments." Bella flushed and fell silent, unsure how to respond. Aaron turned to the others. "What should I get you? Tea or coffee?" Bella managed a small smile. "Boiled water is fine." "Edward, Jacob, stop staring. There's hot water in the kitchen and cold medicine on the shelf. Bring them over." Edward and Jacob exchanged a glance, then wordlessly rose and slipped into the kitchen. The click of medicine bottles followed. Bella exhaled, pressing her fingers to her forehead, but the gentle warmth of the flames already had her shivering slacken. Moments later, Edward returned with a steaming mug, and Jacob held out a small vial and a glass of water. Aaron gave Bella a reassuring nod before retreating to give them space. Bella wrapped her hands around the mug, letting the heat seep into her palms. She felt safe, oddly comforted by these new allies, and by the secret, spacious world Aaron had summoned into existence. Bella watched with a curious smile as vampires and werewolves, natural enemies, moved obediently at Aaron's command. "It's oddly charming to see them all serving you," she said. Edward hovered beside her, concern in his dark eyes. "I just hope they don't start fighting over you." Aaron leaned forward in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Tomorrow is the deadline. Have you decided whether you'll become my follower?" Bella glanced at Edward, her expression softening. "After we marry, you'll turn me. Then we can truly be together, for eternity. That's the life I've always dreamed of." "You'll need strength to protect that future," Aaron replied gently. "You can't face these dangers alone." Edward placed a hand over Bella's. "We'll face it together." Aaron nodded, easing back in his seat. "Very well. I won't push you any further tonight." Just then, Jacob stepped into the room holding a steaming mug of hot water. Edward followed with a small bottle of medicine. "Here," Edward said quietly. "Drink this." Bella accepted the hot water and the medicine gratefully. A few sips later, color returned to her cheeks. "Thank you," she whispered. "Rest here tonight," Aaron instructed. "We leave at dawn." With that, he rose and disappeared down the hall. Bella curled up on the sofa, pulling a light blanket around her shoulders. The house settled into a hush, guarded by the silent watch of vampires and werewolves aligned under one roof. When first light crept through the windows, Aaron emerged from his room only to find the great hall empty. The vampires and the wolves were gone, every last one of them, and Bella slept alone on the sofa, peaceful in slumber. Aaron frowned, stepping forward to gently shake her awake. "Bella?" he murmured. "Wake up." Bella woke to Edward's amused voice. "Your two guardians are gone, and you're still asleep." She bolted upright on the sofa. "What time is it?" 7 in the morning. Relief rushed through her. Bella hurried from the tent into the snowy morning. A biting wind stung her cheeks, and crystalline drifts gleamed in the dawn light. Beside the flap, a massive wolf stood sentinel. Giving him a friendly pat, she greeted, "Morning, Seth." Edward emerged, snow clinging to his shoulders. "Where's Jacob?" Bella asked anxiously. He left a while ago. He's already at the ambush site." "You should have told me," she chided. Edward managed a gentle smile. "You were sleeping so peacefully, we didn't have the heart to wake you." His smile faded as he added in a low voice, "They're coming." "Who's coming?" Nearby, Aaron was laying a dark blue velvet carpet across the snow. His eyes shone with excitement. He'd never seen vampires and werewolves fight side by side. This would be the perfect vantage point to measure their combined power. He wouldn't miss it for the world. Bella frowned. "What are you doing?" she asked, bewildered by the unexpected preparations. "Get ready to watch the match," Aaron said gravely. He glanced at the alchemical vial strapped to his belt. "I can't risk using magic that doesn't belong in this world. If anyone discovers it, my cover's blown. But these devices are different. They'll let me help without drawing attention." He stepped onto the carpet, Abe padding up beside him. Before Edward, Bella, and Seth could object, the carpet lifted gently off the ground. "Wait a minute," Edward called, scrambling forward. "Can we come too?" Aaron hesitated, then shook his head with a faint smile. "I'm sorry, but this is your fight. It wouldn't be any fun if I joined in." The carpet rose until it nestled in the branches of a large oak, its riders hidden by leaves. Aaron settled down with Abe in his lap and peered through the foliage at the clearing below. There, in a loose semicircle, stood Edward, Carlisle, Esme, Alice, Jasper, Emmett, and Rosalie, each braced for battle. Charging toward them in a wild swarm were dozens of newborn vampires, drawn by the scent of Bella's blood that she deliberately smeared on a nearby tree. From their hidden vantage point, Aaron and Abe watched as the two sides prepared to clash under the dappled forest light. Dusk settled over the valley as the Cullen family readied themselves. Despite being outnumbered, the older generation stood unflinching at the vanguard. Jasper lunged first, his grip iron tight as he snapped the head off a charging newborn in one swift, brutal motion. Emmett charged into the fray next, his massive frame mowing down several foes before he seized the nearest attacker and crushed its neck with a single wrenching twist. Alice darted among the combatants like a phantom, her lithe form weaving in and out of danger as she anticipated every move of their adversaries. Thanks to her gift of foresight, almost no one could threaten her. Nearby, Rosalie moved like a silent storm, dispatching the newborns with merciless efficiency. Carlisle and Esme fought side by side, seamlessly blending offense and defense as they made sure none of their children were left exposed. Even so, the Cullens' numerical disadvantage pressed in on them. For every vampire in their circle, there were 5 newborns bearing down. The tide of battle surged dangerously close to overwhelming them. Then, in a thundering chorus of howls, the Quileute pack, more than a dozen massive wolves, burst onto the field from the forest's edge and from high ground above. The newborn vampires, caught off guard by this sudden feral alliance, scattered in confusion. With the werewolves now at their flank, the momentum shifted instantly. The newborns' that formation fractured under the dual onslaught of vampire precision and lupine force. Seizing the opportunity, the Cullens regrouped, their faces alight with fierce determination, and launched a coordinated counterattack that would turn certain defeat into hard-won victory. They fought in unison to annihilate Victoria's newborn army. Under the thunder of their roars, vampire heads and limbs flew in every direction, but the blood that sprayed from the fallen was not a vivid red. It glimmered like shattered porcelain. Not far off, Victoria stood rooted to the spot, her bright red hair tumbling around her in waves. Panic and disbelief filled her eyes. She had never anticipated that the Cullens would ally themselves with the werewolves, completely derailing her scheme. Yet she refused to admit defeat. Unleashing an army of newborn vampires had been a daring violation of vampire law, an offense the Volturi would never overlook. Surely, Arrow and his council would demand a terrible reckoning for her boldness. Even so, a spark of hope ignited within her when she noticed Edward's conspicuous absence from the battlefield. He must be off somewhere, guarding Bella, the one she still had left to punish. "Oh!" Aaron exclaimed from the watchtower, his expression a mixture of awe and caution. "I have both good news and bad news." He turned to the 2 lieutenants standing beside him. "The good news is that we've won the battle, and so far, there seem to be no casualties." Chapter 6. "Bad news," Edward mutters, tension tightening his jaw. "Victoria's here, and she brought back up." Bella's pulse races. "Who?" "Victoria's new ally," he replies grimly. "Her sense of smell is even keener than ours. She's already tracked us down." Before Bella can react, Seth the wolf nuzzles Edward's shoulder and instantly melts into the shadows behind a jagged rock. Gaius, cover our flank, Edward orders, and Bella, stay close. A cold wind whips the clearing, rattling the bare trees. Edward raises a hand, hushing his companions. Quiet, this is it, our chance to end this. He casts a quick glance over his shoulder. And whatever you do, don't let her know I'm here. Snow swirls around a lone figure emerging from the storm. As she steps into the moonlight, Bella's breath catches. Riley Beers, gone from Seattle for a year, stands before them, her skin ghostly pale, eyes glowing a fierce, inhuman red. Edward moves to shield Bella, gripping her arm. Riley, please. Victoria is using you. She's baited this trap because she knows I'll kill you if I let her. Riley's lips curl in bitter amusement as Victoria springs to her feet atop a nearby boulder. Oh, he's right, Victoria sneers, stamping a foot on the stone. I can't wait for you to be out of his way forever. Don't believe him, Edward cries, pounding his chest. I've never lied to you. I can read minds, Riley. I know what you're feeling. Riley narrows her eyes, stepping closer, her voice cold as ice. You don't understand. I can read her thoughts, and I know exactly what she's planning. Edward shakes his head, desperation creeping into his voice. You're mistaken. She made you, Riley hisses, and she created this entire newborn army to avenge her precious James. You're nothing more than a pawn in her revenge. A heavy silence falls. Bella's heart pounds as she watches the three vampires, Edward, Riley, and Victoria, brace for the inevitable clash. The forest holds its breath, waiting for the final move. That's what she really cares about, Edward said quietly, his eyes never leaving Riley. Not you. Riley's confidence wavered. He shot Victoria a doubtful glance. I only love you, she rushed in to reassure him, reaching for his arm. He dropped his gaze, silent. Think about it, Edward continued. You grew up here in Forks. You know every trail, every hideout. That's why she picked you, your local knowledge, not because she's in love with you. Riley, Victoria protested, her voice softening. She stepped forward, eyes full of pity. Don't listen to him. You know I love you. Riley hesitated, then a cruel smile curled his lips as he advanced on Edward. Love or no love, you're dead. He lunged, but before he could strike, a dark shape hurtled from the underbrush. Seth smashed into Riley's side, knocking him sprawling onto the damp ground. In one swift motion, the werewolf clamped down on Riley's arm. A brutal snap echoed in the forest. Ah! Riley roared, agony shredding his voice. Crimson pooled around his torn limb. Victoria froze for an instant, panic flickering across her features. This wasn't part of their plan. She'd counted on Riley merely distracting Edward while she dealt with Bella. Now there was a werewolf in play, and Edward could read her every thought. Edward stepped forward, fangs gleaming. His voice was low and deadly certain. If you run now, you won't get another chance. Victoria's breath caught. With trembling feet, she came to a halt. The forest fell silent as predator and prey squared off, each awaiting the other's next move. You want to kill her, Victoria snarled, eyes blazing. You want me to taste the same agony you felt when I tore James to pieces, skinned him alive, and crushed his bones to ash. Her words were an inferno of rage. With a furious roar, she hurled herself at Edward. They collided in a blur of strength and speed. Victoria shoved Edward aside and snatched Bella in her pale arms. Before Victoria could flee, Edward spun around, caught her by the waist, and flung her against a towering oak. The impact cracked bark and sent snow cascading from its branches. Victoria snarled, nimbly scrambling up the trunk as though it were nothing more than a ladder. Edward's eyes glinted as he read her intentions. She meant to strike Bella from above and end her life in a single blow. He darted forward, scooping Bella to safety behind a fallen log, then sprinted back to the tree. Bracing his feet against the snow, he shoved with all his might, and the great oak toppled with a thunderous crash. Victoria hit the ground hard, the snow erupting around her. She sprang to her feet in an instant, but Edward was already on her. He seized her by the collar, hoisted her high, and slammed her down again. Victoria writhed violently, each blow rattling her skull. Even a vampire could be killed that way. On the other side of the clearing, Riley and Seth had paused their own battle to watch. Riley's face went ashen at the sight. With a sharp cry, he kicked Seth square in the chest, sending the young werewolf sprawling into a snowdrift. Then Riley vaulted forward, shoulder-checking Edward and wrenching him off Victoria. For a heartbeat, all six stood panting in the silent, snow-covered forest. vampire, werewolf, and human poised on the edge of the bloodiest fight yet. Despite Riley's broken arm, he was no match for Edward. In one swift motion, Edward wrenched Riley's head back and slammed it against the forest floor. An egg-sized bruise bloomed on Riley's forehead. With his left hand pressed hard on the back of Riley's skull and his right gripping the chin, Edward was poised to snap Riley's neck. At that instant, Victoria sprang from the shadows and clamped her arm around Edward's throat. He released Riley and lashed out, clutching Victoria's wrists to keep her from applying full force. Riley, struggling to stay calm, crawled forward. He pressed his fractured arm and his healthy one against Edward's hand, prying it just enough that Victoria's chokehold eased. "No!" Bella cried, horror-stricken by Edward's labored gasps. Then came a sharp snap. Victoria and Riley froze in mid-move, and Edward went still, caught in the sudden quiet. From above, Aaron folded up his magic carpet and dropped lightly to the ground. He circled the group, curiosity in his eyes. "I thought vampires always flashed their fangs when they fought," he observed, tilting his head as he regarded Edward's grim expression. Aaron shook his head with a wry smile. "I guess I was overthinking things." Bella's heart pounded. "What did you do?" Pause time. Aaron pinched a single snowflake dangling in midair and held it between his fingers. "See this?" Bella stared at the suspended crystal, then back at him. "You can really do that?" "Of course," he said easily. "The effective range of a time stop depends on many variables, and I haven't practiced in ages. Still, freezing 3 vampires solid within 10 meters? Piece of cake." He met Bella's eyes, the smile fading into something sharper. "Now you understand. Without genuine power, all your grand designs will collapse the moment you test them." Chapter 787, The Battle is Over, The Volturi Arrive, Part 1. Aaron's voice cut through the frozen air like a blade. "This is your final chance. Do you accept being one of my favored?" He fixed Bella with an unsettling grin. "You have 30 seconds. Say yes, and I'll save him. Consider it your reward. Say no, and time resumes. Your beloved's neck will be broken in under 5 seconds. Bella's eyes flew to Edward, crumpled on the snow beside her. He gazed back with raw apology, guilt and self-blame shining in his normally steady eyes. Her heart hammered. What choice did she really have? 20 seconds, Aaron reminded her, voice smooth and cruel. Panic surged through Bella. Then, almost instinctively, she knelt and scanned the snow. A sharp-edged stone caught her eye. She grabbed it, pressed its jagged tip to her forearm, and slashed. Crimson blood welled instantly and ran in rivulets down her skin. Aaron's brow arched in surprise. "What are you?" He turned to the 3 vampires standing behind him, their expressions unreadable. A flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. "So you're reluctant to join my favored," he murmured. Bella's breath came in ragged gasps. She lifted her bloodied arm, letting the wound drip onto the snow between them. "I don't want to be a god," she said, voice trembling. "I can't bear that responsibility, but I'll do it for him." Time froze. In that white, silent battlefield, her words hung like a promise and a warning. Bella drew in a steadying breath. "If this can save him, then please forgive me for spurning your offer. But if I fail, I swear I'll be your chosen one, on the condition that Edward remains unharmed." "All right," Aaron replied coolly. "We have a deal." He snapped his fingers, and time rushed forward again. A sharp hiss split the air as the scent of blood wafted to Riley and Victoria. Instinct froze them in place. Bella watched as Edward seized the moment. He wrenched free from both attackers, hurling Victoria to one side before whipping around and flinging Riley in the opposite direction. Riley hadn't even hit the ground before Seth, just stirring back to consciousness, launched himself at Riley's fallen form. Fangs sank into Riley's shoulder, and with a vicious tug, Seth dragged him backward across the dirt. "Victoria! Help me!" Riley screamed, panic lacing his voice. But Victoria barely spared him a glance. She stepped closer to Bella instead, her expression unreadable. Riley had been nothing more than a tool in her quest for vengeance. His life or death held no meaning to her. As blood spread beneath him, Riley's terror turned to bitter clarity. Edward had tried to warn him from the start, but Riley had laughed off the truth. Now, helpless and bleeding, he finally understood. There would be no rescue. The werewolf's jaws tightened, and Riley knew. His end was inevitable. Victoria's eyes burned with fury as she stared at Bella, but before she could react, a cold shock ran through her. Someone had appeared beside her. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. Her plan of revenge had failed, and escape was her only hope. She pivoted to flee, but Edward's right fist smashed into her cheek before she could take more than a step. Victoria reeled back, instincts flaring, and launched herself at him. For a heartbeat, she thought she might gain the upper hand, but Edward's hand shot up behind her head in a brutal backhand that snapped her neck against the force. A sickening crack echoed in the clearing. Desperately, Victoria clawed at his arm, trying to pry it away, but it was no use. Edward used her broken neck as a fulcrum and heaved her over his shoulder in one fluid motion, then vanished, reappearing in an instant behind her. Before she even hit the ground, he grabbed her by the throat, pinning her face down against the earth. With inhuman strength, he hauled her upright and sank his fangs into the base of her skull. A second later, Victoria's body went limp. Edward dropped her like a discarded doll. Aaron stepped forward, surveying the lifeless form of T, the female vampire. He shook his head with a wry smile. "Tsk, tsk, how cruel," he murmured, his gaze flicking from Victoria's severed head to Edward. But well-deserved. After all, he fell on the road to avenge his lover. "Miss Isabella Swan, I must tell you, this is a mistake you'll regret for the rest of your life." Bella exhaled a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. "Thank goodness. I thought you'd at least admire my courage." Edward inhaled deeply, then stepped forward and tugged a strip of cloth from her shirt. He wrapped it firmly around the wound on her arm. At the same moment, Seth padded up with a low, rumbling growl, the unmistakable sign that Riley had been torn to pieces. Bella's heart lurched. "Is something wrong?" "Alice wants us to move right now," Edward said, his voice clipped. He flipped open a lighter, sparked a flame, and tossed it onto Victoria's body. The dry fabric of her dress ignited instantly. Within seconds, roaring heat waves rolled off the blaze, and in that ferocious temperature, Victoria's remains collapsed into ash before their eyes. "Excellent fuel," Aaron remarked with a note of dark admiration. "Shame the smell of burning flesh is less appetizing." Bella pinched her nose. "Can wizards really eat fire?" Aaron gave an amused shrug. "A very small number can." Edward gave Bella's arm a final check of the makeshift bandage. "All right, let's go." Together, they turned and vanished into the gathering dusk. The Cullens worked swiftly and methodically, gathering the motionless bodies of the newborn vampires and heaping them onto a roaring pyre. Black smoke curled into the dusky sky from the heart of the red flames. Yet, despite their decisive victory, no one cheered. Instead, each member of the family wore a grave expression, as if bracing for a threat yet unseen. "How much longer?" Edward demanded, pacing at the edge of the clearing. His gaze snapped to Alice, who had just shaken off the last vestiges of her premonition. "Not more than 10 minutes," she replied, her voice tight with urgency. Edward's jaw clenched. The Quileute pack should have withdrawn by now. The Volturi will never approve of any truce with werewolves. Before he could speak again, movement flickered among the rocks. A lone newborn, one who had slipped through their net, darted into the open. With a feral snarl, a massive silver-gray wolf lunged, clamped its jaws around the newcomer's shoulder, and threw him to the ground. Edward's heart lurched as he felt the vampire's panic-flared thoughts. "Leah, no!" he shouted. The crack of gunfire split the air. A dark breach blossomed at the side of the newborn's head, and in an instant his body burst into ash, drifting away on the breeze. Aaron reholstered his revolver with casual precision, as if nothing remarkable had occurred. He surveyed the gathered vampires and werewolves with an unconcerned lift of his brow. "What are you staring at?" he asked evenly. For a long moment, neither pack nor coven moved. Then Edward stepped forward, determination burning in his eyes. The uneasy truce had already shattered, and neither the Cullens nor the Quileutes would retreat now. "Times have changed," Aaron said with a faint smile. "Bullets can actually kill vampires?" Bella's voice trembled with disbelief. The Cullens exchanged bewildered glances. They had faced humans with guns before, but never anything that could truly harm them. The most a gunshot could do was slow them down, never pierce their flesh. What they just witnessed shattered every preconception they held. Aaron stepped forward. "These are alchemical bullets," he explained. "They're far different from ordinary ammunition." Edward's gaze flicked to the tree line. "Jacob, Get your pack out of here, he urged the massive wolf. The Volturi will arrive any minute. In a heartbeat, Jacob shifted into his wolf form and bounded into the woods. His pack followed suit, disappearing within seconds among the shadows of the trees. Aaron's attention then turned to the young female vampire standing behind the cull lens. She looked barely 20. "And who is she?" he asked. Esme offered a compassionate smile. She surrendered, a frightened child. Carlyle and I decided to take her in. Aaron let out a low chuckle, the firelight dancing in his eyes. "Pitiful," he murmured, voice edged with disdain. "But don't delude yourselves. None of you are innocent. Maybe they merit our sympathy," Esme whispered. "But pity? Never. The Volturi, and every enforcer in your clan, would never let her live." Esme's voice trembled with uncertainty. "We have to try," she insisted. Edward's jaw clenched as he surveyed their surroundings. "You can't stay here, human." He cut himself off mid-sentence, eyes narrowing. Aaron didn't fit the bill. He stood before them unmoved by Volturi threats. "Relax," Aaron said, his tone calmly confident. "They'll never find me. Besides, I'm curious about this so-called enforcer family." Alice stepped closer, puzzling over his composure. "But you won't just cast spells at random, right?" Aaron's fingers curled around a small vial as he reached into his pocket ring. "Discretion is key," he answered, holding it up. "This is an invisibility potion. Drink it and you vanish, temporarily. It's not a toy. Only use it when absolutely necessary." Alice blinked, her questions caught on her tongue as she regarded the vial. The forest fell silent, each of them weighing the risks and possibilities that lay ahead. Aaron popped the cap off the small vial and paused mid-motion, glancing at the terrified newborn crouched beside him. The child's eyes were wide with panic, as if fate itself hovered over him. Aaron's voice dropped to a firm whisper. "Listen carefully. Don't let anyone know I'm here. Understood?" The boy trembled, confusion and fear warring in his expression, but he managed a shaky nod. Aaron offered a brief, reassuring smile. "Good." He brought the vial to his lips and drained it in one swift movement. The liquid burned cold for a heartbeat, and then Aaron's form began to fade. In seconds, he was gone, transparent as mist, absent as a memory. "They're here." Alice's voice cut through the silence, urgent yet controlled. From the shadows ahead, 3 men and a single woman stepped into view. Heavy cloaks hid their faces, but the glint of red in each of their eyes was unmistakable. They approached the Cullen residence with measured confidence, drawing their hoods back in perfect unison. At their head stood a tall, blonde woman whose beauty was both serene and commanding. Her lips curved into a faint, knowing smile as she surveyed the scene. "How thrilling," she said, her voice smooth as silk. "I've never seen a tribe break free of such a relentless assault." Carlyle emerged from the group, his posture composed, his tone even. "Call it luck," he replied. The blonde tilted her head, amusement dancing in her crimson gaze. "Oh, I have my doubts." A young man, childish in his enthusiasm, stepped forward beside her. He let out an exaggerated sigh. "We missed all the excitement," he pouted. "What a shame." A third figure, silent and imposing, merely nodded. "Indeed, we might as well have stayed home." From somewhere in the darkness behind them, Edward's calm voice drifted into the open air. "If you'd arrived half an hour earlier, you'd have found exactly what you were searching for." "What a pity," Jane murmured, her pale eyes fixed on the trembling newborn sheltered by the Cullens. "You left one behind." In the half-light of the Cullens' gathering room, tension crackled like static. Edward and the others exchanged uneasy glances until Carlyle, ever the peacemaker, rose from his chair. His voice was calm and measured. "She surrendered to us. We will take responsibility for her." Jane's lip curled in disdain. "You have no authority here." She turned on the girl, whose breaths came in rapid, shallow bursts. "Why are you here?" The newborn parted her lips, as if to answer, but Jane unleashed her power without warning. An invisible blaze seared through the girl's mind, and she collapsed in a writhing heap, her high-pitched screams echoing off the walls. No one dared to move until Jane finally lifted her mental grip. Esme rushed forward, her voice trembling with both fear and determination. "Stop. You don't have to do this. She'll tell you everything." Jane straightened, smoothing her sleeve. "Very well." The girl lay motionless for a heartbeat, then whispered hoarsely, I don't know. Riley didn't tell us. He said you'd break us." Edward stepped forward, his tone low but unwavering. Her maker is Victoria, he announced. You know her name. Carlyle offered a wry, knowing smile. If the Volturi discovered Victoria had turned a vampire without permission, they wouldn't hesitate to punish her. Jane's expression remained serene, but a keen light danced in her eyes. She inclined her head once. Then it seems we have much to discuss. Jane. Of course. Jane's voice was calm as she turned her attention to the silent giant at her side. Felix. With a soft nod, Felix stepped forward. Before he could reach the trembling figure at his feet, Esme spoke up, her tone surprisingly gentle. She's ignorant, not criminal. We'll take responsibility for her. Give her a chance. Carlyle's voice cut in, measured but firm. The Volturi don't grant second chances. Remember that. Jane raised an eyebrow but said nothing, simply shifting her gaze to Bella, still human, who cowered beside Edward's protective arm. If Arrow discovers she's mortal, Jane mused aloud, he'll be intrigued. Bella swallowed hard. We've agreed on a date. Once I'm turned, the Volturi will lose interest. Jane studied her for a long moment, her face unreadable. Finally, she nodded. Very well, Felix, see it done. I'm going home. Felix moved forward. The Cullens slipped silently aside, their faces pale. In a single brutal motion, Felix bent over the newborn vampire and snapped her neck. Her terrified, wordless scream cut off instantly. As the echoes died away, Jane, Dimitri's sister, and Felix turned and left the clearing without a backward glance. When they'd gone, Aaron stepped up to the small, lifeless body. He gently brushed a stray wisp of hair aside, his expression solemn. The weak feed the strong, he murmured. An unbreakable law. I realized this long ago, Edward said, his voice low and grave. Aaron folded his arms, an amused smirk playing on his lips. Then why all the fuss now? Edward's expression hardened. Because this isn't finished. The Volturi covet Alice's gift of foresight, and by extension, mine. They sanctioned Victoria to raise an army with one purpose, to annihilate the Cullens. The plan was for Jane and the others to swoop in at the critical moment, ensuring there'd be no survivors. Alice and I had no choice but to pretend allegiance, at least until we could find a way to turn the tables. Aaron laughed softly. You, a Volturi guard, complaining about being manipulated? You serve the oldest and most powerful family in the vampire world. You use your power to enforce their laws, yet you're shocked when they play their own game? From their perspective, you're just another pawn. Edward's fingers curled into a fist. We may enforce the Volturi's will, but we're still insignificant compared to a dynasty that's endured 1,000 years. If they'd wanted us gone, they wouldn't have bothered with rules. Exactly, Aaron said, shrugging. Consider yourself fortunate they at least respect their own protocols. Had they wanted to, they could have snatched you up at any time. A heavy silence fell over the room. Edward met Aaron's gaze, neither man willing to back down. In that quiet, both understood that in the world of the Volturi, power and loyalty were always on precarious balance. The Volturi's methods may be distasteful, but they aren't without purpose. After all, they're simply trying to make the most of Victoria and her newborn army. It's a shame, Aaron teased, leaning back casually. If Isabella, or Miss Alice, had offered themselves as my chosen, none of us would have to worry about the future. He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Unfortunately, you're all too late. I've already found a far more suitable candidate. Rosalie's brow arched. Who? Aaron's grin widened. Not any of you Cullens, I promise. My choice comes from the Volturi ranks, the very vampire who led them into battle tonight. Edward's heart skipped. Jane, he blurted, eyes wide with disbelief. Don't tell me you're infatuated with her. Aaron gave a slow nod. In a manner of speaking, from the moment I first saw her, I knew she was perfect. She's breathtakingly beautiful, brimming with charm, and carries herself with an elegant, almost royal dignity. Her abilities are exceptional, exactly what I look for in a favored. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Besides, the old prophecy says my chosen one must have ties to Isabella, which of course includes her enemies. But Jane commands the Volturi Guard and is Arrow's most trusted enforcer, Carla said gravely. She answers only to him. She won't bow to you. Aaron tapped his chin thoughtfully. Money talks, he murmured. If I offer Arrow the right price, I'll have Jane in my pocket. He's the head of the clan, far from short-sighted like Bella or Alice. He won't turn down a profitable deal. Chapter 788, Securing the Favored One. A Date of Coincidences, Part 1. Bella's heart pounded as she leaned forward. If you really do bring Jane over to your side, will you help her become a god? Aro regarded her with calm assurance. That ultimately depends on her performance. At best, she could be promoted to a Sequence 2 angel, but rest assured, once she chooses to surrender to me, she severs all ties with the Volturi. She won't be your enemy in any meaningful sense. Alice's eyes flicked toward him, worry threading her voice. And if Aro imposes any conditions of his own, would you agree to them as well? Aro paused, then nodded. I will do everything in my power to satisfy his conditions, as long as they don't violate my own moral boundaries or exceed my abilities. After all, to win someone's loyalty, they must come willingly. Otherwise, you're courting hidden dangers. If persuasion fails, memory modification is always an option. At that, Bella and Alice both felt a cold sweat break out. Wizards with the power to rewrite memories? Magic really was full of sly tricks. By the way, may I ask, where are the Volturi located? Aaron leaned forward. Bella drew a breath. They're in Volterra, Italy. Aaron ran a hand through his hair. And when do you plan to visit them? She hesitated. I'm not sure yet. I rarely deal directly with the Volturi, so it would feel awkward to show up unannounced. Better to wait until the moment is right. She paused, then plastered on a smile. Well, that's settled. I've handled my business here, so it's time to go. As for your family, please take care of yourself. Later that evening, Aaron returned home and began preparing for tomorrow's outing. System, open the food catalog, he ordered. A holographic menu flickered into view, listing cigar tree, 2 taste points. Banana cucumber, 1 taste point. Puffer whale, 300 taste points. Pork belly tofu, 1 taste point. BB corn, 700 taste points. Total taste points, 6,600. Exchange rate, 10,000 USD per point. Daily purchase limit, 1,000 points. Aaron studied the figures, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Ever since the system upgrade, cash redemptions for taste points had become 10 times more generous, a hidden perk he intended to exploit. Aaron studied the numbers and realized what it meant for his future. He could enhance his strength simply by consuming food faster, and he could splurge on exotic ingredients without agonizing over every penny. But under the current exchange rate, his spending would skyrocket. He'd be bleeding $10 million a day, $100 million in 10 days, and $300 million in a month. All the cash he'd wrested from S.H. Shield and Tony Stark, a tidy sum of $2 billion, would vanish in just half a year. Well, Aaron exhaled, a weary sigh of frustration escaping him. No matter how much he earned, it never felt like enough. Yet he couldn't afford to pause. He needed more capital and a way to widen his revenue streams. He couldn't live on Nick Fury's goodwill forever. System, he said, steeling himself, purchase every available puffer whale and BB corn. Transaction complete, the AI replied. You may retrieve the assets at any time. Friendly reminder, BB corn grows to an enormous size. Please ensure you have sufficient storage space. Aaron paused, then decided to cast the seamless expansion spell on the kitchen. Otherwise, there'd be no room to handle these monstrous ingredients. 30 seconds later, the room had ballooned to dozens of times its original size, giving him ample workspace. He quickly gathered 5 ingredients, and after a brief look at the 3-meter-high cigar tree, turned his full attention to the BB corn. Towering before him, the BB corn soared dozens of meters into the air, its emerald green husk exuding a heady, sweet fragrance. Aaron couldn't help but salivate. A bead of drool plopped onto the tiled floor. Calm down, he muttered, shaking his head. He drew in a steadying breath and stepped forward. With a fierce punch, he unleashed a shockwave that thundered through the air and struck the corn's base. The roots exploded outward, casting clumps of soil and shredded husk in every direction. Sheets of green peeled back to reveal row upon row of gleaming golden kernels, each one the size of a bucket, so densely packed that the cob itself seemed to vanish beneath their bulk. Aaron inhaled deeply, letting the rich sweetness flood his senses, and even feeling his pores open in response. He smiled to himself. The 700 delicious points he'd spent to reach this moment had been worth every single one. Chapter 7. A Popcorn Explosion. We just harvested a hefty supply of BB corn, its husks already discarded, leaving rows of plump yellow kernels. This stash would see Abe and me through at least 2 weeks of meals. Abe, drifted on restless claws, eyeing the kernels. "Master," he said, tail twitching, "can we eat these right now? Raw or cooked?" I considered the pile. Cooking sounds better, but I'm flexible. I plucked a single kernel and rolled it between my fingers. These are ideal for popcorn, high yield for minimal effort. But to pop them properly, we need serious heat, at least a few 100 degrees. Abe's eyes gleamed. He planted his paws firmly and offered a confident nod. "Master, I can handle that." I grinned and tossed him a handful of kernels. Abe inhaled deeply, opened his dragon's maw, and unleashed a soaring crimson flame that enveloped the corn in a fiery embrace. Boom! In an instant, the rigid kernels exploded into fluffy white popcorn. They sprang into the air, drifting down like delicate snowflakes until every shelf, counter, and utensil in the kitchen vanished beneath a snowy blanket of corn puffs. I stumbled back, astounded. Abe shook his head, blinking as popcorn sifted from his scales. The kitchen, our cozy refuge, had been transformed into a winter wonderland of popped corn. Neither of us had expected such a spectacular result, but we couldn't help sharing a wide, amazed grin. Our simple snack had become the most delicious and dramatic popcorn explosion in memory. Aaron turned to Abe, who could no longer contain himself, and said, "Let's eat." In an instant, Abe blurred into a snowy white shadow and plunged headfirst into the vast sea of popcorn. The crackling click of his jaws echoed as he scooped up great handfuls. Even as his body swelled with every mouthful, the tower of popcorn dwindled before Aaron's eyes. Raising this dragon was proving more expensive and more demanding than he'd ever imagined. Thousands of enchanted BB corn kernels were vanishing in moments. Aaron reached out and popped a single piece into his mouth. It was pillowy and smooth, like marshmallow, with a lingering sweetness reminiscent of the finest honey. The flavor deepened with each chew, and oddly enough, even this delicate snack stoked his appetite further. It was, without question, an exceptional appetizer. He tucked a few pieces into his pocket for later, then wove a subtle gathering spell to collect the rest. With a quiet click, the remaining popcorn slipped into a secure, traceless safe endowed with stretching magic, ensuring not a single kernel would go missing. Aaron carefully removed all the BB corn kernels and divided them in two. Half he placed into his space magic array and instantly teleported to the missing body, studying arcane arts in Asgard. The other half went into his space ring. "It's just too much to handle," he sighed, glancing down at Abe's crestfallen face. "Don't tell me you're still hungry?" "The more I eat, the hungrier I feel," Abe confessed with a shrug. "That's the beauty of a true bargain." Aaron cracked a wry smile and tossed a single kernel toward the eager dragon. "Here, start nibbling on this. It'll tide you over. I'll craft a space magical weapon for you soon enough, but its storage won't exceed 100 cubic meters. I'm not ready to have my vault emptied." Abe's eyes gleamed at the promise of his own private granary. With that matter settled, Aaron turned to the chopping block and began dismantling the massive puffer whale Ben, his knife. The creature's poison sacs required absolute precision. One careless incision and the entire carcass would become lethally toxic. For Aaron, however, such meticulous work was second nature. With a single fluid motion, Aaron's blade slid through the pufferfish's belly, neatly exposing the dark purple poison sac tucked into its flesh. He closed his eyes for a moment, channeling his mental energy to separate the delicate membrane from the sac itself. In seconds, he lifted out the fist-sized organ, and the fish's scales shimmered, shifting to a warm, golden hue. "Too easy," he muttered, placing the toxin-filled sac into a sturdy glass vial, an alchemist's treasure. Then he resumed his work, carving the remainder of the fish into two equal halves. One portion he sliced thin for sashimi, the other he carefully wrapped and stowed away for later. Aaron picked up a piece of the translucent sashimi and brought it to his lips. The instant it touched his tongue, the pure, briny taste of the ocean flooded his senses. The flesh was silky smooth, its rich fat carrying a gentle sweetness that grew more pronounced with every chew. The flavor was electric, an exhilarating shock that coursed through his veins and reinvigorated his body. Strength he hadn't felt in ages surged back into his limbs. "No wonder a few kilos of this go for 300 delicious points," he said, grinning. "It's a steal." Across the counter, Ob nodded between mouthfuls, his eyes bright with agreement. Chapter Anks. This is so much better than the popcorn I had before, and very filling, Abe murmured as he tucked into the spread. By noon the next day, Aaron had laid out a banquet. Steaming dumplings, fragrant stir-fries, fresh fruit, and delicate pastries. Every dish was arranged with care, awaiting his pen pal's arrival. Even Abe, normally mischievous, sat politely by Aaron's side, unusually well-behaved. Not far away, Jean Grey walked through a quiet street under Fox's guidance. She wore a simple black dress that fell just below her knees, and her long auburn hair cascaded over her shoulders in soft waves. She carried no jewelry, yet she glowed with a natural beauty, pure, fresh, and unaffected. All week she had looked forward to today. After months of letter exchanges with Aaron, she was finally going to meet him in person. Suddenly, Jean stopped and turned toward a narrow side alley. She closed her eyes, struck by a strange sense of someone lurking in the shadows. "Come out," she called softly. "I can sense you." A few seconds later, a tall figure emerged, hands in his pockets. Scott Summers, Cyclops, pulled his crimson visor down over his eyes with an apologetic shrug. "Cyclops," Jean said, folding her arms, "I've told you a dozen times not to follow me." Scott gave a wry grin behind his visor. I was worried you'd get yourself into trouble." Jean arched an eyebrow. "Who put that idea in your head?" Scott shrugged again. "You asked Professor X for leave last week. I figured you were planning something, so I trailed you." A brief silence passed as Jean assessed him. Then she turned back toward Fox. "Let's go. I don't have time for babysitters." Scott chuckled and started to follow. Jean hesitated, then added, "But just this once, I'll let it slide. Come on, Fox." Together, Jean and Fox continued down the street, Scott falling into step behind them. Unseen by any of them, a faint breeze drifted through the alley, but whatever had drawn Jean's attention remained hidden, waiting. "Yesterday afternoon you vanished into your room, dressed up, and even got Ororo to help. What's going on?" Scott asked, crossing his arms. Chin glared at him. "Did you really have to analyze it?" "There's nothing to analyze," Scott said with a helpless shrug. "Anyone with working eyes can tell what's happening, and you know I have the sharpest vision in the academy." Chin took a steadying breath. "Fine. Believe whatever you like, but this is my business. I've been preparing for this day for months, and I won't be distracted. Got it?" Her words hit Scott, like a blade to the heart. He forced a tight smile. "I understand, but if this person isn't right for you—" "He's nothing like that," Chin interrupted. Scott's chest tightened. Jean had made up her mind, and there was no stopping her. All he could do now was hope that whoever she was meeting wasn't a scoundrel. And even if he was decent, Scott figured he'd be in his 70s. If he were younger, he certainly wouldn't be handsome. And if, by some miracle, he was both young and good-looking, he'd almost certainly be married. Scott paced the hallway outside the training room, every step echoing off the concrete walls. Across the corridor, Chin leaned against the opposite wall, arms crossed, her dark eyes fixed on him with a challenge in their depths. The tension between them was palpable. They barely tolerated each other, and the slightest glance could set them on edge. He clenched his jaw and forced himself to calm his racing thoughts. He knew better than to let his mind wander around her. Her telepathy might not be as refined as Professor X's, but once she picked up a stray idea, there was no unsnatching it. He took a deep breath, cleared his mind, then tried to appear casual. Chin raised an eyebrow. "What are you thinking about?" Her voice was cool, almost dismissive. Scott swallowed. All those jumbled worries about her powers, about how to get close to her without exposing himself, he shoved them aside. "Just covering my bases," he said lightly. "You mean, in case something goes wrong?" Her lips curved into a half-smile. "Don't worry. If anything happens, I've got it handled." With no further comment, she pushed off the wall and walked away, her long coat swishing behind her. Frustration seized him. He spun on his heel and slammed his fist into the rough concrete. Pain flared up his arm, and he winced as a soft crack echoed in the corridor. "Ow!" he muttered, rubbing his knuckles. A figure drifted into view. Storm, the white-haired, dark-skinned woman whose quiet power could still the wind itself. "Sounds like someone's heart just broke," she said, amusement in her voice. "The professor asked me to find you." Before Scott could reply, another silhouette appeared around the corner, a broad-shouldered man whose muscles strained even against his uniform. He gave a half-grin. And me? He rumbled. Professor told me to go for a walk. Didn't say I couldn't drop by. Scott forced a grin. With allies like these, even a bruised fist felt a little lighter. And maybe, just maybe, a chance to figure out what he really wanted with Chin. Chapter 7. No one ever said sitting in your room reading books was good for your growth, Chin complained, shooting a glare at Peter. I am obviously an adult. Peter Maximoff rolled his eyes. Come on, Chin, no one's going to think you're underage. Scott Summers laughed and glanced over Chin's shoulder. Seriously, do you think I still have a chance with her? Peter shrugged. Honestly, Stevens, I've never seen Chin this happy. You can stop talking now, Chin snapped, though the smile tugging at her lips gave her away. Aurora Munro leaned forward. It really depends on who Chin is interested in. From what I've seen, as long as you're not a bad person and you're upfront with her, you might have a shot. Scott scoffed good-naturedly. I still can't believe this all started because of a bird. At that moment, Chin stood and turned toward the window. A soft, melodic trill echoed through the room. Fox, her phoenix companion, swooped in through the open balcony doors. It circled the ceiling twice, its fiery plumage casting flickering patterns on the walls, before settling gracefully on its gilded perch. Time to go, Chin said, reaching out to Fox's back. She gently stroked its feathers and followed it out into the evening air. The Gaius Pepsi house was quiet when Chin arrived. The sprawling mansion had a reputation for its lavish parties, but tonight it stood empty, bathed in moonlight. Fox landed on a stone balustrade, its eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. Aaron Kane, old friend and tonight's host, sat on a low sofa near the grand fireplace. When he heard Fox's call, he bolted upright as if struck by lightning. Welcome, is that you? His voice trembled with surprise and delight. Hello, Aaron, Chin replied, stepping into the glow of the foyer. It's been a while. They stood frozen for a moment, each taking in the other's familiar features. It had been 2 years since that fateful night at the city's charity ball. 2 years since that single dance that neither had forgotten. Aaron rose and offered his hand. I'm glad you're here. Chin smiled softly and placed her hand in his. Me too. Outside, Fox watched, its tail feathers drifting like ribbons of flame in the night air. The reunion was complete. Aaron sensed the surge of power radiating from her and took a deliberate step back. Chin, on the other hand, had reluctantly abandoned any further probing into his mind, thankfully heeding Professor X's repeated warnings. They came face to face in the hallway, and Aaron forced a bright smile. What a coincidence, he said, his voice a shade too high. In an instant, every carefully rehearsed greeting Chin had prepared fell apart. She felt her cheeks heat up. 2 years' worth of letter exchanges had convinced her that Aaron was thoughtful, considerate, even gentle. Yet Professor X's one-off mind-reading session had branded him a notorious lecher. Either Aaron had changed a great deal, or the professor had misled her. Steeling herself, Chin reached out with her telepathy, only to find an invisible wall blocking her mind. She tried again, but the barrier held firm. No thoughts, no emotions, not even a flicker of intention came through. Aaron's lips curved into a wry smile. Mind-reading without permission isn't exactly polite. Chin's eyes widened. My telepathy. Why can't I reach you? He looked away for a moment, as if recalling an old wound. Someone did that to me once, he admitted quietly. At a masquerade 2 years ago, a stranger breached my mind. I assumed it was the old man in the wheelchair, Professor X. He shrugged, half embarrassed, half resigned. Ever since, I've blocked anyone from reading me. Chin exhaled, the tension leaving her shoulders. The pieces fell into place. The professor's exaggerated warnings, the sudden chill between them. She nodded, her own embarrassment mingling with relief. I'm sorry, she said softly. I should have asked first. Aaron's smile softened. No harm done, but next time, just ask. He offered her a hand. Shall we start over? Chin took it, her heart light. As they walked back toward the library, this time side by side, both knew the real conversation was only just beginning. Could you please share the full text of the chapter you'd like revised? Right now I only see a single line. Now it seems I was wrong. And the site's navigation reminder. I'll need the complete passage in order to produce a coherent, polished English version. Chapter 789, The Misunderstanding from 2 years ago, Too Awkward to Mention in a Letter, Part 1. Chin blinked at Aaron in surprise. Wait, Did you actually ask the professor to read my thoughts 2 years ago? I only did it because I sensed something familiar about you. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Familiar scent? Fox, Chin said. You're bonded with a fox spirit, he chuckled softly. Ah, so that's why you took a liking to my phoenix. Exactly, Chin leaned forward, intrigued. There's this unmistakable connection. But tell me, how did you know someone was probing your mind? Aaron shrugged. Not everyone is vulnerable to telepathy. I happen to be one who can resist it. Mulling this over, Chin asked, Then why let the professor in on your thoughts at all? Aaron tapped his temple with a grin. Easy. I fed him false information on purpose. Relief flooded through Chin. So the professor hadn't lied to her back then. He'd simply been deceived himself. And that at least proved Aaron wasn't the lecher she'd half feared. She crossed her arms. If you could trick him, why not give him something better to hear? Aaron threw back his head and laughed. Come on, I was only 18 at the time. What do you expect from an impulsive teenager? How much should we pledge at a charity gala? And really, how many lives will that sum save? Aaron shook his head, smiling wryly. Silly questions, I know. Exactly what most young men would ask themselves. But you and I, we aren't ordinary, and if we want to live quietly among these people, we need to pretend we are. Chin nodded. Professor Xavier said the same thing. Our true identities can't stay hidden forever, but the longer we can keep them secret, the better. You mean Charles Xavier? Aaron's eyebrows shot up. The headmaster of the Mutant Academy? You know of him? And the Academy? I admit, I only know the name, Aaron confessed. Last year I sought out a certain witch, rumored to be centuries old, to learn about the strange undercurrents in our world. She told me that beyond ordinary humans, there are mutants, aliens, even werewolves and vampires. I never imagined that the person I'd end up talking to most would turn out to be a mutant. Chin's voice dropped to a whisper. How do you feel about mutants? Aaron gave a small, reflective smile. At first I thought it was just a coincidence, but now I'm beginning to wonder if it was fate. Jean couldn't help but smile. We actually met 2 years ago, though I admit our first introduction was less than ideal. Aaron relaxed, returning her smile. Well, now we really do know each other properly. I'm Jean Grey. Aaron Gaius, he replied, offering his hand. They shook, and in that simple gesture, every lingering misunderstanding melted away. Aaron then stood and gestured for her to follow. Come on, I'll give you the grand tour of the Pepsi house. Jean followed him through wide, gleaming corridors until they reached a sturdy, locked door. Aaron produced a key and swung it open. This is my pharmaceutical lab, he said with a hint of pride. I wear a few hats in my line of work. Pharmacist, alchemist, regenerator, and on occasion, fortune teller. Jean's eyebrows lifted. Fortune teller? That one's new to me, even by Xavier school standards. Aaron chuckled. I know it sounds odd, but hey, anyone who can raise a phoenix from the ashes tends to develop a few unusual talents. Jean stepped inside, her eyes darting over rows of glass vials, stacks of ancient tomes, and an ornate crystal ball set on a velvet cloth. Since you offer divinations, she said with a playful smile, how about a reading for me? He paused, smoothing his fingers over the crystal's surface. I usually charge $100,000 per session, he teased, but for you, this one's on the house. Just keep in mind, my predictions aren't infallible. Jean laughed softly. I wouldn't have it any other way. She settled into an armchair, eager to see what secrets Aaron's unique blend of alchemy and foresight might reveal. I've got it. Let's begin. Unset the crystal ball on the table, then met Chin's eager gaze. He inhaled, then focused his will on the orb. At once, crimson flames leapt to life inside the glass. Smoke coiled around a monstrous, shapeless beast that roared with impossible fury. Then an immense flood thundered through the vision, overwhelming everything in its path. Crack! Spidery fractures raced across the crystal surface, and thin wisps of white smoke seeped from its seams. Aaron tapped the globe and sighed. Oops, I pushed too hard, let my power slip. Chin's heart pounded. What did you see? Your death. Chin, what? Aaron met her eyes steadily. Honestly, it was breathtaking. I've never seen such a dramatic way to go. Breathtaking? Chin echoed, stunned. He shrugged. The details blurred, but the centerpiece was a flood, waters rising until they swallowed you whole. But here's the catch. Once you know a future, that knowledge changes it. So you might not actually die. Chin blinked, trying to process. Are you comforting me? Aaron offered a half smile. Not just comfort, a warning. Let's make sure you're ready when the storm hits. Aaron placed a steady hand on Chin's shoulder. From now on, steer clear of dams, reservoirs, and places like that. And if you ever find yourself in a tight spot, just call out for Fox. He'll come running to your rescue. Fox? Chin murmured, his gaze drifting to the bird perched gracefully on a low branch. The creature, a small, phoenix-like messenger, was quietly preening its iridescent feathers. As if in answer, it flared its wings and raised its bright crest, every inch the proud sentinel. Aaron glanced at his watch. Speaking of which, it's nearly lunch. How about we all go get something to eat? Fox let out a delighted trill, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. His recent stay at the Mutant Academy had been educational, but the food there left much to be desired. Coarse grains and bland porridge might fill a stomach, but they hardly satisfied a bird of his refined tastes. He longed for the fine seeds and sweet grains he enjoyed whenever he delivered letters for his master. Even Abe, the other familiar, had managed to put on a few pounds dining at the Academy's buffet. The phoenix gave a muffled "sick," as if to protest the memory, then bounced impatiently on the branch. Just as Aaron and Chin turned to go, a streak of white flashed through the clearing, racing toward them with astonishing speed. Startled, Fox tumbled off the perch as Abe swiped at him. In an instant, the two were locked in a tussle. Fox didn't stand a chance. Abe drove him across the room, landing blows until Fox slumped to the floor, cheeks burning with embarrassment. That's enough. Aaron's voice cut through the scuffle. Both combatants froze. Aaron leveled a stern look at Abe. Explain yourself. Abe shifted from foot to foot, claws clicking together as he growled in Draconic. Master, he was thinking unkind thoughts about me. I wasn't, Fox protested indignantly. Aaron thought ruefully that the audience's talent for reading minds and emotions in Sequence 9 was at best a 6 out of 10. Even so, you had no right to attack him. Abe hung his head, shamefaced. I won't do it again. Chin, who'd been watching in confusion, finally spoke up. What just happened? Aaron rubbed his temples. Fox said something to upset Abe. Let's drop it for now and eat. He led Chin toward the dining area, where more than a dozen dishes sparkled under soft light. Golden buttered popcorn, a rainbow-hued pudding, snow-white sashimi, crisp green salad, a thick seafood chowder, and more. Aaron offered a small, apologetic smile. I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I tried to cover all the bases. I promise you, every dish here is a rare delicacy you've never tasted before. Chin nodded warily and lowered herself into the chair. She studied the unfamiliar spread in front of her. Half the plates looked like they belonged in a dream. Let's start with this, Aaron said, lifting a piece of BB popcorn. It's the perfect appetizer. A shy smile curved Chin's lips as she took a small bite under Aaron's expectant gaze. The popcorn was soft, sweet, and astonishingly smooth. Her eyes widened in surprise as she savored the new flavor. Now I see why Fox always turns up his nose at the food I bring him, she murmured. Aaron chuckled. Don't worry. If you don't like something, it won't make any difference to Phoenix. Just eat what you enjoy. Thank you, Chin replied, banishing her last reservations. She picked up her utensils and dove into the meal with gusto. 20 minutes later, she rubbed her slightly bloated belly. The feast had opened an entirely new culinary world for her, one she was eager to explore further once her stomach settled. Chin stared at Aaron in surprise. Not a trace of relief showed on his face. Aren't you at least a little relieved? He raised an eyebrow. Relief's overrated. My appetite's bigger than you'd think. He gestured toward the dining room. Go rest in the main hall. I'll clear up here. Let me help, she said, narrowing her eyes. With a flick of her will, the dishes glided into formation and hovered over the sink. Aaron watched with mild admiration. Telekinesis? One of my abilities, Chin admitted, giving him a small smile, though I can't move anything too heavy. Still, that's impressive, he said, sounding slightly grudging. They made their way into the warm glow of the main hall, where late afternoon light spilled across plush chairs and low tables. Chin sensed a moment to ask the question that had been on her mind. Aaron, can I ask you something? You have so many identities, and I can't shake the feeling you're hiding more. He leaned against the arm of a chair, arms casually folded. A little mystery never hurt anyone, but I promise you this. I'm not a bad person. If you don't want to tell me anything else, that's fine, she said, though her voice held a touch of disappointment. Aaron reached out and took her hand gently. Those other lives I've lived, they've already derailed me enough. Please don't mention them at your college. Just think of me as an ordinary guy. Chin hesitated, biting her lip. I'll try, but it won't be easy. Scott's posted outside. He already knows who I'm with. Aaron gave her a reassuring smile. Then let's make it simple. No titles, no secrets, just you and me. Professor Aaron leaned back, a knowing smile on his face. With my talents, there's almost nothing I can't uncover. Are you sure it's safe to keep your resistance to telepathy under wraps? Chin nodded. Absolutely. Why, thank you. That's one less thing to worry about. Aaron gave her a friendly wink. So, what shall we do now? Go shopping? Catch a movie? Chin's cheeks turned pink. She looked down, fiddling with her sleeve. Shopping or a movie? You really think that's what we should do? Aaron chuckled. Come on, isn't that standard for, a guy and a girl hanging out? She bit her lip. Then what would you suggest? He shrugged casually. I'm not sure, really. Shopping and movies are okay, I guess. Chin let out an exasperated laugh. Forget it. It's obvious you don't like the usual dating routine. And to be honest, neither do I. Aaron's eyes lit up. All right then, let's talk about something else. The meaning of life, the world's deepest mysteries, the vastness of the universe. I can handle those topics. She blinked. Who talks about that on a first outing? If you were just an ordinary girl who'd never left her hometown, I'd happily hit the mall and go to a flick, Aaron said, leaning forward. But you're far from ordinary. You've seen more of the world than most people your age, and your mind's on a whole different level. So let's talk about the big stuff. Well, if you think about it, Aaron began, leaning forward. We've known each other for quite a while now, 2 years since we first crossed paths, more than a year trading letters, and today marks our first real face-to-face meeting. We've already told each other everything we can in writing, so there's no need for formalities. Let's dive right in. Q. Stretched out on the sofa and smiled. True, I don't remember much about my life before, but I know where I am now. I'm a teacher at the school, and I'll probably end up at the Academy for Gifted Youth. As for my dream, it's simple. I want humans and mutants to live together in peace. A noble goal, Aaron replied quietly. Inwardly, he wondered if such a peace could ever last without a powerful mutant faction to back it up. He kept the thought to himself and asked instead, And you? What's your dream? Aaron paused, considering his answer. Mine isn't nearly as grand. I just want a safe life, one where nobody can push me around. Enough wealth to enjoy myself. Once I return home, I'll inherit the Gaius family fortune. A bit of status. I'll be master of the spiritual dimension, creator of the kingdom of God, and say, 3 to 5 beautiful companions to share it with. As soon as Aaron spoke, he felt Chin's eyes lock onto him with unmistakable oddity. Beauties? How many are you thinking? 3? 5? Aaron cleared his throat, forcing a chuckle. 7 or 8 would be ideal. He framed it as a joke. After all, he'd kept 3 girlfriends at once before, none of them exes. Chin rolled her eyes, a touch of disdain softening her tone into something almost amused. Men and their absurd goals. He sighed with mock gravity. Trust me, it's not easy hitting those targets. You really have to work at it. Chin stared at him, speechless. Your ambitions are otherworldly. Aaron flashed a playful grin. Well, you'd better ready yourself if you ever want to land a girlfriend. I haven't agreed to that, Chin snapped, cheeks coloring. She hurried to soften her words. Decisions like that can't be made on a whim. He arched an eyebrow. No rush. Think it over. She shook her head and steered the conversation elsewhere. All right, next topic. What do you know about the world's secrets? Aaron leaned back, expression turning serious. Honestly, not a whole lot, but I have noticed some very strange things. Aaron leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Doesn't it seem odd to you? Chin frowned, tapping his pen against the table. Mutants have existed for centuries. With today's technology, you'd think the average person would have caught wind of them by now. Even if the governments maintain some secret understanding with mutant kind, it shouldn't be completely under wraps. He hesitated. At least, I don't think it is. Aaron gave a knowing smile. Maybe you should run it by Professor Xavier when you have the chance. But let's drop this for now. We're just speculating. Besides, if it weren't for that recent alien invasion, most humans still wouldn't believe in extraterrestrials either.